Hello, chat. We are back with day number 6 of the FIDE Grand Swiss, जहाँ पे top 2 players will qualify for the candidates. And मेरे साथ है GM सहाज ग्रोवर सहाज भाई. I think जो हमने 5 दिन में देखा बहुत कुछ खतरनाक था, कुछ हार्ट ब्रेक्स हमने कल पहली बार देखे, लेकिन एक आदमी, one man still stands tall, and that is Erigaisi Arjun. And today he's playing the tournament leader.
Ooh, so he plays Parham Maghsoodloo with the black pieces. So gonna be a very difficult, a very challenging round, I think, for both players. And second board pe we have Matthias Bluebaum versus Abhimanyu Mishra. Wow. So both of the players who took down, Pragg and Gukesh are going to be playing against each other.
एंड लेट मी जस्ट पॉइंट आउट कितना डिफिकल्ट हो चुका है. इंडिया का सिर्फ एक प्लेयर है टॉप 6 बोर्ड्स में नाउ, एज यू कैन सी. इनफैक्ट प्रग इज ऑन बोर्ड नंबर 9, गुकेश बोर्ड नंबर 10, and then we have Pranav who's on board number 8 and Nihal Sarin on board number 7. So Sahaj bhai in chat, I don't know, maybe this sounds a bit sad, but on the other hand, if you look at it objectively, who are the people who need this the most? If you look at the top 2 people who need the most, it is Arjun and Nihal. Sahaj bhai. Maybe Hari Krishna could be there, of course. Vidit could be there. But in terms of, the need itself, I think it is Nihal Sarin there on 3.5 points. So happy to see him there. But of course, would love to see, for example, Puranik kind of win a few games, Gukesh, Pragg, and everybody else. But ek aadmi bhai, Arjun, I think this is the game Arjun needs to win. If Arjun can win today, it would be really, almost I would say, I think guarantee is a strong word, but it would put his chances above, let's say, 30-40% of qualifying to the candidates.
For sure, but okay, yeah, it's a bit too soon. But I think one thing that works really well for him is he's, I think, clearly one of the favorites if he wins
Hmm.
today.
Hmm.
But I think, watching Parham's form and just how he's cruising through this tournament so far, I feel this could go either way, yeah. And
Yeah.
then हमारे
Yeah.
सारे सपने मतलब एक दिन के अंदर गए. So we have
Hmm.
to also be careful. By the way,
बिल्कुल.
Samay bhai, I think वो board I think is a bit on the left
बाहर
side.
नहीं.
I'm not able
हाँ.
to explain. अच्छा बाहर है क्या वो? Okay, got
बाहर
it.
नहीं दिख रहा है सर. Do fix that. And meanwhile, not to forget Pranav Venkatesh, by the way, उनका tie break, if we go back to the standings, was much better than everybody else. That's very interesting to me, because you look at him there on 3.5 and look at Nihal, for example, on 3.5. Nihal already needs half a point extra than Pranav to maybe qualify. So Pranav Venkatesh is a surprise package there, Sahaj bhai.
He's finishing eighth right now, so top 10. And oh, by the way, Ardogm is also. But so does this mean he has the best tiebreak?
Yeah. हाँ.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he has some amazing tie break. And जो लोग chat में अभी घूम रहे हैं chat, नहीं भाई, हम किसी को बैन नहीं करते. आई थिंक मे बी मॉड और somebody else. भाई बैन करना है तो भाई, हम और जगह से बैन तुम्हें कर सकते हैं. यहाँ से बैन करके क्या मिल जाएगा? आई थिंक Mukesh is enjoying his time here. I'm sure he will
Mhm.
play aggressive chess in the next 6 rounds. It's good for him. It's his playing style. It is his playing style. That did cost him the game yesterday. But that is the attitude that got him here, right? He got here with that attitude of just going for the kill every single time. And you will suffer the odd loss. You will have a traumatic memory here and there. But usually it will end, well for you. And today is an important day because, chat, do not forget, if we go, sorry, we have to go to the standings, Saj by once again. If we switch a page now, we go to page number 2. If you remember, Sahaj bhai, we discussed वो कट ऑफ जिसके नीचे आपके chances of qualifying are less than 1%. It was 3 points. So anybody below 3 points at this point, I would say, has almost no chances of qualifying. So Gukesh and Pragg and Vidit and everybody else are barely above that cutoff. So they need to win today.
I mean, just look at the amount of the top names that are here. I mean, there's
Yeah.
Vincent Keimer, there is Nikita, of course, there's Nepomniachtchi, there's Rapport, there's Jordan, there's Dubov, there's MVL, there's Hans. I mean, so many 27, 50 players, just sitting at 3 points. Matlab, it could very well be possible that ek din, maybe after today, a lot of these players are not,
Yeah.
in the running anymore.
Yeah, by definition, I think half of them might not be if we have less number of draws. So, and of course, kal rest day है chat. So tomorrow is the first and the only rest day of the event. So आज का result बहुत matter करता है. If you lose today, you basically have zero chances of qualifying if you are on 3 points right now. So super important chat. And Saj bhai, before the games begin, I think we have 2-3 minutes. So chat, I know we've done this prediction before, but looking at the current standings, who do you think are India's top two contenders? Do you think it is Arjun and Nihal, basis the standings, maybe Pranav, or do you think Gukesh and Pragg might strike back? क्या लग रहा है साज भाई top two from India in this tournament?
No, okay, it's possible that they finish top two, but I don't think that they're gonna finish top two in the tournament because I feel like when you lose a match, there's just so much pressure, I think, after that, and you just have to win 3 or 4 matches in a row. Now, if that happens, then we can have a conversation, whether they'll finish top two or not. But I think so far, I think Arjun has a very good chance, and okay, I'll pick
Hmm.
Nihal as well because I think he's been showing some spectacular chess as well. Oh, also
Yeah.
Pranav, yeah, because Pranav has a good tiebreak.
Hmm. Yeah, and I think your choice is pretty correct because Nihal also missed a couple of wins. Like his score could have
Hmm.
been much higher. And I also agree with Chad though, because Arjun Pragg could make sense. Because Pragg has had that year, right? He's had a fantastic year. So if anybody can strike back, it is Pragnanda Ramesh Babu. So we'll see what happens. But the most important game, maybe of the tournament itself, chat, is Param Maghsoodloo versus Arjun Erigaisi. Do not forget, Param is half a point ahead. अगर वो आज जीत जाते हैं सहज, let's imagine a situation. Arjun stays on 4 near the bottom line. Param goes to 5.5 out of 6, and in the remaining 5 games, he just needs 2.5 to qualify. I think that is one spot gone.
Yeah, it just makes draws, yeah, uske baad, and that's it.
Yeah. I mean, and anybody who's playing Param is not going to push hard, right? Because they know they're one loss of getting knocked out, and he's in great form. I mean, I would say if Param wins today, I think everybody else in the tournament loses one spot. So Arjun is fighting for everyone. And if Arjun wins, though, I think Unke chances will take a sharp turn towards the upside. So let's see,
So
Chad. We are in. Haan, Saj bhai.
my question to you is today is Parham playing for a, I mean, comparatively speaking, of course, both are playing for a win, but comparatively speaking, who needs the win more? Is it Param to secure his top two spot, or is it Arjun to, keep his chances alive? What do you think?
I I think maybe it's Param because the Utana Sahaj bhai, like sometimes you are so close to your destination. Like let's say you are on a diet, right? आपको लग रहा है I can hold off to sugar, let's say till the cheat day on Sunday, and today is Thursday, for example, yeah. But
Hmm.
suddenly somebody brings out a cake, they start eating it in front of you. Then they say, "अरे साज भाई खाना नहीं है क्या भाई? एक bite," and then you can smell the cake. Oh, you're like, oh, यार इतना इतना क्या smell आ रही है? क्या you can half taste it at that point. There's nobody more desperate than you. And I think Param Maghsoodloo, for example, right now, he can literally smell the candidate spot. He knows,
Hmm.
आज जीत गए तो I'm always through. And white pieces है, अगली game में black आएंगे. So he needs this win more, I think.
I think I agree with you. I think, and also, he probably knows that Arjun, probably, because he's black, and ज़्यादा pressure Arjun के ऊपर होगा. Because,
Hmm.
Arjun, if he loses, as you said, chances basically, just go away. If he draws, then still he would have to score a bunch of wins, Arjun, to have a top two spot. So that's also a lot of pressure, I think, on Arjun as well.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
yes.
yeah. And I think Param Maghsoodloo yesterday won a fantastic game against Richard Rapport. So black pieces जीती. And I don't think Arjun, would be scared to go for the win अगर उनको मौका दिया गया. And Param Maghsoodloo मौका जरूर देंगे. I think he's one guy who goes for the win regardless. Forget our tournament situation right now. So I think Param will go for the win. Arjun can maybe just hold back, wait for the right moment, and then strike. So, Saj bhai, we are 1 minute away from liftoff from this important game chat. What do you think Param Maghsoodloo will play on move number 1?
I think one e4. Very, very best by test, expecting, Scandinavian from Arjun. Because when Arjun wants to
भाई
play for a win, Arjun plays Scandinavian, we know it.
भाई अगर स्कैंडी आ गया तो मेरे आंसू यहाँ से अभी टपकने ऐसे वो बोलते हैं ना ऐसे गिरेंगे यहाँ से वो स्कैंडी देखते ही वी डोंट वांट टू सी स्कैंडी आई थिंक ही वन
Okay, okay. Question, question,
हाँ
question, question. After e4, do you want to see d6 or do you want to see d5? You can only
आई मीन
choose
डी
one.
सिक्स D6,
You want to choose
D6.
D6.
I'm
Chat, what
happy
do you
with
think?
D6.
Would you rather see D6 or D5? Arjun has played both.
But you are asking me, do I wanna, get my, finger cut slightly, or do I want like a, truck rammed into me? Bhai, of course, bhai, I want a slight cut on my finger, bro.
Hmm.
Why, yeah, D5 is like, I know he won in the Olympiad once, but he was losing that game, Saj bhai, at one point, and that was like a 2600 player, and abhi
Hmm.
samne jo baitha hai, he's the tournament leader. So D5 would be crazy, but maybe save it for, let's say, some other match. Yeah, not this one.
I think that's a safe choice. By the way, Param said yesterday he studies 10 to 14 hours a day. Imagine the hard work. I mean, I can tell you that at one point in his life, he was working more than that, like much more
Hmm.
than that, on a consistent basis. And also remember that he most likely has people working for him as well. जब वो
Hmm.
सो रहा है, तब maybe 24, 2500 players are still on the clock working, finding new
Hmm.
ideas for him. And this is not true for just Parham. It's true for many chess players, many top chess players, I would say. Like जब भी आपकी 27 हो जाती है, I feel like you start to have these seconds, and
Yeah.
it's a very common thing to do amongst top players.
Yeah, and of course we saw hard working seconds are, yeah, when we saw Kushagra working for Ivanyu. Like every
Mm,
night he'd be working super hard, practicing openings and just giving advice, yeah, Ivanyu. Not making sure he's not distracted. Ivanyu ka niche
mm.
aane ka man kar raha hai lobby mein. No, Ivanyu, no. You go and practice. I think that's what makes him a good second. And C4 on the board by Param Maghsoodloo. Let's go.
Okay, so we have English opening. Now the question is, does Arjun go for e6, e5, c5, or something like knight f6? Okay, all the moves that I just mentioned, just e5. Probably this is the safest. C5 is probably the most dynamic. I want to say knight f6 is where you keep things flexible, yeah, because you can play knight f6, e6.
Hmm.
मेरे arrows को क्या हो गया? And knight f6, e6, or you can play knight f6, g6. Both of them possible. And if you
Yeah.
want to play for a win as black, you go for King's Indian, right?
या अर्जुन का टाइम जीरो दिखा रहा है मुझे। अर्जुन को थोड़ा चल दो, थोड़ा सा हार्ट अटैक ना आ जाए। इसका जीरो दिखा रहा है टाइम। एंड C5 you
Then
mentioned, Saj, it's the most dynamic, but I've also seen openings जहां पे both players just keep repeating what the other player is playing, yeah, symmetrical English, and
Mhm.
sometimes it gets a bit dull for the first 10 moves.
It can, but then उसके बाद it can be quite a dynamic position as well, because white plays knight c3, black goes knight c6, white plays g3, g6, bishop, knight f3 भी खेल सकते हो यहाँ पे आप, e3 करके knight यहाँ से भी निकाल सकते हो, and black does the exact same thing. Yeah, you can play e6, knight e7, short castle, and okay, it's symmetrical for now. But it can also be quite dangerous for either player. Like you can play d6, e6, b6, bishop b7 like this as well. You can play e6, d5 as well. I love this opening actually from the black side.
Hmm.
Just growing up, English was always one of my biggest problems. Okay,
Hmm.
until I would say maybe after I became a GM, that's when I started playing this symmetrical English, and I started to love it. But उससे पहले तक I used to hate all of these setups with e5 because they seemed too dull, and it felt like white के
हाँ.
पास इतनी ज़्यादा flexibility. I'm sure you can relate. No, they
Hmm.
just it wasn't the best feeling. So yeah, I love the choice by Arjun. What do you think
Wow.
Parham responds with?
भाई नाइट F3 खेल दिया उसने एक्चुअली। ही जस्ट पुट द नाइट आउट एंड नाउ आई एक्सपेक्ट नाइट F6 फ्रॉम अर्जुन। आई थिंक नथिंग क्रेजी हैपनिंग सो फार, बट चैट कैरियर अर्जुन लॉस्ट ऑन टाइम नहीं, पाल भाई इज नॉट लॉस्ट ऑन टाइम। आई थिंक थोड़ा धीरे जरूर खेल रहे हैं कंपैरेटिवली। आई थिंक ही डज प्ले मच क्विकर। मे बी इट इज अ साइन दैट ही डिड नॉट एक्सपेक्ट वन C4 फ्रॉम परहम। कुड दैट बी अ पॉसिबिलिटी, साज?
Very big one. Very big one. Or maybe, it's like I'm assuming Arjun has a game plan against every single opening, right? When मतलब some second or some coach is telling him, okay, if he plays English, you go for this line. If he plays knight f3, you go for this line, and so on and so on and so on. And I'm guessing in the game plan, he has multiple choices. Like he can do more than one things, and now he's thinking about which one to play over the board. Maybe he's trying to read his body language, or maybe I'm just going a bit too deep into this game. But it's a very important
Yeah.
one, yeah.
Yeah, and maybe Arjun is just going to the washroom. Yeah, I think that's a simple explanation. कि वो delay नहीं है भाई. बंद भाई washroom भी जाने नहीं दोगे तुम लोग यार आजादी से भाई जाने दो मुझे ठीक है. So Arjun will be playing soon. And chat, I think I was just going through the pairings, and what seems like the situation is, I think in terms of qualifying to the candidates, we have a limited spot of Indians who can do so. They are Arjun, Pragg, Gukesh, Nihal, Pranav, Vidit, and I think Puranik. I think these are guys on 3 points or higher, unless I'm missing somebody. Maybe Ronak I'm missing, I don't know. But बहुत limited India. Like some Indians have already been kind of eliminated, I think, in terms of practical chances to qualify. So let's focus on these. Meanwhile, no moves from Arjun.
Yes.
Maybe we can switch to the Pragg games, Raj bhai.
Team Puranik, let's go. I've been loving his chess so far, would love to, see him at least in the top 10 in this event.
Hmm.
Which game do you want to go to the Pragg game?
Yeah, because Grunfeld on the board, Sahaj. I mean, I've not seen it for a while actually at the top level. I think बहुत कम देखने को मिलता है. I don't know why. I love to see this opening on the board, but काफी टाइम बाद देखने को मिला.
यार पता है थोड़ा सा ना सैड लगा मुझे अभी बिकॉज फॉर द
Hmm.
फर्स्ट टाइम while looking at Prag's board I had to scroll down and it was like
Yeah,
नहीं यार
yeah,
वो
yeah. I
वो
agree.
वो फीलिंग अच्छी नहीं लगती यार we want them to be back
तभी वो
but yeah
चेस कॉम इवेंट्स के ना गेम खोल दोगे रिसेंट में सारे बोर्ड दिखाता है तो कभी स्क्रॉल नहीं करना पड़ता भाई. तो दैट इज द
अच्छा
ओनली सोल्यूशन.
अच्छा that's good but okay I did it the first time ना this
हाँ
is
हाँ
why साहिल भाई ये पहले बताते ना यार आप ये
भाई. अब बता दिया है चलो. आई थिंक अब प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो जाएगी चाहे जीरो पे भी हो पॉइंट्स तो हमें स्क्रॉल नहीं करना पड़ेगा भाई.
हम्म
50 रूल
ओके
क्या है भाई. 50 मूव रूल होता है. आई थिंक 50 मूव तक लेट्स से कोई भी पीस ना चले कोई कैप्चर ना हो तो चेस की गेम ड्रॉ डिक्लेयर होती है. बट आई थिंक ओपनिंग में दैट इज नेवर प्रॉब्लम. सॉरी साज भाई प्लीज कंटिन्यू.
Also, it applies when there are no pawns on the board, basically. Like, अगर आप rook bishop versus rook खेल रहे हो, for example, um, like you have a rook and a bishop, your opponent has a rook. You're trying to play for a win, but just for 50 moves. And if you after 50 moves, the defender can actually claim a draw. But if the defender does not claim, then the arbiter can claim it for you in 75 moves. Which of course is crazy. I don't think it will ever happen कि arbiter claims it, but in a situation जहाँ पे आप बहुत जल्दी जल्दी games खेल रहे हो, maybe you don't record yourself and the arbiter is watching you, then he can claim, for you. But yeah, by the way, Grunfeld on the board, there's a lot of different options here for Pragg. There's knight f3, bishop g5. There's c takes d5, of course. There's knight f3, queen b3 as well. Um, Tough choice. Haven't seen Grunfeld being played at this level for in a very very long time. You know what I want to see here, Sailbhai? I want to see pawn takes pawn, knight takes pawn, and knight a4. अगर ये
भाई.
हुआ बोर्ड पे तो एक बंदे को मेंबरशिप मेरी तरफ से अगर ये हुआ
ओह नाइस नाइस. एंड कैन यू एक्सप्लेन द आइडिया कि भाई हम नाइट को कोने में फेंक क्यों रहे हैं लेकिन.
Oh, this is a long running joke actually, because this is one of the. I mean, I think it's not really that bad of an opening anymore because the idea is quite simple. You want to play e4 and black knight takes c3 नहीं मार सकता इस position में.
Hmm.
So the knight is forced to sort of retreat back to b6 and basically it's that if you don't know this opening, you have never prepared this opening before, then it can be a huge problem for black. I used to play Grunfeld as black at least for some time, and this was a this was a very annoying opening at some at
Yeah.
some stage.
By the way, chat, I have news for you because Gukesh Damaraju has just possibly invited a league of players to try out a new idea in the Petrov defense जो आज तक कभी नहीं खेला गया है. Because if you go to this position, Sahaj bhai, after c4, I think जो था, yeah,
hmm
d4, d5, c4, I think, c6. यहाँ पे usually c5 कभी नहीं खेलते. In fact, we only have one game on chess.com, and that's even like an online website. I'm sure कि over the board games maybe it's even could be a novelty. I don't know, maybe not a novelty, but extremely rarely played. Sahaj bhai, what is c5?
Some deep prep. Some deep prep. Usually in these positions, white wants to take on d5, like not now, but later on, and then knight c3 maybe, or rook e1 and queen b3 perhaps. You always put the pressure on d5. But once you play c5, bishop c7, knight c3, I'm guessing you are, trying to advance on the queen side, perhaps b4, b5 at some stage. Um, but yeah, it's hard to break down an idea by the world champion, because I'm sure so much time and effort went into this. But yeah, it looks quite attacking. Of course, he's also denying some exchanges on the board as well by not taking the pawn on d5, or not allowing black to take on c4 either.
Yeah, I think this
But
is
yeah,
opening
it's
potential at its
interesting.
finest, right? Yeah, because I think before c5, if you look at the bar, it will say plus zero point 0.4. That tells you
Mhm.
white has his typical white advantage, yeah, of playing first. You play c5 and it drops to minus zero point 0.1, or at best equality. So that tells you Gukesh again is ready to accept a slightly worse position, but he wants a new idea on the board. He wants to challenge his opponent and get him into uncharted waters. And meanwhile, यहाँ पे
Bhai,
best move सहज.
I'm telling you, I'm telling
हाँ.
you what he wants. कि गुकेश ना हमारी कमेंट्री सुन रहा है, and then he understood कि golden pawn कभी touch नहीं करना होता. So now he's inviting black to play f5, and he knows that's a bad choice for black. That's his plan.
Hmm. Yes. I think Gukesh वर्ल्ड
साहिल भाई
चैंपियन
शौक
बना
में आ
किस
गए.
लिए? नहीं बना किस लिए गुकेश वर्ल्ड चैंपियन है? I mean, it's not because he wanted to impress his parents, he wanted to achieve his lifelong goal. In fact, he wanted to defeat Ding by rook to f2. वो rook f2 क्यों खेला उसने? Not to lose the world championship, but to tell कि वो वाला pawn है जो कभी चलना नहीं है, because it's the same location as the f2 pawn.
एग्जैक्टली अगर डिंग के पास f2 का पॉन होता तो रुक f2 आता ही ना बोर्ड पे.
Exactly my point. Yeah. So I think it's all a trick basically to stop against the F pawns. Yeah, I think यहाँ पे बहुत ज्यादा partiality हो रही है. So F
Mhm.
pawns के against discrimination रोका जाए. Hashtag save the F pawns. So knight c3 played Sahaj bhai and knight to attack. Of course, black f5 जरूर खेल सकता है. We'll come to this. Maybe jump back to the Arjun game for now and see what happens there.
Oh, absolutely. This is the position. Oh, wait. So this is where we were. He played knight f3. Oh, sorry, knight c6, and now he plays e6. Okay, d4 takes, and now d5. So this is not the direction that I thought that this game would go to.
Yeah.
भाई अगर यहाँ पे cd5, knight d5 करके एक लाइन होती है ना, takes
Really?
and knight d5, if I'm not mistaken. Or is it bishop? Wait, it's bishop d2. You
Uh,
play something and then you play knight d5, something like that. I remember this knight
got it.
d5 idea here.
Got it. But isn't like this feels very solid, right? I think because I'm
Yeah.
not even taking with the pawn on d5 after c takes d5, I'll likely take with the knight. So you don't even have the isolated pawn. I'm threatening to take on c3 and give you a weak pawn. So you have to play or move Sahaj bishop d2 maybe. And then
Mhm.
I play bishop e7, I castle. And maybe this is pretty solid for Arjun. Like Arjun should be happy with this, I guess.
But as you said, now, matlab, I mean, are you expecting that Arjun is okay with a draw here, or do you think
Yeah,
Arjun is banking
yeah,
on the fact that Parham will try to play for a win like he has
yeah.
been? Or,
Yeah.
but which
I
one?
think I think Arjun will be okay with a draw, but he's also kind of expecting and hoping that Parham over pushes. I think that's the range he'll stay in because Parham jitni form mein hai, I think black pieces se kind of having that premeditated mindset, right? Ki is ball pe main nikal ke chhakka marunga hi. That's when the bowler, is gonna bowl a wide ball and you're gonna get stumped. So I think kahin na kahin pe maybe Arjun will be like, let me play calm chess, play solid, be happy with a draw. 4.5 is not a bad score. That's the same score I'm guessing Vidit would have had last year. And I
Mhm.
can push with the white pieces maybe in the next round, live to see another day.
I think that's fair also, considering that he's black as well. I think that's a fair, and also there is a rest day as well. So I
Hmm.
feel I feel like you're right. Maybe this might end quickly as well, but Parham तो हमेशा खेलेगा ना. Parham will always
हाँ.
play. Like he will push until the very end every single game.
परम विल नॉट लेट गो भाई. परम को तो आज जीत के अपना कैंडिडेट स्पॉट ऑलमोस्ट कंफर्म करना है. ही इज लाइक भाई आज ही कर लेता हूँ. इमेजिन यू ड्रॉ दिस देन यू लूज द नेक्स्ट गेम. Suddenly you are out of contention. It just takes 2 games to completely lose your spot. So I think Param will give his best. Meanwhile, Sahaj Bhai, I think one look at the Nihal Sarin game, because maybe the train of the isolated pawn has not ended. And I really like White's position here that he has against Nihal.
Okay, so I think one good thing in Simon's position is that this pawn is not on a4. I really don't like this pawn on a4 because I have
Hmm.
lost a very sad game as white in a very similar position where once I committed a4, black's knight, came to b4 or something like that, and you control the d5 square. Of course, Nihal has just played a6. His point is to play b5 and get the bishop out. Basically, in every IQP position, you want to sort of control the square on d5. जो भी isolated pawn के आगे वाला square होता है, दोनों sides उसी को control करने की कोशिश करती हैं. That's why a6 is on the board. Time is more or less the same. But Nihal thought for, I want to say 4 minutes in the first two moves. So like 2 minutes each. Yeah. So after d4, Nihal took 2 minutes to play d5. And after c4, he took 2 minutes to play d take c4. Maybe I'm over analyzing this, Sahil bhai, but do you think he was surprised by Gumular's, sorry, Simon's opening choice, perhaps?
It is possible, I think. Maybe Nihal, I don't know how many seconds Nihal has with him working for him. I'm not really sure about it, but I think it could have happened that d4 maybe wasn't something they expected. But also because Queen's Gambit accepted, maybe he doesn't play it as often. So he's just being that extra cautious, yeah? Just to kind of constantly remember his lines. Okay, what happens after d takes e4, e4, e3, whatever. So maybe he's just being a bit extra cautious. And time pe he's right now ahead, so maybe I think maybe it's okay. Maybe it's chill for us.
Hmm, I think so. Okay, that's fair.
आज
Why do
भाई,
you? हाँ जी.
सॉरी टू कट यू ऑफ, बट थोड़ा आपके चेहरे पे स्माइल दे सकता हूँ मैं एक, चाहिए क्या?
बताओ बताओ बताओ.
Let's go to Pranav's game against I think Yakubov, and let's go to move number 7. क्या है ये साहज भाई?
What? Okay, okay, okay.
What
Wait, wait. So
is
this is Bogo. Bishop d2 takes. Black plays d5, knight c3, short castle, and by let's go.
I thought castling के लिए this was a no-go, but clearly it is Bogo. Mainline, Sahaj bhai. What is happening? Pawn to h4. The queen is not even on c2. There is no bishop on d3. There is knight g5. Maybe it's possible, but it doesn't feel like a typical position where you play this. What's the idea?
I think he wants to like जब queen c2 पे रहती है तो white tries to play knight g5 to put pressure on h7. But if the queen is on d2, then I'm guessing your plan is to play h5. You provoke h6 because if you don't play h6, then I will play h6 myself and I will have a lot of problems on the dark squares. And once you play h6, then I have g4 g5 incoming because then I have a hook.
Hmm.
Oh, by the way, he plays
Hmm.
knight c6, best move in the position. And now h5 looks interesting to me. Even long castle, bhai.
Oh, bhai. Long castles would be insane if it actually happens over the board. So clearly, Pranav has to be on full guard. He cannot really relax here because unke opponent एक अलग ही mindset से आए. Not to forget, Jakubov is the same guy we saw lose horribly a couple of games in the Uzbekistan Chess Masters. But then he crushed a couple of strong players. I think he crushed Arvind, he crushed Nodirbek.
Hmm.
So he came back spectacularly as well. So he, on his day, can beat anyone. So it's a tough battle, and let's see what happens. Sajbhai, as we look at this game, maybe you also check out the game of Vidit Gujarati. Can you tell us something about the opening there? Very interesting.
Okay, going to Vidit's game. This is the.
By the way, by the way, Aronian has drawn.
What?
What?
Already?
Yeah, against a Dogmas. No, again, a Dogmas has drawn against Mamidyarov, and Aronian has drawn against Nikita Vituko. So two draws already.
Wait, why is Aronian making so many draws here? So if I just look at his stats, because I remember yesterday also he had a quick game. Against Salim Soleh also he drew. Against Chigaev, okay, yeah, he's. Do you think his chances are still alive for the Grand Swiss or no?
Yeah, maybe they are barely alive, but I think it's maybe his opponent was also happy with the draw. Yeah, he just repeated, I think, and maybe Aronian did not have a alternate weapon ready. So fair enough. But also another game, yeah, a Dogmas has ended in a
But
draw. Not something you expect.
I mean, you are kind of caught here. You do expect knight CB5. I remember Vishy sir actually had a loss in this game. No, he won against someone in the world teams in London this year. Because I remember I was actually looking at this for my own games before. And something with B4 happened afterwards, and he had a good position. Maybe Aronian was
Hmm.
expecting that. Also, let's not forget Nikita Vitigov lost his match against Arjun, yeah? So maybe he's not in the best
Hmm.
spirits either.
Hmm. True,
Uh,
true.
should should we switch to Vidit's game?
Hmm.
Okay, so this was the current position. So knight f3, d5, b3 board पे आया. Black goes bishop f5. I think the best move here, at least what I
Hmm.
feel is the most comfortable. Bishop b2, e6 आया and g3. So he does a double fianchetto. Black plays h6 to create space for the bishop to go to h7 if white goes knight h4. Bishop g2 आता है. Knight f6, short castle, bishop e7, d3, short castle and knight to c3. What?
Exactly. This feels weird, right? I thought I was the only one.
No, no, you're definitely not the only one here because usually, Sahil bhai, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the plan to play knight d2 and c4 here?
Exactly.
Like,
I think you played.
then
Yeah.
a3 or whatever, and then you do this I'm just gonna make like random moves from the black side. So knight d2, a6, c4, knight d7. I remember a plan with a3, c6, rook a2, and you put the queen
Yeah.
a1.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
And then,
knight
yeah, yeah.
c3.
I think that's a new idea by Anton Dunchenko. And not to forget, he was on 2 out of 2 in this tournament. So had a great start, but then lost that game, I think, to Pragg or somebody. So I think it's going to be a tough one. But knight c3, definitely not something you play. You don't want to block your c pawn. But apparently, we are still in opening theory, Sahaj. And here, I think bishop h7, just that prophylactic move, is very popular. Even c6 is the move Black has played. So maybe it's a decent idea, but nothing crazy. It's not going to really, change the universe too much.
I mean, you can see Vidit is thinking for some time, around 4.5 minutes. You can check that on the top left corner of the screen
Hmm.
chat. Um, Clearly he doesn't. Oh, well, maybe he knows knight bd2 here, but clearly he doesn't remember what he has prepared, or he's trying to create a strategy. But it's an odd move, knight c3, no? It's like you're blocking your own bishop, you're blocking your own pawn. What could be even the plan here? I fail to understand. Like, oh, maybe he wants to go some queen e1, e4, put the
Yeah.
knight to f4 like that.
Yeah, Saj, I think very likely e4. That's why the bishop went to h7. So very logical play from Vidit. But you know what, Sahaj? Uh, Chat, I think you all must have seen that clip where Gukesh hugs his dad after becoming world champion. Such a wholesome moment, right? I think it brings tears to many everybody because I think you really everybody wants to impress their parents. We saw a similar moment yesterday, I think, where Abhimanyu Mishra, kind of had that high five with his dad. I don't know if you saw that clip, chat.
Mhm.
And if we switch to Abhimanyu Mishra's game, you're going to see something absolutely insane on the board. Can we do this from the beginning, Sahaj Bhai? Because I think we have another star. I don't know, white is the star, black is the star, but the game overall is insane.
But we're getting another Grunfeld on the board, yeah? I mean, it's a Grunfeld day. It's so
And,
strange to actually see this
and it's
opening.
also the winner of Pragg versus winner of Gukesh, right?
Yes, 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 yes.
Oh, yeah.
Bishop g7, bishop c4. Okay, this is pretty normal stuff. Knight c6. Okay, d5. Okay. This is why you keep the knight on e2, yeah, to defend the c3 pawn, and you can push d5. And the bishop c3 का कुछ plan नहीं रहता इधर. So far 13 games played in this position. The main move here is bishop e3, by the way. So
Hmm.
d5 is a huge sidestep by Blue Bomb, but
Hmm.
he all okay. No, he's thought for about 5.5 minutes, and he plays knight a5, attacking the bishop. Bishop retreats back to d3, and now e6,
Sorry,
breaking the integrity.
E6. Let's go a couple of moves. Couple of moves.
Bishop
Again.
b5. अच्छा नहीं
Bishop
नहीं I will
B7.
of course I will ask that.
हाँ हाँ हाँ
Of
हाँ
course,
बस
of
ठीक है
course.
बस ठीक है हाँ हाँ हाँ
Queen
हाँ
a4, just defending the bishop. Black plays b6. Now takes and pawn takes and chat. What is the well? I don't even know how I would describe this move,
Let's
but
just
it's
say
beautiful.
what did White play in this position? I think I don't even know how. I agree with you. I'm not even sure how to classify this move. So what is by White's best move in the position, chat? And कोई कह रहा है कि भाई let's not compare that moment of Gukesh. I think parents को proud करने के लिए you don't always have to become world champion. I think it can be compared. The emotion is the same. And Castles कह रहे हैं Bishop G5. Chat, you're very close actually. Bishop G5 पे there is Bishop B5. So you
Oh,
need
I see an
something.
answer. I see the answer. Reveal it,
Sahaj
Silva.
bhai.
Reveal it.
The move is Bishop to H6. Oh my God. What a move.
And it's a brilliancy.
भाई
I mean,
बनता है भाई.
the point is that you take on h6 and white goes rook d1 and you pin this bishop. And you're kind of hoping that you can take it with the rook because you'll have some discover attacks, towards the black king. But इसलिए black को भी short castle करना बहुत जरूरी है. So black does short castle, and now bishop takes d7, and this is the current position.
Sahaj bhai, if we didn't have engines, पुराने zamane mein, I'm sure, if you could have grandmasters, analyze this position, they would go on for days and maybe not be able to come up with the correct evaluation. This is how complicated this is. Bishop H6. Wow. I mean, what a move. It's just beauty.
And I think it's prep, yeah.
Yeah, likely.
And
I think
just so you
time.
know,
Yeah.
for Blue Bomb, the prep started here in this moment on move 8, where Bishop E3 has around 2,785 games and D5 only has around 13. That's it.
Wow.
So T5 से शुरू हुआ है and it's still continuing until Bishop takes D7, and he still seems to be very much in prep.
I think it's really impressive. Really impressive game so far by Matthews Bluma, who's continuing from his win yesterday. देखते हैं कौन आगे जाएगा. And maybe it's also time to have a look at I think the Abhimanyu game, Sahaj, I think, once, because he won a beautiful game yesterday. Can he continue it today as well? Right now, I kind of like his position against Rapport.
Actually, I think good chances for Abhi here, but if black plays bishop c5, queen c5,
Hmm.
okay, it might fizzle out into a long drawn out endgame. But
Hmm.
Rapport also, trying to sort of qualify here, of course, and he might not simplify the position that easily.
Hmm.
But yeah, seems a bit strange. It
Also,
actually
Rapport,
seems
I
a
think,
bit dry.
yeah. I think Rapport also is a creative player, right? He loves those innovative ideas. So if there is a way to complicate matters, Rapport himself will pounce on it. I don't think Abhimanyu has to do much on that front. So yeah, we'll follow this
Well,
game, of course. Yeah, Sajbhai.
to Rapport's credit, I mean, he did play Sicilian, and then he did go for Taimanov system, which is known to be
Hmm.
very dynamic from the black side. And I think what Abhimanyu chose, I think with Bishop D3 is considered to be a very solid option here for white. Like you can play Queen D2, Queen F3 and F4 or A3. There are many other dynamic variations, but he chose
Hmm.
Bishop D3, which is, I think, historically one of the most solid variations here for white. So there's not much that black can do in this
Hmm.
in this situation, and this could be a strategy for Abhimanyu as well. Yeah, okay, I mean, okay, try more, and eventually, he strikes at the right moment.
Yeah, agreed. I think keeping it very calm is a very good strategy against Rapport. I remember with it. In fact, Rapport, I think, constantly plays this E4, E5, D3, E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6, D3, then puts the bishop on
Mm-hmm.
G2. Like he's known for these creative openings. So I
Mm-hmm.
think playing something very solid against Rapport would not be a bad choice. So as these guys think, Sajay, maybe we could do the Pragg game because we have a lot of developments there, and let's try to figure out what's happening.
Bhai, I also think the Abhimanyus of this tournament are having their own battle, yeah, because I think as a I mean, when you're a good chess player, you want to be the best one with your own name, right?
Hmm.
So now Abhimanyu Mishra is kind of knocking on the door. Ke bhai, we are around 10 points away, so Abhimanyu Puranik also has to keep up with it. It's
True,
fun.
true, true. By the way, chat is saying साल में चेस इंडिया से बार्स भाई अगर उधार ही मांगे तो कैमरा मांग लेता. सागर भाई कोई उधार मांग लेता भाई लिटरली फिर.
Mm.
कैमरा भाई बार क्या करना है, बार तो चलेगा भाई, बार तो वी कैन लिव विद. हाँ साज भाई कंटिन्यू.
So this is the position. Knight f3, bishop g7 hua. E3 he plays, short castle, bishop to d2. And now Rolf plays c5, dc5, and knight to a6. Um, both players have thought for about 10 minutes here. Although the
Hmm.
follow-up for Pragg is pretty much forced, he has to take on d5, and Black also has to take on c5, and then he goes bishop to c4, sort of defending the d5 pawn, and he castles on the short side. Like temporarily, I think White ke paas ek extra pawn hai, um, but it should get taken soon because b6,
Hmm.
bishop b7 is a possibility. Some bishop if कुछ तो a6 b5 करके भी कोई options होंगे यहाँ पे, but yeah, temporarily he should be a pawn up.
Yeah, and I think time-wise, both players have taken some time on the clock, so it doesn't feel like hardcore prep for either of them. Maybe they are both kind of feeling the position as they go along. And Pragg, of course, is on 3 points right now, chat. It is almost a must win if he wants to qualify to the candidates via this format. But of course, he also has a great shot via the FIDE circuit. Meanwhile, I think let's jump to the Arjun game, Sahaj, because your move bishop d2 was played on the board. So he avoids damage to his pawn structure. Now, if black takes, I take with the bishop, and the bishop is marvelously played or placed on c3. Yeah, attacking the
Mhm.
black king side. So Arjun is not so cooperative, plays bishop e7. And now we are in that position that we kind of imagined. But Maghsoodloo has taken 13 more minutes. Very interesting for me that he's already thinking for much longer.
Interesting indeed, because I think here you have two different types of ideas. One is that you can play e4 and you can say, okay, take the knight, I will take back, and you try to develop the bishop maybe to d3 or to c4 or somewhere, on this diagonal. Or the other option, which I think is quite interesting, is to play g3 here
Hmm.
and to develop the bishop via g2, and where, I mean, arguably you're taking an extra move to develop this bishop, but it will be the most active on this diagonal, no?
I agree, actually. I really don't think after e4 takes, White's really going to have some serious pressure on the king side. I think black should be okay. Knight d7, knight f6, always in the air to protect the king side if need be.
Mm-hmm.
I do like your plan g3, bishop g2, typical, yeah, Catalan type of position. And you can see the bishop on c8 doesn't have a great square because there's a knight on d4, can't really come to c6, and you have to play b6 maybe. But then, of course, White will be the first one to put that bishop on g2. So b6 will not be easy to play either. Yeah? That will leave you tactically vulnerable. As you can see, bar is already up. So yeah,
Hmm.
Saj bhai, maybe that is the best way to move forward for Para Maghsoodloo.
I think that's what he's thinking about. Because e4 is more practical, like more intuitive for me at least, because you're, as up center में pawn है, आप piece को attack कर रहे हो and all of those things. But g3 is, the more you think about it, g3 makes a lot of sense. So
Yeah.
maybe that's what he's thinking about here. So I think we're gonna have a game here for sure.
Yeah, and Sarabhai, can we make a note of that? I think for the next stream, let's have the bars of all games we have set it up before. We might be able to do so. Let's just at least figure out if it is possible. Let's make a note for it and try to get it done tomorrow. That would be really helpful. We can also add it in place of the accuracy, actually. So I think it might be very helpful as we go into the second half of the tournament. Watch Firuzja game. It's looking like freestyle. Uh, we can check it out. I think Firuzja, not to forget, is one of those players who is the favorite also to win. Although I don't think it's freestyle. I think it's pretty mainstream theory, Saj bhai.
Yeah, yeah. This is still main. This is called the Moscow system, bishop b5 check, and इसमें बहुत normal होता है. The white plays rook e1 and brings the bishop back to f1. So nothing, I think, out of the ordinary. Maybe the only weird thing in this position is that he played bishop f1 while losing a tempo, right? So generally speaking, अगर आपका bishop b5 check पे है, knight d7 short castle, like if black plays knight f6 immediately, तो मैं rook e1 खेल सकता हूँ यहाँ पे, एंड a6 के बाद मेरा बिशप डायरेक्टली f1 पे आता है.
Hmm.
बट इन दिस केस ही प्लेड a6 फर्स्ट, बिशप d3 आता है, नाइट gf6, ही प्लेज c3. बाई c3 का आइडिया ये है टू प्ले बिशप c2 एंड d4, राइट? सो ही गोज
Hmm.
g6, rook e1, एंड देन ही प्लेज बिशप f1. नाउ दैट्स a bit odd to me.
Agreed, and I think you've kind of wasted a move. And Firuzja, unless there's a clear idea behind this, which I don't see at first glance, I think Firuzja will be very happy with this. that he's gained a tempo in that structure. So,
Why
um,
Ali
uh,
Reza is playing a Iranian championship in this event already his second one. Amin
That's
tabai.
a good point actually. He's playing his old countrymen, quite a few of them in this tournament, and he's already lost to one. So he
Mm-hmm.
must be not so happy about that, maybe. But yeah, some people saying why we don't have cams. Yeah, it was very expensive actually. We couldn't really get the cams for this event. We tried our best, but yeah, so I think it wasn't really possible. Pragg and Arjun to finish top two. Let's hope for that. I think that would be amazing. Both players would qualify to the candidates. By the way, people saying why not Gukesh's game? That's the game we're going to jump to right now because काफी टाइम से उनके ओपोनेंट सोच रहे थे. You can see he has 1 hour 13 minutes on the clock, Sahaj, a 30-minute time difference. And can we look at the last couple of moves?
So it's c5, bishop c7, knight c3, and he does not play f5. Yeah, he doesn't take the bait. He goes bishop f5 because Nicholas knows golden pawn ऐसे नहीं touch करते. But and then he goes knight g5, almost immediately. Yeah, and he puts pressure on the e4 knight. And if you go knight takes g5, then probably bishop takes f5. And this is apparently okay for black, uh, equalish, but looks like it's going to be a fighting game. I feel like, after Gukesh's loss, he's in full force. He
Hmm.
wants to get back as quickly as possible, and you can see that from, his time. Like, usually it takes more time, yeah, in the opening.
Agreed. And also, I think knight g5. I don't know if you saw the clip of him resigning against Ayman yesterday. Like, he was just, uh, you could see, like, he was low in energy at that point. He could not believe basically what just happened. And I think today, as you mentioned, he'll be coming back with vengeance. He really wants that win. He wants to prove a point to the world, to himself. And he is the world champion. Pura tournament. गुकेश से ही मैच करने के लिए सेटअप है टेक्निकली राइट सो दैट्स द
Hmm.
पर्पस of this entire event, and you really want to do well in the qualification event of your own world championship cycle. So right now, I think he has a new opening idea in mind. Knight g5. Saga, if we take, as you mentioned, bishop f5, white gets the bishop pair, although black is absolutely fine. Apart from knight g5, could you just play rook e8? Because I'm thinking, if I am black, I want to exchange as many pieces as possible. So let's just exchange everything if possible.
Actually, no, because if you in this position, knight c takes e4 is good, d takes e4, and bishop goes out to c4, attacking f7. And then there are some ideas like f3, may some in some positions f4, and some in some positions g4 as well, which seem to be quite dangerous. Like for example, rook e7 to defend f7 pawn. White goes queen b3, attacking both b7 and f7 here. Bishop goes back to g6 to defend this. Of course, we cannot take on b7 क्योंकि यहाँ पे एक discovered check आ रही है and you will lose the queen. So white plays f4 here. And now
Wow.
the plan is to play f5 and f6. And if you on percent, then here एक rook भी sort of add हो जाएगा, in this equation. And let's not forget that queen b7 is also a possibility because h2 is no longer a check.
And very interesting, once you en passant here, the best move is not knight takes, but rook takes, allowing rook e1 check, but king f2 is just winning for white. Wow.
Wow. Okay, that's exciting. That's very
Yeah,
exciting.
because this is the queen d4 check, king e1, queen g1 check, and now rook f1, and white is just winning. So, very interesting position. I think Gukesh has found an interesting idea, and maybe we're going to see this opening more and more in other games as well.
For sure. And chat में कोई पूछ रहा है सहज भाई, does Gukesh today's opening, you mean is if his opening is from his world championship preparation? And it could be. It could very well be, or it could be something from the candidates, or it could be something more recent as well. But the good thing is that I think it's a fresh idea inside Petrov, which is a heavily, I think, played variation amongst the top players, and I think amongst everyone else as well. So I think this is a good idea, and you are
Yeah.
right. I think a lot of players are going to follow this idea later on.
Yeah, and two important questions. One is Avani Mishra lost his last classical game against Fabi in 2024. So that tells you what an amazing streak the youngest grandmaster ever is on. And also a point by Nandesh ki Pragg should not play World Cup. He should take rest and play other opens. I think I disagree. I think Pragg has played a lot of events and World Cup तक अभी बहुत time है to recover. I don't think he's playing any more events after the Grand Swiss, right, Sahaj? And if he's not playing any more events, I think World Cup starts, let's say, on 1st, 2nd November, right? He will likely get a bye for the first round. So he has a lot of time till then, and he can kind of recover. He can also practice. And World Cup really, I think, is his format. He reached the finals last time and only lost to Magnus Carlsen, who might not even play this time. So this is a chance for him to simply win the World Cup, Saj.
I think Pragg would be my like sort of my choice. I think for the World Cup for sure because of the reasons that you mentioned, and I think also not playing this event I think is probably not the best idea because uh you also want to be warmed up. You also want even if you don't even if you may not have chances to finish top two, you're still playing top players, and that kind of keeps that energy for the big event. So you don't want to not play chess for the next 2 months and then having to play World Cup. That might be a bit difficult. I mean, I think the same thing we were discussing, last year when Gukesh was playing the World Championship, and we were discussing, oh, is he going to play the Olympiad or not? Or is it a good idea for him to play the Olympiad or not? And it, I mean, now we know that it was a wonderful decision, yeah, because everything worked out so perfectly for him there. And
Yeah.
I think this is no different.
And without him, we wouldn't have won gold. Yeah, I think his amazing performance there on board one, beating players like Fabi and others was absolutely amazing. And of course, as his opponent in this game goes down, I think he's already 36 minutes behind. Another question in the chat is, if I'm not wrong, only Hikaru and Fabi have qualified for candidates till now officially. No, actually, only Fabi has qualified. I think two other players you can kind of argue have unofficially qualified, and they are Pragg and Hikaru. Hikaru via the rating spot, and Pragg via the FIDE circuit. So you can kind of say out of 8 players, you know the name of 3 players, and there's one Indian there, that is Pragnananda, and we have 5 spots remaining, जिसमें से 2 यहाँ पे cover हो जाएंगे. So after this event ends, Sahaj bhai, technically 5 spots would be over. Yeah, only 3 spots to go, and they all will be available at the World Cup. Just one event.
So basically, in like 2 months' time, we're going to know the truth.
Oh yeah, I think within 2 months we'll know who are the players who are going to play the candidates from March 25th, 2026. That's when the candidates tournament starts. We don't know the location. An important question अब आई गया topic पे तो Sahaj bhai and chat. Would you prefer the candidates happening in India, or would you think it happening somewhere else puts less pressure on the Indian players? Let's keep in mind ki, they did actually win. Gukesh actually won while it was being held in Canada. So what is your take?
I would love it if it's held in Budapest.
भाई हर चीज बुडापेस्ट में नहीं होती भाई कम से कम दूसरी
क्या
सिटी का नाम
ओलंपियाड
बोलो
हुआ, इतना बढ़िया ओलंपियाड हुआ था, and there is I mean so many different events happened here every single month, and why not? Delhi तो
कोई कह
नहीं
रहा है
भाई.
दिल्ली नहीं कोई यार टिक की बार कितनी बार पूछोगे भाई मैं कैंडिडेट्स का मैंने आज तक नहीं पूछा है भाई आई थिंक वी हैव टॉक्ड अबाउट द वर्ल्ड कप बट नॉट द कैंडिडेट्स कैंडिडेट्स की लोकेशन अभी आई थिंक दे जस्ट रिलीज द बिड्स फॉर कैंडिडेट्स आई थिंक अ कपल ऑफ मंथ्स बैक और समथिंग सो दैट्स गोना बी एन एक्साइटिंग मैच and of course last time it was not easy to follow yeah agreed there Mr. Kalp I think we had to stay up all night for the candidates याद है भाई कितना सुबह 7-8 बजे खत्म होते थे games and still the entire nation tuned in because we wanted to see an Indian world champion and now we have one. So it's a great time to be an Indian chess fan. And meanwhile, as we kind of admire these players, maybe it's also time to look at their games. So Gukesh's opponent is right now in deep thought. Can we go to the game of maybe
I I
Nihal
have a
Sahaj? Or
I
huh,
have a game that I want to show you very quickly,
huh.
and this game is I think you know this player, yeah, Maurizi. I think he's a World Junior Champion, and he has defeated Artemiev, MVL, and Vincent Keimer back to back. Okay, so three sort of 2700 players, two of them 2750 players back to back. And today he's playing against Anish, and it
So
seems like he has a sizable advantage already out of the opening.
so I know Maurice Sahaj, as you mentioned, he's one strong players, but उनके opponent कौन है? उनके बारे में थोड़ा बताएंगे आप?
मतलब आई थिंक एक है बंदा जो ट्वीट बहुत करता है एंड ही
अच्छा,
लव्स
ओ,
इट। हाँ,
ट्विटर पे एक्टिव है? अच्छा, मैं फॉलो कर
ट्विटर
रहा
पे
था।
बहुत
नाइस,
एक्टिव है ये बंदा।
नाइस,
तभी
नाइस,
तो
नाइस,
सोच
नाइस।
रहा है अभी ट्वीट करेगा।
हाँ, नाइस, नाइस, नाइस। Can anyone tell me when is the World Championship? I think the World Championship usually ends around Magnus Carlsen's birthday because I remember एक time पे ऐसा था, he used to celebrate the World Championship and his birthday at the same time, but usually happens in November, and that will be 2026. So next year, I think March April में candidates होगा, and then November में we'll have the World Championship. Gukesh तो of course खेलेंगे ही, and Saj might take us through the opening position.
Yeah, so basically it was the night of. So this is Anish's, I would say, pet line. He also created one of the most famous chessable courses on it. Lifetime Reporters, some night of variation, and he here Maurizi plays knight to b3, which is okay, not the main variation here. Um, And Anish responds with e6, bishop e3, knight c6, and now he goes g4. So attacking on the king side via g5. And he plays b5, by the way, and g5 happens on the board. And at least according to the engine, there is a very big advantage for Maurizi here.
Yeah. And I think the pawn, G pawn moving up already, and you have to be very careful about castling king side already. And Morisi already trying to, get his next victim, Saj Bhai. I mean, what is Morisi having for lunch? I would love to have the same because he's just crushing everyone.
Absolutely. And now I think the position is also okay. Maybe it's too early to say right now. Anish is thinking there is b4 and knight d7, two moves possible. If you play b4, then you can put pressure on the e4 pawn and maybe even invite this gf6 type of lines, which is not actually very good for white. And white must play knight a4 and sack this pawn on e4. Okay, not an easy decision. And then the other move is you can go knight d7. So this is where Anish is thinking. I think a
Hmm.
very impressive feat by Mauricio, not just because of his results, but also, getting Anish to think in the Najdorf on move 9 is not an easy task, I think, because he's
Yeah.
just so good. He just knows everything. He's been playing it his whole life.
Yeah, I mean, he literally has a three-part course on the night of, so I guess a
Mm.
three-part, right? So I mean, it's very
It's
impressive.
it's like
Uh,
one of the biggest and one of the most popular courses of Chessable,
hmm,
essentially. Like
hmm,
everyone has it,
yeah,
including
yeah.
myself, of course. By the way, B4
Yeah.
played.
Yeah, and Anish plays before tax the night, and meanwhile, Nidhi while telling us that and in fact, I saw this reel yesterday. Hans Niemann yesterday was signing some autographs, and a kid walks up to him, and then he's like, takes a picture, and picture के बाद पूछता है, भाई आपका नाम क्या है?
Oh, that's cute though.
Happens to
That's
the
cute
best of
though.
us. Yeah, I think Hans Niemann फिर एक मस्त सी smile देते हैं. He knows that kid will know his name pretty soon, and yeah. Sajan, maybe we can jump to the game of Nihal once. Would love to know your opinion because I think that game is sharpening up quite spectacularly.
Ooh, okay. So IQP tha board pe. I think we left it somewhere around here. And he goes bishop f4. So bishop to hamesha f4 pe aana chahiye, the London bishop. B5, bishop b3, bishop b7. So keeping that pressure on the d5 square. White goes rook c1, bishop to b4, and now he plays bishop g5. So I would say the first kind of slight inaccuracy by Simon here. Apparently the move is quite crazy. White had to find knight g5 here with the idea of knight takes f7. That looks
Oh wow.
ridiculous.
Yeah, that's literally ridiculous. Yeah, you don't play that stuff.
Hmm.
Hmm. Okay,
So
bishop
bishop
g5.
g5.
Logical. क्या समझ में?
So bishop g5, I'm guessing this is a more logical move, yeah, because you want to play d5 and as we mentioned a bit earlier that black wants to occupy d5, white wants to push d5 because the whole battle is around the this d5 square. That's where the IQP comes in and the bishop kind of pins the knight. So, d5 is more likely in this position. I'm somehow getting a feeling that this game will end quickly. Like, I don't see the dynamic stuff here. I feel like d5 खेलने के बाद सारे pieces exchange हो जाएंगे
Hmm.
and that's it.
Yeah, I think depends on Gumularz as well. Does he really want to push? I think he's had a fantastic tournament as well so far, and he wouldn't like to spoil it before the rest day. So a draw might be a decent result for both players. And meanwhile, Sahaj, if we jump to the Arjun Erigaisi game, the leaderboard matchup, uh, G3 was played by Param
Oh.
Maghsoodloo. So he likes that idea. And now Arjun plays the best move, Bishop to F6, attacking that central knight on d4.
Hmm. So now, can we play my move with knight db5 or no? Or oh, maybe it's not good because you cannot, because I will play a6 and knight d5. Oh no, queen d5 तो possible ही नहीं है. So can I play
Uh,
this?
Maybe it's possible. And after ed5, you can at least argue, okay, you have a isolated pawn. Although maybe it's not the best scenario, right? Because knight c3, I have d4 already if I want to. And
Mm-hmm.
somehow your bishop on d2 looks a bit weird now, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly, because it's the same kind of situation as the game of Nihal, because but this is of course much better for Arjun because he's already controlling the d4 square. Like knight c3 के बाद directly d4 आ रहा है board पे, and I think
Hmm.
that kind of solves all of his problems, and I think he gets into a good position. But पर हम सोचते हुए यहाँ पे apparently the move is quite weird, I think, to me. Like you're supposed to play e3 here. And I was always taught that you should never play e3 and g3 together.
And let's not forget, yeah, e3 blocks your own bishop on d2 as well. So, I mean, of course, if black takes on c3 cooperates, that might be helpful. But what if he doesn't? Your bishop on d2 is just stuck there on that ridiculous square.
Perhaps you can take on d5 at the right moment and develop the
Hmm.
bishop via c3, but it definitely looks odd.
Agreed. And chat usually nahi khelte because I think after e3 and g3 you have a bunch of weak light squares, and we do have the white bishop here which can control them. But imagine kal ko bishops exchange ho jaye, then after the move e3 if you can have on the board, ye sare light squares weak ho sakte hain like d3, e2, f3, g2, h3, e4. All these squares become really weak, and your bishop on d2 is kind of blocked by all these pawns as well. So not recommended, but the engine somehow likes it, Sahaj. Is there an alternative we can go for? Maybe not e3, something else.
I mean, your knight is under attack. Knight db5 is one move, and I don't want to play knight b3 because I feel anytime I take on c3, you're going to be left with an isolated pawn, and I don't want that. Plus, I mean, let's not forget knight b3 ke baad knight c3, bc3. I might have moves like queen d5 because remember you haven't played bishop g2 yet.
Hmm.
Um, so just by eliminating all the logical choices, I think e3 knight db5 is the only way.
Wow. So would you say, chat and Sahaj bhai, Arjun has won the opening battle so far?
Yes, 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 for sure.
Hmm. That's a great
This
bonus if
is
that, yeah.
amazing, I think.
So I think we can sum it up with that word amazing, Sahaj bhai. Let's have a 30-second look at the Divya Deshmukh game because it seems like it's really heading towards the end game already, the latter half of the middle game. What do you make of this?
I feel like I've seen this position before.
Yeah,
Like
yeah. That
somewhere.
that Vidit Endgame, yeah. Rook A4, I think, Abhimanyu Puranik game.
Yeah, probably, but I feel like I've seen it before. Like I feel like I've
Hmm.
looked at this maybe in a game of mine or maybe while calculating something. But okay, position is super balanced for now, but Sarjisen is gonna take on A7 and Divya is gonna take on E2. I think both of them happening as we speak.
Hmm.
But one thing, I'm really impressed with here is Divya's opening preparation. I mean, it's been
Hmm.
fantastic. No, each game that she has played, she has gotten a great position straight out of the opening.
Agreed. And I think we might see that she has, 2 points and maybe not the best tournament. I would say she's gaining rating points here in this field. That's really hard to do. And she even defeated 2650 player Amin Basim, who was a former 2730 just 2 rounds back. So today, I think she's playing some good chess as well. I think White will try to push with A4, but technically, Sahaj, maybe this one, if Divya plays well, should end in a draw, right?
I mean, just look at the time. Yeah, Sarjisen having only an hour and 8 minutes, and
Yeah,
Divya has an hour and 35 minutes. So, and 16 moves have been played. This makes me think that Divya is still very much in prep. And if this is prep for her and she knows it, then it's a simple position. I think this might end up in a draw very, very quickly.
agreed. And meanwhile, कई लोग कह रहे हैं गुकेश के गेम में टाइम सिचुएशन इज इनसेन. So can we check that out, Sahaj? How insane are we talking?
Wow, an hour and 44 minutes. गुकेश के बोर्ड पे नहीं देखने को मिलता ना कभी भी. Like an hour and 44 minutes. He always thinks.
Yeah, and look at this now. Actually, he played knight takes c3, which was not the best move. I think Gukesh must have been hoping for it. And now already black should not take on d3. If you take on d3, queen takes d3, it is winning. Because, chat, question for you. There is queen h7 checkmate threatened. Black, let's say, blocks with g3. White to play, chat. What is the best move for white to really crush black? Because bishop d3 is actually losing on the spot. That to me is crazy, Sajbhai.
Absolutely. And by the way, a lot of people finding it. It is Queen H3 indeed. Queen Knight H7 भी बोल रहा है. That's a nice move as well. It's very creative, but I think you simply lack enough pieces to conduct an attack. But Queen
Yeah.
H3 is accurate and H5. इसके बाद की जो चाल है साहिल भाई ये मैं नहीं बोल सकता because I don't recommend moves like that. You know, I just don't recommend moves. So आप बता दो ये चाल यार. मैं नहीं.
So so usually I think यहाँ पे कई बार white g4 भी खेलता है, but I think there is a move like queen d7 which pins that pawn, and उसके बाद queen trade हो जाएगा, so you can't play it yet. इसकी वजह से you can actually just completely piss off Sahaj bhai by playing pawn to f4. Sorry Sahaj bhai, but I think इंजन कह रहा है तो खेलना पड़ेगा. Pawn to
हाँ.
f4. And now you're threatening moves like f5 and so on, and this is just going to blow open the king side, and white is just winning. So, yeah, crazy position.
Absolutely. And by the way, we do have moves on the board after knight c3, bc3. He went for queen to f6. So clearly he sees the potential of the attack on the h7 pawn. And yes,
What? Okay, chat, I think आज आपको थोड़ा दिमाग लगाना पड़ेगा. आज आप लोगों की हम 100 रेटिंग बढ़ाने वाले हैं भाई.
mhm.
So, chat, queen f6 on the board. And now I kind of get what was the difference between queen c8 and queen e7. What do you think is the best move for white here, chat? I think there are a couple of nice moves, but एक crazy चाल है जिसको देख के थोड़ा सा ना बस ऐसे हो जाता है भाई, ऐसे शॉक.
Right. मजा तो आ रहा है देख के but somehow I tried to close the engine and try to think about this position myself, and what I don't understand is can I reveal the move?
हाँ हाँ बिल्कुल. I think chat has
So
found it, by the way. G4.
Absolutely. So well done, chat. So G4, I think you're kind of provoking bishop D3 in this position. So if black goes bishop takes D3, queen takes D3, and now just queen G6, why is this why is this bad? Because now, okay, I get that G4 is no longer a weakness in any sense क्योंकि queen trade हो रही है. But what's the follow up here?
Sachwa, I think that's definitely going to happen in the game, and I think we're going to see it, in action as Gukesh plays it. Uh, can we go back for a second? Because after Queen D3, I think Queen G6, the move you mentioned, is the best one. But after G6, again, the same idea, we again have Queen H3 threatening mate,
Hmm.
and you don't even have h5 this time because my pawn is already on g4, so queen g7 khelna padega, but that is already a bit uncomfortable. Yeah, now knight f3 threatening bishop h6.
Ooh. Oh, knight f3 is nice. Knight f3 is very nice. Yes, bishop h6. Oh, by the way, he has not played it so far, so maybe
Yeah,
either Gukesh is not on the board or he's trying to recollect his thoughts. But as far as I can see, g4 is a kind of a mandatory idea here to keep your advantage. Like अगर आप rook b1 भी खेल सकते हो, but उसके बाद भी आपको g4 ही खेलना है because
हाँ
if you wait a little bit and allow the knight to develop to d7 and rook to e8, then black just gets too comfortable, and then the position is not just equal, might even be slightly better for black, क्योंकि white का ये pawn structure थोड़ा सा भी awkward है, क्योंकि once black breaks with b6, this pawn structure could become a problem. So Gukesh has to kind of act fast, and that's why a move like g4 makes a lot of sense here. um
Agreed. And in fact, h6 is the move incoming as well. And आपका ये knight g5 plan is going to look very stupid if we just have to come back to f3 and do nothing. So I think that knight g5 was the star piece when we saw those queen d3, queen h3 ideas. So इसका मतलब g4 has to be played. चाहे आप rook b1, b6 and then g4 खेलो, चाहे आप डायरेक्टली g4 खेलो, it has to be played. But knowing how fast Gukesh has been playing, I would expect him to know this, Saj. If he doesn't know g4, it's hard to find over the board, and then suddenly his entire opening idea falls apart.
Great point. And my question is, what if I went for queen f3 immediately? So essentially, I'm doing the same thing. Yeah, I'm still provoking the bishop to take on d3. So once you take on d3, I will capture back with my queen. And now I think, I mean, on the board at least, you have to evaluate the same position with the pawn on g4 and the same position with the pawn on g2,
Hmm.
right? So I'm gonna say queen g6 as well. So what I don't understand is, why is the pawn on g4 so good? Like, that's what doesn't make sense to me. Like, why is it better?
That's a
Is it
good
because
question. I think, yeah.
I'm gaining space? Is it because I don't have any back rank problems in the future? Or
I think it's the former Saj, but I think it's maybe a bit of space, right? Because after the queens, and कई लोग chat में कह रहे हैं कि it does weaken your king, but I think after g4 you're basically forcing a queen trade. So that's why g4 is not risky, and why is it better than, let's say, not playing g4? I agree with Saj. I think the former reason, maybe gaining some space, having king g2 coming up in one move, it could just mean a saving of a move later on in the game, right? So I can already play h3, and then my kingside space advantage is already there. So it could just be an endgame thing, Saj, where I save a move, for
hmm,
example, somewhere.
I think that's a good point. But however, after a move like g4, what another thing that I'm thinking about is, I don't have to play bishop d3. What if I just return, or like retreated the bishop back to g6, and now I'm a bit scared. Now I'm a bit scared, right? Because I'm thinking I just played g4, and there are queens on the board, so maybe although the queen is completely useless on f6, there are no possible squares that it can go to. Like, look at it. It's so bad, actually. But yeah, this is probably is what's going through Gukesh's mind right now.
Agreed. I think if somehow you could utilize this, that would be amazing. And that's why I think that knight on g5 is such an important piece, because now, Sahaj, you can play pawn to f4. And again, that wouldn't have been possible if your knight had to come back to f3. That's why I think g4 is so important. Now, f5 trapping the bishop is a threat. So you have to take queen takes g3, queen g6. And now the difference, chat, I don't have to trade queens. White can actually play f5. And the question is, Saj bhai, black queen के पास square कहाँ है?
F6, but it just looks so bad. It looks really bad for black here,
Queen
I have to
f6,
say.
queen h3 lost, actually.
Really. Queen
Wow.
h3, h6. Because you have this hook now, so you can maybe
Yeah.
retreat with knight f3 and push g5 at the right
Yeah,
moment.
that's why I think he has to play g4. By the way, we don't see any moves just yet in the Gukesh board, but I think this is a critical moment. Gukesh is like 50 minutes ahead, so that's a good sign. And Saj bhai, do you think Gukesh has won the opening battle?
I mean, for sure. 40-minute advantage says that.
Yeah, yeah, agreed,
I
agreed.
mean, doesn't matter
Rakesh,
the evaluation by 40-minute advantage.
true. Rakesh in the chat saying Param mentioned in the interview that he's super tired and looking forward to the rest day. Will he play for a quick draw? I think that might be something he that might show in the end game. So maybe if there's a chance, he has an option to take a draw or push slightly more. He might agree to one. But I think starting off, maybe he might not go for the draw instantly. And we see that instantly, Sahaj, with your move. Knight D B5 on the board and no e3 there. And now Arjun has been thinking for a while.
Yeah, I think we were discussing something like a6 and then some ideas with knight d5 and pawn takes d5. Now that's not an easy decision by Arjun because your eye always goes to the queen. So maybe he says, okay, oh, by the way, played by
Wow.
Arjun.
The best move, by the way, played again. And now, chat, you could play knight a3, but I think that's an awkward square for the knight, especially because black at some point might play b5, and that would just limit the knight. So knight a3 possible, but maybe not the best. The other option is to, I think, take on d5. And chat, question for you, basic question, but of course, why can't I take with the queen and attack the rook on h1? साज भाई रुक अटैक करना मुझे बहुत पसंद है भाई, तो मैं क्यों नहीं कर
Mhm.
सकता ये?
Good question. By the way, knight d5 played, and Arjun didn't go queen d5 in this position. And yes, absolutely correct. By the way, some moves are coming in really, really fast here. ed5 is what he plays. After queen d5, we had knight c7 check, and it's a crazy fork here. You can,
Yeah.
everything is under attack. And e takes e5 के बाद white goes knight c3, and now immediately played by Arjun d4. भाई क्या चल रहा है?
Wow, the best move yet again. And now, chat, I think 94 is an automatic move, right? I really don't see any other good squares. So, now an important question in my head. Is Arjun going to put the bishop back? Is that bishop worth saving by spending a tempo, or do you think he's okay if white just takes on f6 and gets the bishop pair?
I would try to save this bishop because even though the knight is super active, I feel like it's also a bit trapped. Like bishop e7
Hmm.
ke baad na, I feel I have these moves like f5 and the knight literally is trapped in the center. Like you don't have c5,
Hmm.
c3, g3, g5. None of them the none of them are working for the knight here. So I'm guessing some I'm guessing something like rook c1 or bishop. How do you save this knight even?
Yeah, maybe rook c1, your idea, Saj. I think just I have knight c5 now
Okay, rook
in case of
c1.
f5. And black, I think,
But isn't
logically
there
would castle.
queen
Hmm.
d5? So f5, knight c5, and queen d5. Wow, why is the bar going
Ooh,
up?
that's interesting, actually.
What am I missing?
I mean, I don't want to play f3. That would be horrendous.
Also
Oh,
c5
wait.
hangs, yeah?
Yeah, but I think there's b4 at the end, yeah?
Ah, okay. Is that good
But
though? f3.
uh, let's play it out and see why. f3 looks ugly to me. No, not
No, no,
good,
no,
yeah?
no. No,
Rook
no, no.
g1 you have to play. Wow.
Okay, now this becomes a Parham type position, yeah?
Hmm.
He would love this. Bishop
Yeah,
c5
yeah.
pe b4 and now bishop g2 well planned. So yeah, some tricks for I mean it's a complicated battle for both players here. I don't think one side is better. I saw it somewhere in the chat that people were saying that black is better already. Wouldn't really say that क्योंकि कुछ भी अभी stable नहीं है.
और साथ में स्टेबल से आया ये आई हैड अ फ्रेंड ही वाज लाइक यार एफ पॉन कभी पुश नहीं करना चाहिए सो व्हाट वुड यू से अबाउट योर सजेशन ऑफ पुटिंग द बिशप बैक एंड देन पुशिंग द पॉन टू f5 लाइक कुछ शब्द उसके बारे में कहना चाहेंगे आप?
Um, you should push it only if you are attacking something. नहीं तो नहीं या फिर कुछ जान बचाने के लिए F pawn टच कर सकते हो नहीं तो नहीं कभी भी नहीं.
Hmm.
बट यार धोखा धोखा हो रहा है तो बाय द वे मूव्स हैज बीन प्लेड 94 ऑलरेडी हियर की ये तो खेल ही दिया था उसने बट या नाउ द
या
क्वेश्चन बिशप e7 और नॉट.
आई थिंक आई एम मिसिंग अश्नीर गोवर यहाँ पे भाई एक वर्ड का इस्तेमाल करना था मुझे बट ओके आई टेक इट 94 played and now important choice chat so does he try to save the bishop e7 does he just castle and say कि भाई मारना है मार दो ये बिशप हुआ तुम्हारा लेकिन हम तब भी पीस डेवलप करेंगे so couple of options for Arjun and that I think that 20-minute lead Sahaj could be very valuable. I think that's a lot of time. Imagine just having 10 minutes 30 minutes. I think Arjun का जो style of play है to play quickly, do you think that could work well against somebody like Maghsoodloo who's known to take a lot of time?
Could be, but I think we are on move 12 and still has an hour on the clock. And I've I'm just I think before we reach that stage of move 40 or whatever, and they get an additional time, I feel your position already काफी simplified हो सकती है. By the way, Arjun
Hmm.
doesn't do it. He goes bishop e7. He doesn't want a draw.
Yeah,
He
he
doesn't
saves
want
the bishop.
simplifications. F5
Uh,
incoming.
Hello, NM Saltu. Please listen to me. Today, my predictions are top three Indians to win. Gap, Gukesh, Arjun.
Sahil
Who's
bhai,
Gap? Hmm.
just be right back in like a 1 second.
Huh. Who's Gap by? I don't know who Gap is, but Gukesh, Pragg, Arjun. Yeah, I think we are hoping all of them win, and they have to. Honestly, it's not even a choice. At least for Pragg and Arjun, Pragg and Gukesh. Sorry, they don't even have a choice. They have to win if they want to maintain their chances to finish in top two. He did save the bishop chat, and now White has to find a way to save the knight. I think I like that move, bishop e7, because अब परम को थोड़ा सोचना पड़ेगा. Of course, he has seen rook c1, but he's trying to now understand rook c1, knight c5. Is it good for me? And जितना choices आप परम को ऑफर करोगे उतना टाइम वो ले सकता है. In fact, he might have played. What? What? Oh my God! Did he? सहज भाई, सुसु बाद में भाई, जल्दी आओ भाई, क्या खेल दिया बंदे ने. परम मकसूदलू, what a beast! He played pawn to h4.
भाई मेरे
भाई
को
मूव
वहां
देखो,
तक
भाई मूव देखो. Oh my God, भाई परम is going for the kill. h4.
clearly not a good move. But looks very, very sharp, no? Because if anytime black goes short castle, you will have knight g5 as a potential threat, combining it with the queen on c2. And आप कभी भी g5 मार नहीं पाओगे because I can capture back with the h pawn and continue that pressure on the h7 pawn. So
Sahaj, I'm very happy with this actually. I'm super duper happy
why
by
for
that
who?
move because for Arjun actually, because I think that's Param being over ambitious. And I think that's exactly what we hope for. I know h5 is an attacking move, but somehow it doesn't feel like it's the setup. Yeah, the bishop is not on d3. Queen c2 would be a horrific square for the queen, right? Because rook c8 open file already there. So it's not easy to launch an attack. Now he does get, of course, f5, for example, now would make less sense because knight g5 is such a beautiful square, queen b3 incoming. But I think if Arjun plays normal moves, I think this might backfire. And जो वो लालच है ना, जो वो केक मैंने कहा था, जो सूंघ पा रहे हैं परम, वो सूंघना उनको यहाँ पे गेम कॉस्ट कर सकता है. आई एम वेरी हैप्पी विद दिस डिसीजन.
You couldn't have said it better. By the way, short castle, I just switched it back on. Short castle actually is the best move in this position for Arjun already. So very interested to see what his plan is. And
And
Arjun will also
Saj,
be super comfortable here, no? Because this is his type of a game as well.
yeah, he loves complications. And if you castle for black, let's say, I was thinking, I just want to go all in. Let me go castles and then h5. And again, you can't do h5 because f3, goodbye knight. So
F5.
white has a lot of limitations. For example, bishop g2 खेलते हो, bishop g4 is an insane move. You can't move the queen away now. Of course, you will castle, right? Now your queen is tied down to defending the e2 pawn and d3 is incoming. Bro, this is not easy.
Maybe you have bishop f3. I mean, I still I'm not I don't want to play f3 here in this position. I feel like that would really harm my structure. But generally,
Yeah.
when you are playing a move like h4, I don't think you're necessarily trying to castle on the short side, right? You're probably thinking about castling long or keeping the king in the center for as long as possible and having those bishop g5, knight g5 types of ideas in the game. So let's go a bit deeper. Let's say short castle.
Hmm.
I'll play the queen
Depends,
c2. I don't
Saj.
like. Yeah.
जा रहे हो queen side क्या? Are you going queen side?
I'm thinking about queen c2, but I don't like bishop f5. Oh god, but I have knight f6 check there. So queen c2 खेलता हूँ मैं पहले. Because if you play bishop f5, I have this check.
Hmm. So let's say I play. I don't know what I want to play actually because I think knight g5 is incoming. So
Knight c6 perhaps looks interesting.
Let's say knight c6, yeah.
Knight c6. The bar didn't like that move. Knight g5, I guess.
G6, I think, is forced.
Yeah, something like this is what I'm expecting.
But now bishop
Uh,
f5 aa raha hai, Sahaj, and that's the uncomfortable move, right? That's what I was worried about. That bishop f5, rook c8, and somehow your queen is not on the c2 square for enough time to create chances. And once you move the bishop to g2 or h3, I think ये d3 move be काफी uncomfortable. Knight d4, somehow knight e5, and you can't push h5 because the knight on g5 also hangs. So
Mhm.
how do you move forward? Like, it's not easy.
So good question. Let's maybe go back a bit. So h4 was the move, and you said short castle. So I cannot go queen c2 and go, with these long castle plans. What else can I do?
Saj bhai, by the way, chat is going crazy because Gukesh game में कुछ updates है. We come back to this and let
Okay, sure.
Param do the hard work. Yeah, we
Mhm.
make our task easier. Meanwhile, G4 was played.
Oh,
Bhai,
lovely. Okay, so takes queen g6, and he takes he goes into the endgame basically. And now, okay, not fg6 obviously, because your
unless
e6 square.
Nicholas has seen Gukesh versus Hikaru. Yeah, Hikaru versus Gukesh from Norway
Oh.
Chess,
Mm-hmm.
and he's inspired and he decides to go crazy. I think fe6 maybe, but okay, not gonna happen. Yeah, at
किसी
g6.
को याद है वो गेम बाय द वे फ्रेंच नहीं वो फोर नाइट स्कॉच के अंदर हुआ था एंड गुकेश took
Uh,
fg6 there which was I mean it was like it looked like an equal position but it was technically lost. It's crazy.
hmm. Yeah, yeah. And it's crazy, yeah. Gukesh does these things sometimes. कल भी देखा हमने, in that opening जब वो आया. But yeah, I think he has a couple of weaknesses there to solve. And now, Sajbhai, I think we are in an end game, so to speak. So I think Rook B1, I think feels like an automatic move, right? You want to attack the B7 pawn. Now let's say B6 black खेलता है, and this is where I'm a bit confused. So how do you continue? I think first thing, you definitely don't want to take on B6. I mean, that's like a, बोलते हैं ना, ब्लैक को ऐसे आपने प्लैटर दे दिया है, ड्रीम ड्रीम पोजीशन दे दी है. Your a2 pawn is weak now. That would be a borderline lost. So if I'm not taking on b6, my next plan would be to get the rook to the 7th rank on e7. But is that even possible? For example, rook e1. How is the game continuing here?
I'm guessing that the plan is not just to play rook e7 but also to make sure black doesn't play rook e8. So the
Hmm.
rooks remain kind of passive because um, Gukesh does have more active pieces, but he has a worse pawn structure. That's why
Hmm.
b6, he's not supposed to touch the pawn structure anymore because the position can become really bad um, for him in the future. But the compensation is really nice. Yeah, you might get rook e7, but you don't have to rush. Like for example, I don't like moves like knight d7 here unless they are tactically okay. Yeah, they are not sound. Because I was just thinking of rook e7 and I felt like, look at this position. Like the rook is tied to this knight, the other rook is tied to this pawn. You cannot push f6 because knight e6 aa raha hai. You cannot even move the knight because bishop mar raha hai. So it's like two of our pieces, the rook and the knight, is basically tying the entire, force of black pieces, which looks quite
Sahaj,
difficult.
also very interesting because rook b1 b6 के बाद the move I was worried about was कि भाई, कल को black अगर हम नहीं मार रहे तो वो c5 पे मार देगा, structure will be spoiled. And that's why I like Gukesh's move even more. Rook e1, I've not
Mhm.
really forced you to play b6. So that means there is no b takes c5 possible. Now I have rook e7 incoming anyways, and the best move is apparently bishop to a5, which honestly, if you don't know, is not like super easy. Yeah, it can be played, but not the easiest position when you are under pressure and almost 40 minutes behind.
I'm guessing after b6, rook e7 is the problem because the bishop doesn't have any. Oh, by the way, he doesn't play it. He goes knight a6. Is that an accuracy?
The second best move in the position, but now apparently rook b1 is a bit stronger, at least I think. But I don't know why b6 is not the same.
So let's try to explain to everyone that why knight a6 is a better move than knight d7, which I mean, because you wanted to get the knight, you can develop the knight either ways, but knight a6 से आप c7 का bishop बचा रहे हो. The rooks are getting connected, and he can play rook e8 in the next move, which is a very, very important way to activate his pieces. And I'm guessing rook b1 here is a good move. And if black plays b6, then what happens? Because I feel still there is pressure on the c5 pawn, and I feel that I shouldn't take on b6 even now.
Hmm. True, agreed. I think that A2 pawn will be captured in no time if you take there. And if you don't take on C5, then the question remains, how do you play this? Do you play rook e7? Do you play bishop somewhere? Now, where do you play the bishop is an important question. Maybe is A3 possible if I want to save the pawn? But doesn't look great.
Do I want to save the pawn? Actually, probably, yeah, I should save the pawn.
Bishop A3 looks a bit
Ugly, yeah?
traumatic, yeah? Yeah, the bar doesn't like it
Just,
at all.
just rook e8. So, kuch, I
So,
mean, some way to carry the position forward. Although I have to say, Gukesh ki moves are much harder here, yeah? Because coming up with ways to keep pressure in black's position is not an easy task. कोई chat में लिख रहा है Indian Abhimanyu also defeated a 2700 player yesterday. Fedosiv, yeah?
yeah, yeah. And chat koi keh raha hai rook b3 and that is the engine's first preference. But the idea is very interesting. So after rook b3, b takes c5, the idea is rook a3. I hope you saw that too. And the knight has no square, so knight has to go to b8, and now you play rook to e7. So you've basically, you're playing for initiative, and it is a nice maneuver. And if bishop moves, let's say to d8, then you pick up the a7 pawn, and if bishop goes to b6, then there is apparently bishop to e3, and white is actually slightly better. But this is all very, very complex, and one slip up from Gukesh Sahaj, and he could be just worse.
Very easily. So even now, okay, I see the point here. I mean, it's a very nice domination from the white pieces. You're putting pressure on the f7
Hmm.
pawn, ताकि ये रुक ना हिल पाए. This knight has two escape squares, d7 and a6. Both of them are being guarded by, the rooks here. I mean, by definition, this rook also doesn't get out. This bishop is tied defending the c5 pawn. If Kukesh finds all of this, then I think his chances are very good, because it's
Hmm.
hard to create a plan here from the black side. It's hard to make moves from the black side here. I just don't even know what I'm gonna play. Maybe I will just try and sacrifice something like bishop d, take the pawn, and just maybe black can breathe a bit. But um, the question is, does he find all of this? Because it doesn't feel easy. Especially, I think a move like here, bishop a3. Oh, sorry, the rook b3, and finding this rook a3 idea is not simple. And even if he does find all of this, by the way, he does play it. Rook b1 on the board.
Oh, wow. So now question is Sahaj and chat question for you. Does he find rook b3? Because honestly, I think it's the kind of move you play when you have prepared it. And but Sahaj, he also does feel very well prepared, yeah. So maybe he has seen this idea, maybe in some other variation somewhere, even if not the exact same position. And in that case, I think it's very likely he ends up playing that.
Hmm. So rook b8 also, then the rook e7 doesn't make sense. Sahaj, by preparation, ratta marna. Nahi, bhai, I think preparation is more than that. I think in a like, if you are a, let's say, 17 1800 player, then probably preparation is that, because then it's too then it's just about memorizing moves. But I think at a higher level, you have to, preparation means you have to understand the position better. So you try to analyze it with yourself, you try to analyze it with other people, you try to play practice games with other people to gain a better understanding. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Gukesh has played practice games before, maybe with his second or maybe with his coach, and in this exact position, just to get that practical feel कि black कहाँ से break कर सकता है, how should I stop, all of those smaller nuances. And
Yeah.
so that's all preparation, basically. That's what I mean.
Yeah, and chat practical games can be equated to mock test. Yeah, imagine करो तुमने कोई पेपर की तैयारी करी होगी, mock test कितना important है, helps you understand where do you actually stand currently. And I personally discovered this much later. So when I started doing openings with practice games, man, it's very, very, very helpful. So Mukesh definitely खेला होगा, and right now Nicolas Theodoru is under huge pressure on the clock. I think, as we can see, 34 minutes behind, and the clock is only going to go further down. And I guess if we see that rook b3 idea, I think it's going to be even more suffocating, right, for black Sahaj, because somehow if you can't see how your knight comes out, you spend more and more time, and then at some point you will be under huge pressure.
Also, Gukesh is putting pressure on the on the clock as well. Um, and I think something like rook b8 is also not possible because rook e7 सीधा आ रहा है. And then the pressure on b7 is just too much. Yeah, a bit of an awkward position for Nicholas here.
Sahaj bhai, we saw a crazy game in the Arjun section, right? So, but Arjun has played. But before we go to Arjun's game, can we go to the Pranav game? Because we saw H4 there as well, and that game is just turning into something very, very spicy. मतलब ये क्या है on the board, Sahaj? Take us through.
So it was h4, knight c6, rook d1. Okay, so no long castle, but the rook finally found its way to d1. Queen e7, h5 खेला. I think again putting pressure on h6, and he's provoking h6 from black. And then he goes g4. Let's go. Knight takes g4, rook g1, and then provoking f5. यहाँ पे knight f6 जाएगा तो very simple. Queen takes h6 would lose the game. So यहाँ पे golden pawn touch करना मजबूरी थी. तो Pranav is okay. No problems here. We're cool. C takes d5, E takes d5, knight takes d5. He takes the pawn back, and now queen to d6. Very messy position. I think both kings are kind of unsafe here. Maybe black's king is slightly more unsafe, even though white का king center में पड़ा हुआ है. I feel like ये h5 pawn की वजह से g6 का square is under my control. Like I want knight f4, e3, and I just want this threat of knight g6 always
Hmm.
in the position. Practically, I like white, but I feel like this is the type of position jo the player who is a bit sharper on the day, it's going to favor him.
Agreed, and I would say long term it could be White's king who could be weaker as well, because Black का king तो at least the destination is clear. White का king का destination मुझे पता नहीं है, because he's ended up moving both the rooks. So it's gonna stay
Mhm.
on E1 until you castle by hand somehow. King D2, King C1, King B1, which is a long, long way away.
Or
You Yeah, that's not gonna happen for a long time. So
I feel there is one way that you can
hmm,
go knight f4 and let's say e3 and you take the bishop out to c4, give a check and put the king to f1. Like it's kind of like castling.
hmm. Yeah, 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 yeah. I think my NM title is also like a GM title savage. You remove N and add GM G, so it's
Mhm.
also very similar, right? But yeah, I agree. I think King F1 is definitely safer than King to E1. But I think if Pranav can hold off the attack in the coming few moves, I think he will get his chances. And the good news is he's actually ahead on the clock. So even though it was Notebek's idea, Pranav is playing it, move for move and trying to counter it pretty well. And Saj, by great analysis there. Let's go to the Arjun game now, because we've had a couple of moves and Arjun has lost his advantage completely.
Oh wow, bishop g2 and bishop to d5. Hmm. I'm it's very obvious he wants to play f5, to put pressure on the g2 bishop. Now, I'm thinking about two moves here, right? I'm thinking about short castle, which is the logical route. And the second one is this king f1, because I want to keep the idea of knight g5 alive. But I'm not sure if it's working.
Oh, but I think Arjun missed a trick, right? So somehow I get a feeling. Now
Short
it's
castle played.
close to equal. Oh, played. And I think F5 is the idea. So Arjun is like, भाई कुछ होना हो आज सहाज भाई का मूड खराब करना है. Um, F5 now. So I guess knight G5 is forced. Bishop G2, King G2, Queen. Do we give a check or do we play something else?
Again, this pawn on f5 is the bigger is the reason why your position is worse here. I mean, I know you have to play it, not criticizing that, but by the way, he doesn't play it. He goes knight c6.
Wait, what?
Arjun does not play f5. अर्जुन देखता है ना भाई कमेंट्री, वो उसको पता है गोल्डन पॉन नहीं टच करते ऐसे फालतू में.
Bhai, but after E3, apparently Arjun is struggling a bit, and the only move is F5.
e3
Bhai,
f5 knight g5. What has he calculated? It's really not that bad though. The only bad thing is this pawn on f5.
भाई थोड़ा डर लग रहा है मुझे साहज भाई, because I think the bar went from -0.5 to +0.2, and e3 के बाद if I don't play f5, let's say I just castle, is there a problem here? Because I'm sensing ed4, knight d4, these pieces could be a bit loose. Yeah, I mean, if I play bishop c3 already attacking the
Oh yeah, yeah,
knight,
yeah.
there are some.
Knight c6 and oh, by the way, queen g4 GG.
Bhai, I
I
thought
was think
even.
I was
Yeah,
thinking queen
yeah,
d5. I was like,
yeah.
but नहीं काम कर रहा है यार.
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा, very tempting though.
Hmm.
Damn. Loss के
इस
बाद वाला
भाई
pause was so
कोई
scary.
टिको भाई सुपर जीएम कौन सा इंजन यूज करते हैं? सेम ही करते हैं बट उसकी डेप्थ मतलब उसमें बहुत इट्स लाइक इट्स नॉट अबाउट द इंजन, इट्स अबाउट हाउ मच पावर यू यूज इन द इंजन, या बिकॉज दे आर यूजिंग क्लाउड एंड दे आर वेरी वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग इंजन. लाइक जो हमारा जो मेरा जो लैपटॉप है फॉर एग्जांपल टेक्स अराउंड मे बी आई वांट टू से 10 minutes to reach depth 30. ओके नॉट 10 minutes, लाइक 5 minutes to reach depth 30, एंड क्लाउड इंजन जो होता है वो 10 सेकंड के अंदर डेप्थ 30 पे पहुंच जाता है, एंड इट गोज टू डेप्थ 40-50 विद इन लाइक मिनट्स, एंड इट्स अ सुपर सुपर फास्ट इंजन, एंड मोस्ट ऑफ द प्लेयर्स आर यूजिंग दिस.
And I'm guessing कि जो top players होंगे, they might be working, yeah, uh, with some teams to use AI somehow. I don't know how you use it, but I'm pretty sure some top players must be working on it, including players like Gukesh, Magnus, Hikaru, and the Pragg and the rest. By the way, some questions from the chat. इस चैनल में पहले 1K viewers भी नहीं है. Yeah, I think that's part and parcel because scams नहीं है. I think that's one of the reasons. Cam होते तो होते definitely. I think without cams itne hai, that is also amazing, but of course 1K बाद में stream जाएगी. Next is the person who will win title Tuesday, that guy will be qualified for esports world cup. Am I right, Tiko bhai? I think yes. So 3 months के sections में divide कर दिया गया है title Tuesday को. That's a huge update to the entire Chesscom qualification cycle now. So हर 3 महीने में जो top पे बंदा आएगा, he will qualify to the esports world cup. Saj bhai, you can qualify to the esports world cup. You should try.
Really playing title Tuesdays?
Yeah, I mean, and only like your
Like
top 8 or top 7 scores count. Yeah, so if you play it every week, like wins every week, that's not gonna give him some benefit over you if you can
यार पता है,
match
like
him.
I have my like highest performance has been like finishing 20th once or something like that. I mean,
Hmm.
it was good for me, but like I don't see that as qualifying for the esports world cup. But you're right, I should play no, just because it's fun. Maybe you should also do, we should do it together, we can stream it.
हाँ भाई, आई थिंक जिस दिन वो नीचे से स्पॉट देना चालू कर देंगे तो उस दिन मेरा चांस बन सकता है. विच इज स्ट्रॉन्गर, एनएम और सीएम? आई थिंक दोनों बराबर ही हैं. मे बी एनएम इज अ बिट इजियर बिकॉज जब टाइटल मिला था मुझे पता भी नहीं था कि टाइटल होता है. सो आई एम गेसिंग दैट इज अ बिट इजियर. Gukesh played rook. Let's go to Gukesh's game. He has played rook b3. Let's go, Gukesh, the world champ. भाई
Ooh.
एंड नाउ निकोलस के टाइम और कब होने वाला है भाई?
वाओ वाओ वाओ, सो BC5 पे रुके 3 है मेरे पास, दैट्स द प्लान. एक्चुअली रुके 3 मेरे पास इमीडिएटली है, एंड देन आई फॉलो इट अप विद रुकी 7. He has done the hard part, but I think there is another slight thing that I think he has to watch out for, which is BC5, Rook A3, Knight B8, Rook E7, and I feel like just playing Bishop B6 and here being okay with just being a pawn down. Yeah, just playing something like Bishop E3
Hmm.
is not an easy decision.
It's not easy at all. And in fact, after bishop e3 Sahaj, if we go deeper, after takes, you have to take with the pawn. If you take with the bishop, I think, then bishop d8 is actually game over because your knight will be trapped, right? It's hanging on
Mm-hmm.
g5. So pawn se marna padega. And the surprising thing to me, for me at least, Sahaj bhai, is after c takes d4, black's only move is a5. But if you look at
Ah,
it
to play.
carefully, it makes sense because rook on f8 cannot move, f7 is hanging. King cannot move because f7 is hanging. Rook on a8 cannot move because there are no squares. Knight on b8 cannot move because there are no squares. Pawns cannot move clearly. And bishop, I mean, has the d8 square, but then you lose a7. So The A pawn is the only piece that can move without dropping material. So this is like a zugzwang in the middle game. Yeah, it's so impressive to see.
Beautiful explanation there. I feel maybe if he's in this position, he will find it, but it's hard to get to this stage. And by the way, he
Ha.
doesn't play it. He after rook b3, he goes rook fe8. He doesn't like that position. This is what I was telling you. He would
Hmm.
much rather. So I see the follow up in this. So I'm just gonna just show you guys what's
Hmm.
happening here. So
Hmm.
white goes rook e8, rook e8, and now rook a3 supposedly the best move. And now black gets rook e1 check. White moves the king to g2. You take on c1. White takes on a6, and black would much rather prefer to play this position than the other one because यहाँ पे at least आपका rook active है, आपका bishop move कर सकता है. You may lose some pawns. Maybe the c6 pawn or the a7 pawn. It might be uncomfortable in that sense, but at least आपके pieces move कर रहे हैं. You are active, and as long as you're active, you have more chances of holding the position down.
Sahaj, I think you are absolutely on point, but now Nicholas will have to be more precise. So if we go back to rook f8, let's say takes, if you look at how narrow the domain of his moves is, it's insane. So rook e8, first of all, we play rook a3 as we intended, as God intended, this beautiful move.
Mm-hmm.
Black's only move is rook e1, first of all. Okay, natural one, king g2. Now
Mm-hmm.
only move is rook c1, rook a6. Now only move is bishop to d8. Is that logical to you as the only move?
Just trying to make sense why bishop f4 is not a lodge. Oh, chat. Question for you. I see it. I see it. I see it. Okay, I'm not gonna play it, but because it's gonna reveal the answer. Chat bishop f4. What is the best move for white? इंजन मत देखना यार
and
बहुत 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 बढ़िया उतनी
uh,
डिफिकल्ट भी नहीं है.
and I think focus on the knight. Yeah, what's it actually doing in the position? Yeah, actual purpose क्या है उसका g5 पे?
हम्म. बिल्कुल सर. I'm seeing CB6, knight F7, knight
Yeah,
H3. But yep, CB6 is the correct move. But I hope you saw the follow-up here as well, because after CB6, A takes B6. You're not going to take the pawn, of course, because you're also losing on G5. You just give a checkmate with Rook A8.
yeah. And of course, you take the knight, then I think b takes a7 is a new queen, and you'll not be single on Valentine's Day.
Mhm.
Crazy things happening. So meanwhile,
Amazing.
Rajbhai, so after rook a6, bishop d8 being the only move, now white comes back with knight f3,
So
and
again,
suddenly,
CB6
yeah,
पे आप bishop B6 मार सकते हो यहाँ पे. That's why you
yeah,
want to keep the bishop on D8, right? So white
yeah.
plays knight F3. Yes, please continue.
And now again, black has only two moves. One is bc5 and one is king f8. Now they are logical moves, but somehow to me, like the fact is, it will take Nicholas some time to find these. And that's why I think he has to be on point. I think he's chosen the right path where he has more activity, but now he has to be more precise. So let's see. I think Gukesh has good chances to win this though so far.
100%, 100%. I'm not sure if he chose the right path. I think he chose the active path, which is usually
Yeah,
the right
yeah,
decision. But
yeah.
there are always except every rule has an exception. Um, every kind of principle has an exception in that sense. कोई पूछ रहा है, can players play twice in this tournament? No.
Hmm.
Unless Sahil mentioned this once as well, that if you play against someone and that person doesn't show up, then it does not count as a game. मतलब कंप्यूटर के लिए या फिर आर्बिटर्स के लिए आपने किसी से मैच नहीं खेला, योर ओपोनेंट डिडंट शो बिकॉज दे डिडंट मेक अ मूव, सो यू डोंट गेट रेटिंग, नथिंग हैपेंस. So because it's counted as no game, you still get a point though. You can play
Hmm.
that person again.
Yeah. Meanwhile, such a great game, yeah, Gukesh game. I think he's playing such a tip. I think this is a world champion kind of game. यहाँ पे स्क्वीज कर रहे हो अपन को ऐसे ऐसे धीरे धीरे ना ऐसे वो मसल रहे हो उसको ऐसे पकड़ के एंड
Hmm.
वो ही कैन फील द ब्रेथ रनिंग आउट ऑफ हिम जस्ट लाइक आई कैन बट मीनवाइल आई थिंक 44 minutes 1 hour 17 minutes Sahaj I think Gukesh is thinking do you think this is something this is maybe pushing him out of his prep now and he will have to figure all of this stuff out over the board.
I think firstly I wanna say that he is squeezing for sure, and I think after what happened yesterday, Gukesh would not have been happy. And when something like this
Hmm.
happens, ekdam, you go full force and you try to, just destroy your opponent as badly as you can, because that's what it takes, to feel like a world champion in that sense. Um, Coming back to the, his time, I think for sure he's not in preparation anymore. By the way, rook e8 taken, rook e8 and rook a3 played,
Nice.
the line that we were mentioning.
Nice. That is amazing news. Gukesh plays it. So maybe he has seen it or at least is calculated over the board. And now it's about Black's move. Rookie one. The only move for Black in this position. He has to give that check. Anything else, and Gukesh could be already close to winning. Come on, let's go, Nicholas Bhai. Galti.
Tough choice, I think. Tough choice for Nicholas. By the way, okay, Parham, by the way, has played e3 against Arjun. So we're taking a
Oh,
very quick look there. Um, After 10-minute thought, so Parham is looking slightly better against Arjun, although time difference is still 20 minutes.
yeah, I think Parham Maghsoodloo का जो pressure है ना, because he's been playing so well, maybe forced Arjun to neutralize that bishop on g2, which he might not have done otherwise, and that spent a lot of time, and he lost that initiative that he had a little bit. And now f5, as the engine recommends, the best move is not simple to play because he's not done it so far in better circumstances. So to now do it will not be super easy. And if he doesn't do it, then Param Maghsoodloo does have a slightly better position after e takes d4 on the next move. When suddenly 9 d4 के बाद ना थोड़े black के pieces हवा में लटक रहे हैं, like, they don't have much protection there. So I think Arjun has to be a bit careful, and जो extra time है वो बहुत जल्दी evaporate हो सकता है.
Somehow I feel that this variation with f5 that you mentioned, मेरे को तो knight g5 ही खेलना पड़ेगा. No other move here
Hmm.
possible because knight
Hmm.
will be gone. So let's say you go bishop g2, king g2. Now queen d5 check is basically forced. I think अगर आप अभी नहीं खेल रहे तो आपको like बाद में खेलना होगा, because if you castle immediately ना, then there is queen b3 check and
Yeah.
smothered mate वाले ideas यहाँ पे आ सकते हैं.
Hmm.
तो black plays queen d5 check and queen f3 आता है board पे. Black, I think, will take. You can play rook d8 as well, but I'm just trying to get to the final
Yeah.
position to get a better understanding of what's going on here. So takes, 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 and takes. This is the position we are looking at, basically. This is the position that a lot
Hmm.
of, like, both of these players are sort of evaluating. And I think Arjun has basically no chance to win here because if it's completely symmetrical. Black has this slight weakness on f5. Again, I'm a golden pawn के बारे में बहुत बोलता हूँ, but this time it's legit a mistake, I think, because if the pawn was on f7, this pawn was on h5, this would have been a much better situation. Now, because you have committed f5 here, there might be some ideas, where the knight suddenly jumps on the e6 square. You have very easy access with rook d1, rook e1, and I feel like black is a bit behind in development as well. On
Hmm.
top of the slightly worse pawn structure. This is why I feel like this is almost a two result position for me. um
I have to agree with you, Sahaj. I think it does feel like a two result position, and one where Arjun will have to defend a bit because I think White's rooks are going to come to the central files quickly, rook d1, rook e1. And that's assuming he plays f5, which he has not done so far. Otherwise, it might not even be an endgame. He might have to defend in the middle game. So Arjun under slight pressure now. The tide is turning. Meanwhile, chat is saying, let's check out Pragg's game. Has something happened there, Sahaj? I think we have a bunch of knights in the center in a weird kind of, I don't know what to call an aggregation of knights. I know what an
Mhm.
aggregation of people is called. What do we call this, Sahaj Bhai, if we go to the final position slowly?
So cd5, knight c5, bishop c4. We were looking at this defending the pawn. Black plays a6, a4, knight e4. Okay, if I take on e4, I think you will capture back with the knight and this pawn on b2, so under some pressure, and he goes knight to d4. Okay, and Mamedov plays e5. Okay, e5 is surprising to me. He attacks the knight on d4, and also he is threatening maybe queen g5. Pragg under some
Hmm.
trouble here.
I mean, maybe if I take on e6, like maybe that's okay. That gives me enough time to stabilize a bit. You will have to grab back on e6, right? So, how do you grab back, first of all?
Bishop, only move by the way.
Bishop? Then I take on e6 with the knight. At least I remove your bishop there. Now you have to take. I'm guessing pawn takes is forced, right?
Yeah. Then
Pawn
knight
takes
takes
and
c4. What
hmm,
Pragg के लिए भी forced है because both of these points are under attack. So if you go short castle, then queen d2 is hanging. So knight e4 is forced. Knight takes e4, and now again these 2 points are attacked, and Pragg has to find bishop b4 only move here.
wait, isn't rook f2 hanging?
Yes, it is. But you
Isn't
don't
this
take
is
rook
lost?
f2. Rook f No, नहीं, rook f2 पे ना white के पास queen g4 है, and somehow it's not lost even though it
भाई,
feels super risky. Only move, by the way, queen g4.
what? भाई rook b2 के बाद queen e4, yeah? And
Yeah,
then
queen e4.
rook b4, bishop e6, king h8, queen b4, bishop a1. Okay, God knows, yeah, maybe this is a draw, yeah.
But I mean, black does have an easier draw in this
Yeah,
position because in like just going a bit earlier, how do you say, after bishop b4 you could play queen takes d1, and this looks scary. Rook takes d1, and now rook takes f2.
bishop d3.
Then just rook b2, na?
Oh, b4.
Like, I don't want to be
Sahaj,
white here. I don't want to be Pragg here.
Sahaj bhai, and the problem is I'm seeing lines, I'm seeing tactics, but I'm not seeing how Pragg wins. That's my
Exactly.
problem with this position. Like, I don't see how he wins. And if he doesn't win, I'm going to be honest, 3.5 out of 6, he needs to score how many points? In the last 5 rounds, he will have to score 4.5. I'm sorry, but that's all borderline impossible. Yeah.
I, Basically, yes. And if you play, my guess is that when he played knight d4 in this position, he underestimated the move e5, like its potential. Because
Hmm.
no matter what you do here, like if you take on e6, then everything becomes forced. You go into that endgame जहाँ पे black का rook f2 पे आ रहा है. We just saw this. And if you don't take on e6, then I think that's even worse because you are technically wasting a move, right? Knight d4 पे आ रहा है, फिर आप knight को वापस
Yeah.
f3 पे लेके आ रहे हो.
चैट
You
8 पॉइंट
could be
पहुंचना है, ठीक है?
worse.
Yeah, Saj, I agree. I think this he has to play d6, and then that's just simplifying everything. And only black is pushing even on those variations. So 8 पॉइंट पहुंचना है, 3 पॉइंट्स पे है. 6 राउंड मतलब चैट मोर देन हाफ द इवेंट, राइट? सो 11 राउंड्स का इवेंट है. एंड विद मोर लाइक से 55% ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट ओवर, you are on 3.5. If and 3.5, अगले 5 में 4.5 करना है, that's going to be extremely difficult. Of course, Pragg is less stressed about it because he will qualify via the FIDE circuit likely. But as of now, Sahaj, it's not looking great for the India number one.
Yeah, definitely not. I think looks quite sad actually. And by the way, on another note, Maurizi seems to be absolutely destroying in his game against Anish Giri. So this was the position: b4, knight a4, knight d7, queen e2 आया, bishop e7, long castle, bishop b7, and f4. भाई, look at this attacking ideas. h4, सब सारे pawns दे दो पे, and Anish makes a mistake with knight a7.
By Anish ke chances could also end. So chat, I think today looks like another, I would say, very tough day for all our favorites. Of course, it's too early to say that, but I think कहीं ना कहीं पे कुछ crazy chess खेलना पड़ेगा if they have to win before the rest day. So as Maurici also puts pressure, Sahaj bhai, which game shall we go to? Because I think Pragg's game is not looking that great. Arjun's game is also equal. He's still thinking after that e3 move. And Gukesh's opponent, I think, is also thinking, right? I don't think he has also played so far.
Yeah, he's thinking about that rookie one check. I'm just gonna put it up on the board. Rookie one check or not rookie one check? That is the question in in his game. But yeah, I
Wow.
think amongst everyone, Gukesh looks the most comfortable to me, especially considering his time and the position as well. Um, but yeah, not the best day I think for Pragg so far because I think once you allow e5, it's a problem. Shall we check Nihal's game maybe because we haven't checked that
Let's
in a
go.
while.
Let's go. Nihal Sarin also, by the way, on 3.5. A draw for him would be probably enough. I think he would score 4 points in 6 rounds and baki 5 point में 4 points. Same score करना possible है, right? Chat साथ में because I think if let's say आपने 6 राउंड में 4 पॉइंट बनाए, I think आप 5 में भी 4 बनाने का at least उम्मीद कर सकते हो. I think if you have a
Right.
good run in the second half, I think that's still doable. But
Hmm.
3.5 से करना मुश्किल. So Nihal needing at least a draw here, I think. What do you make of the position? Who has the better chances, Saj?
I like this trade of just going a little bit earlier. दिए position थी इसने a3 खेला and black ने bishop takes c3 मारा यहाँ पे and rook c3 के बाद I mean it, there are always it can always be complicated when you take this knight on c3 because on the one hand you get access to the d5 square and by extension the d4 pawn becomes weak, but on the other hand you have a lot of problems along the spin, and this bishop can become a very big problem for you, especially अगर ये game middle game में ही रहता है, like queens exchange नहीं होती है position में. So he goes rook c8 and you can see it's not good for white to trade pieces because the more you go into the end
Hmm.
game, you the better Nihal becomes because you have a
Hmm.
long-term weakness on d4. So he denies with rook e3. Rook e3 makes a lot of sense, and now black plays queen to c7, and now there is only one move here for Simon that is not giving him a worse position, and that is knight e5. If he doesn't play knight e5, he's worse.
Hmm.
Now, I think it makes sense. It's not a very difficult move to play because once you go knight takes e5, you're not supposed to play d takes e5. Like you're very tempted here,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, I
Very
thought
tempted
D5
here.
होगा. Like it was an
Uh,
obvious move, yeah.
I also thought the same, but apparently after d takes e5, queen c6 attacks the g2 pawn, and if you play f3, chat, black to play.
Ooh. Is it the move I'm thinking, Sahaj bhai? कि
Yes, for sure.
पहले हम थोड़ा चले अब हम और चलेंगे ऐसा कुछ है क्या?
पहले हम थोड़ा चले, समझा नहीं मैं. लेकिन I know you found it. I know you found it.
चलो आई होप सो.
Yep, absolutely. Chat में भी कोई फंसा नहीं है.
Oh,
Was it the move
wow.
that you were thinking of?
No, I was thinking of something else completely. But okay, I
Rook
think
d8?
knight. I was thinking queen c5, yeah, with the idea of queen takes g5 if you take.
Oh, that's clever. That's very clever. Actually, but सही move बोली आपने, just एक चाल late और well एक चाल
हाँ,
पहले because you should go
पहले.
knight g4. हाँ, and rook e4 के बाद queen c5 check बहुत बढ़िया है.
Hmm.
But yeah, so this is the
Nice.
current position with Nihal's board. So knight e5 के बाद उसको rook से मारना पड़ेगा, which is maybe not the easiest decision here. And yeah, the game just continues and uh, equalish, maybe slight preference to white. What do you think?
I would say if Rookie 5 is the best move, I would even say कि Nihal could have good chances अगर यहाँ white सही move नहीं निकाल पाते. But I think he has sensed the moment. He is thinking for a long time. I think 18 minutes से सोच रहे हैं. That to me is a sign कि white की spidey sense tingle कर रही है and he's realized this is that critical moment जहाँ पे he has to get it right. So I think 95 will be one of his candidates move for sure. तो बड़ा मजा आएगा साज भाई. But I think Nihal still I think some chances there to win this. Let's hope so he can. तो कौन सी गेम में हम जंप मारे अब बिकॉज किसी भी गेम में कुछ क्रेजी नहीं दिख रहा है हमारी तरफ जाता हुआ सारे बार्स ना ऐसे मिडल में है यू कुड लेजिट टेक अ स्केल लाइक दिस एंड ड्रॉ अ लाइन या ऐसे ऐसे वो मतलब बार ऐसे सेंटर में है सो आई डोंट नो व्हाट व्हिच गेम टू लुक एट.
I mean, the bar is still equal, but I think the game of Yaku Boy versus Pranav is very crazy.
हम्म.
Because remember, we did look at this position a bit earlier that uh, यहाँ पे knight f4 I rook e8 and then rook to e4, and black is sort of gearing up for an attack on the e file, perhaps with bishop d7, rook e8, and some sacrifice. आप e3 खेल के दिखाओ. Like knight takes e3 is there, rook takes e3 is there. भाई मतलब you have to be super
वो
careful here as white.
वो नाइट ने अजय देवगन की तरह एक टांग अपनी E3 स्क्वायर के पे रखी हुई है तुम चलो E3 इंस्टेंटली मार देगा भाई. So I think, and now knight on f4 is also hanging. So bhai, it's like the only move for white, right? Knight g6.
Knight g6, yeah, only move. And then for black also supposedly it's an only move knight f6, which I would never
Wow.
play in a million years, like knight f6 here. Like I
Wow.
would play bishop d7 because you're developing your piece and you're gearing up for rook a8, and I like to you know I would love to attack on the e2 pawn here.
बाय द वे, हम कह रहे थे अनीश गिरी की धुलाई हो रही है. अपेरेंटली अनीश गिरी हैज स्ट्रक बैक. ही इज हिज ओपोनेंट हैज मेड अ मिस्टेक एंड अंटिल गुकेश प्लेस हिज मूव में गुकेश, ओ गेम हो चुकी है गुकेश. सो आई थिंक लेट्स गो टू गुकेश डायरेक्टली में भी. या आई थिंक अनीश हैज
I,
काइंड ऑफ इक्वलाइज्ड देयर अ लिटिल बिट.
Anish की एक्चुअली बेटर ही लग रही है, बट या ही हैज
या
प्लेड. ओ वाओ, दिस इज द पोजीशन ऑन द बोर्ड.
या इट हैपेंड.
Wow.
वाओ, ही
So
फाउंड बिशप
attacking
डी8.
g5. Yeah, bishop d8 very important. Yeah, bishop f4 was the nasty
ओह,
trick with c takes b6 and game यहीं पे खत्म हो सकता था. And let me tell you, a lot of players would actually fall for this, yeah? A lot of players,
या.
but at this level, no, of course not.
And now, Sahaj bhai, I think ज़्यादा option है नहीं, right? So one is knight f3, one is h4. But I think h4 feels like an instant draw to me. Would you agree with that?
h4, let's go deeper. So bishop g5, h g5. I take here. Can I take there? I can take
I
there,
think
no?
so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you take here, I will take a b6, you'll take rook b6. And okay, so if I go for the a2 pawn, you go for the c6 pawn. So let's say rook a3, rook c6 madras, and you are more in times, and you will have time
Hmm.
to take this pawn as well. So I'm not gonna go rook
Hmm.
a3 here.
Maybe rook
Maybe I will
c4.
use this. Yeah, rook c4 is, oh, rook c4 is simple. I was thinking like king ko laate hain,
Hmm.
game में इसको बचाते हैं and then we can attack one of these pawns. But yeah, this should be equal for sure. So I mean, just by pure logic, this means that a lot of Gukesh's advantage is coming from the difference between the knight and
Wait,
the bishop.
let's go. I no draw just yet. Knight f3 on the board. And now black has two options as we discussed. One is b takes e5, one is king f8. Now, why is that the case? Let's say black plays a random move, Sahaj. I don't know what random move we can play though.
Rook c3. I mean, I can tell you, I think king f8 is important because you are having rook a7 and rook a8, and
Yeah.
ये bishop pin हो सकता है. So let's say if you go rook c3 in this, by the way, king f8 played in the position. So if
Wow.
you went rook c3, rook a7, b c5, rook a8 would just be GG. And he found the best move. He does play king f8, inviting rook a7. And is he going to be a pawn down?
Mm,
I think so, no? Because I'm
uh,
looking at rook a7, uh,
and
bc5.
bc5 only move, by the way, in the position.
dc5, rook c3, and I was thinking knight e5 because you cannot capture this pawn because I have knight d7 check. I am also threatening rook f7 in this position, and I'm also threatening knight c6. This feels nothing short of being completely lost. What am I missing?
Sajbai, there's a crazy move here, bishop to f6, which I think to see from afar will not be easy from Nicholas, who now
But
has 31 minutes.
crazy, but isn't knight c6 just hanging because you cannot take on c5, no? Because I have rook 8 mate.
And look at this, Saj. Knight इसके बाद king to e8. And
Ah.
you're going to next take on c5 and it's a draw. I agree
And I
with
have rook.
you.
I have
Ah,
rook a5, but yeah, I mean, I guess you will eventually take the pawn at some point. But yeah. Okay, so we mustn't allow this. We must keep the pressure in this position. How do we do that? So king f8 आया. Uh, I can see the bar is jumping a bit. Any other suggestions here?
king f8, rook a7, I think seems like the best move. There's 95 as well, by the way.
Oh,
Apparently, that's an option. And now after b takes c5, knight takes c6, bishop f6, it kind of transposes Sahaj, right? It looks very similar. Let's say rook
hmm.
a7. Not much has changed,
Are we
honestly.
taking bc5 here or no?
Yeah, I think
I
black has
think.
to. If rook a7 directly instead of knight e5, for example, bc5 is literally the only move, or it's lost.
Hmm. Probably because of this rook 8 plan or cb6
Yeah,
or yeah, something like
yeah,
that. Okay. Cool. So he did find the first, just to summarize for everyone, he did find the best move in this position, which I think was quite difficult. But the follow-up is also not so easy for black. Yeah, but also
yeah,
Gukesh has to find some way to keep the pressure in the position.
yeah.
Um, But yeah, so far we are okay.
Yep,
Any
and some
other game?
chances. I think, yeah, maybe we can go to the Arjun game. Chad is saying something has happened. Oh, he did play F5, actually. Finally, yeah, on the board.
Wow. Okay, so knight g5 happens. Takes. Queen d5 check. Queen f3. Oh, bhai, this is the exact same.
Yeah.
Wow. And now d takes e3 also he will take. And taken. Bishop e3. That's
साज भाई
insane.
कितना काला जादू करना पड़ेगा कि वो पॉन से मार दे E3 पे?
बहुत
बहुत यार, बहुत।
बहुत.
हाँ,
Okay, bishop takes e3 played, obviously. And yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier. I feel even though Parham के पास बहुत बड़ा advantage नहीं है, nothing, nothing crazy. I just feel only Parham is playing for a win here because two sort of imbalances. Black playing f5, white playing h4. And white playing h4 is very normal because you can play h5, h6. एक कोने का pawn होता है, तो it's much better. But black playing f5 is a bit ugly here. क्या हो गया साहिल भाई?
साज भाई, आपको मेरी शक्ल देख के डर लग रहा है क्या?
थोड़ा सा. किसी का ड्रॉ हुआ
भाई
क्या?
तो प्रग की गेम देखो यार।
अरे नो.
But he
I'm
didn't have
telling
an
you,
option.
he
Hmm.
missed e5 or he
Yeah.
underestimated e5 and he saw this d takes e6 वगैरह वो he didn't like वो जो rook f2 पे पहुंच रहा था. Just if new
Yeah.
people are joining right now, I can just show you this was the position which he didn't like. कि knight and rook ऐसे एकदम बैठे हुए हैं यहाँ पे and he plays knight f3 and now it's bad because I see a very strong move here. You can just simply bounce back the knight to d6, attacking the c4 bishop. You have to move the bishop somewhere, right? Either you go if you go to a2, I think there
Hmm.
is knight d3 check, so you don't go to a2. You go to
Yeah.
e2, and now e4, kicking the knight away. My point is the same. I want to play queen g5. So if you go knight d4 now, queen g5 happens, and अब आप castle ही नहीं कर सकते यहाँ पे.
And if you castle, I think this bishop h3, game over, yeah? रुक गया.
गया, गयो. You have to play king f1. जो लोग कह रहे हैं प्रग इज लॉस्ट, आई आई डोंट थिंक सो. लॉट ऑफ चेस टू बी प्लेड. एंड एक बंदा ये भी कह रहा है कि भाई चेस के अलावा कुछ और बातें करो.
So, Saj bhai, I think what's your favorite, favorite, favorite sport apart from chess?
मैं आई वॉज एक्सपेक्टिंग समथिंग सच अ लाइक सम दिस टू गो
नहीं नहीं नहीं
एनीवेयर.
नहीं, I think chat की बात सुननी चाहिए. What's your favorite sport apart from chess?
माइन बास्केटबॉल.
I think हो गई काफी बातें. So let's coming back to the game. I think knight f3 मेरे हिसाब से queen g5 का आइडिया बहुत बढ़िया है. And king f1
यू
के
नो
बाद सहज, हाँ.
वी शुड यू नो दोज वो जो कोर वाले वीडियोस होती हैं एंड देन यू वो
हाँ
जो ऋषि सर
हाँ
का भी आता है, दिस इज वन ऑफ
हाँ.
दोज मोमेंट्स.
True, true. But I think in general, Sajbhai, I think Pragg saw D6. He saw he was okay, but he saw it was just no way to win. Yeah. So that's why I think he went for this. He's trying to go for the win. He knows how difficult it is to finish in top two because यहाँ chat top two में ही आना है. To fifth आने का कोई खास benefit नहीं है. These guys have enough sponsors. The prize money will not make a huge difference, right? भाई FIDE event है. So at the end the point is कि भाई उनको top two में आना है and he knows कि उसके लिए आज जीतना जरूरी है. That's why he's taking that risk. And now he's worse, but I don't think he had a choice there if he wanted to maintain winning chances. So as this happens, Saj bhai, किस game में jump मारे? Has Arjun? I'm checking if he has played. No, I think it's stuck. Gukesh game also no moves. Gukesh is also thinking. Maybe Vidit's game we can have a look. We've not had a look for a long time.
I think we haven't, yeah, for a long time we haven't looked at this game. So this is the position. भाई ये क्या हो गया वाइट के पीसेस को? अच्छे
भाई
खासे तो बैठे हुए थे. क्या से क्या हो गया? लुक एट दिस.
ये
देखते देखते.
सही में ये ऐसे लग रहा है कि किसी कोई सुपरमैन है बट ही स्टिल यूजिंग पंचेस टू डिफीट द एनिमी या भाई लेजर है तुम्हारे पास भाई उसके चार हिस्से कर दो बट नहीं भाई पंच डिशूम डिशूम चल रहा है भाई मूवी में.
किसी ने देखा होगा वो एक वो बड़ी फेमस वीडियो है कि वो द इंडियन बैटमैन ही सेज पीपल से बैटमैन एंड देन दे स्टार्ट डांसिंग. हैव यू सीन इट बिफोर?
देखा नहीं
I'll
बट
sh-
आई
I'll
सीन
send you.
समथिंग सिमिलर. आई
If
सीन
you
समथिंग
haven't seen it, I'll show you. Why it
सिमिलर.
is so funny.
भाई आई हैव सीन गोविंदा एज द सुपरमैन सो आई हैव सीन अ लॉट ऑफ स्टफ लाइक दिस. उसमें ऐसे उड़ के जाता
That's
है भाई,
is
ऐसे
that
उड़ के
true?
जाता है
Really?
भाई। बहुत फनी है भाई, वो भी देखना।
यार मैंने नहीं देखी है. This sounds amazing. But yeah,
बट
coming
या,
back to the position by position, मतलब, I think White has these amazing bishops. But ये just pawn structure, it feels weird to be White and not have a single pawn on the fourth rank, you know?
या
That's that's
या
that's that's what it is, I think.
ट्रू ट्रू ट्रू, आई एग्री, एब्सोल्युटली एग्री। एंड इट जस्ट फील लाइक दोनों पीसेस, दोनों प्लेयर्स थोड़ा दब दब के खेल रहे हैं। सो फिलहाल के लिए सॉलिड, बट चैट विद इट इज इन द सेम बोट आई थिंक, एज Pragg, एज गुकेश। आई थिंक ही नीड्स टू विन दिस, अदरवाइज आखिरी 5 राउंड में, चैट आई हैव अ क्वेश्चन फॉर यू, ठीक है? आखिरी 5 राउंड में व्हाट इज द मैक्स डू यू थिंक इंडियन प्लेयर्स कैन स्कोर? Is it 4.5? Is it 4? Is it 3.5? Sajay, what's your number? Because I think for me that number is 4. I don't think it's 4.5.
Like 4.5 or 5 होने के लिए, I think a lot of things have to go your way, right? Uh, you need to play against ambitious players जो मतलब आपके साथ जीतने के लिए खेल रहे हैं. एकदम से मतलब इक्वलाइज या फिर कुछ सॉलिड पोजीशन लेके नहीं बैठ जाएंगे. आइडियली एन ओल्डर अपोनेंट, नॉट लाइक अ यंगर, बिकॉज वी आर सीइंग हाउ द यंगर प्लेयर्स आर प्लेइंग इन दिस
Yeah.
टूर्नामेंट. सो लाइक अ लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स हैव टू गो योर वे फॉर यू टू स्कोर रियली रियली हाई. मैं बोलता हूँ, आई थिंक 4, 4.5 is, I mean, 4.5 is max, I think, if you're super lucky, but that's the max you can score. 4 is like also a bit unlikely for me. Like 3.5 is what I would say. एक
Yeah.
बार यार वो momentum टूट जाता है ना, तो I feel it's hard to kind of get it back. I think probably that's
Yeah.
what's happening with Pragg as well.
I agree. I think 4 is my number as well. I think 4 is something you can imagine pulling off. So that's why I think Vidit also is in the must-win situation. And meanwhile, Sahaj, by one look at the Divya game, because I think that might be the first one to end today. It's a very interesting endgame where Divya technically, I mean, technically she's material up. I don't know how that happened. Can we have a look?
So this was the position. I think around here we left it. Bishop f1, rook e1, queen c3 आया. He goes rook takes e4, queen a1, rook takes e6, brilliancy by the way on the board. Black goes f
Wow.
takes e6 and a for brilliancy. सुनते ही साहिल का कैमरा काम करना बंद कर गया.
भाई ब्रिलियंसी और मैं एक ही गेम में नहीं हो सकते। आई थिंक दैट इज इम्पॉसिबल। बट सहज भाई, इज इट रियली दैट स्ट्रॉन्ग?
So
और डू
I'll
यू
ask a
थिंक,
question to chat, okay? I'll ask a question to chat. I know you know the answer here, but chat से पूछते हैं. Chat, who is playing for a win here, according to you? ये भूल जाओ व्हाइट की रेटिंग क्या है, ये भूल जाओ ब्लैक की रेटिंग क्या है. Who do you think is playing for a win?
आई एम नॉट इवन श्योर आई नो द आंसर टू दैट सहज भाई, बिकॉज व्हाइट ने वॉलंटरली इसमें खेला है। ऑफ कोर्स व्हाइट वांट्स टू गो फॉर द विन, बट आई आल्सो सी कि ठीक है, F2 डिफेंडेड है, आई एम गोना पुट दैट पॉन ऑन A6 एंड मे बी व्हाइट इज द वन प्लेइंग फॉर द विन। But on the other hand, I feel ki if the black queen just sits passively defending the A7 square, I don't see how white has any chances to win.
आई थिंक एकदम बढ़िया तरीके से आपने ब्रेक डाउन किया इसको. दिस इज एग्जैक्टली व्हाई आई थिंक व्हाइट इज द ओनली, दैट्स आल्सो व्हाई बाय द वे व्हाइट played rook e6, because he wanted some imbalance in the game. And although the bar says it's 0-0-0 and black is technically material up, it is white who is playing for a win, simply because black cannot make progress here. राइट. ब्लैक क्या
Hmm.
किस चीज पे प्रेशर डाल सकता है? F2 ऑलरेडी डिफेंडेड है. मे बी इन सम ड्रीम लाइक सिनारियो आप रुक c8 रुक c1 लाके कुछ यहाँ पे पिन कर सकते हो. बट डोंट फॉरगेट कि आपका किंग साइड भी बहुत वीक हो जाएगा
Hmm.
बिकॉज ऑफ दिस. वाइट्स pawn structure is perfect because the bishop controls everything, and once you get the pawns to a5 and a6, then only white plays here. I had a very
Hmm.
similar position once in the national juniors against Lalit Babu. I'm sure you know who he is. And it was a very similar type of a position. And I was exchanged down. I was playing with the white side. शुरुआत में मेरी खराब थी, like in the opening. And then ये position आने के बाद, I started to play for a win. And then I had two of my friends, you know,
Hmm.
जब जब मेरा गेम खत्म हुआ, वो ड्रॉ हुआ था बाय द वे. टू ऑफ माय फ्रेंड्स केम इन एंड देन दे वर लाइक, अरे भाई, nice save there. Congratulations. And I looked at them. I was playing for a win. I was playing for a win here. You understand that this is not good.
But yeah, I think that pawn on A6 is a big deterrence, right? And very importantly, वो F2 pawn defended है. Imagine I
Hmm.
displace that queen from A7 and I put my queen on D4. then suddenly everything collapses. Yeah, for black, queen f2 aa jayega, the game is over. So I think फिलहाल के लिए white has the perfect formation. Although looking at Divya's clock, I think she will hold this most likely.
It's not an easy task, I think, to hold this, but you can for sure. It's just annoying. Like it's very annoying.
Hmm.
Unless wait. Do I have e5 and queen d4 straight away? Wait, don't I have just what?
Oh,
Wait, what am I missing? E5? How are you stopping
maybe
queen d4 again?
maybe king g no.
भाई क्वीन डी फोर तो तब भी खेल दूंगा ना. क्वीन एक्सचेंज हो गई
Hmm.
फिर तो नो रिस्क.
But then why would white wouldn't play this, right?
आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड व्हाई वुड यू गो फॉर दिस अगर if queen
Oh,
d4
there is e5, queen c5, Sahaj,
and queen
apparently.
d4 anyways.
Bishop c4 check and रुक
Oh.
गया खत्म mate. भाई वाइट सोच
Okay.
के बैठा है.
Okay, bhai. Yeah, you're right. He has definitely thought about this because I was thinking, यार queen d4 तो सीधी आ रही है. Oh,
हाँ,
that's also why Divya is thinking because she has probably seen this as well.
या
Crazy.
एंड ऐसा कुछ देख
मजा
के
आ
ना
गया
थोड़ा
भाई.
डर जाते हो आप एज एज ब्लैक ना थोड़ा कांप जाते
हाँ.
हो भाई. ओ माय गॉड है ना.
मेरी
ओ
आंखें
ये
खुल
हो रहा
गई
है क्या.
एकदम से. मेरी फिर से आंखें खुल गई जैसे कुछ.
हाँ. True, true. So, Chad, I think Divya is fighting it out, but let's hope so. She can hold this to a draw. I'm also checking which game shall we jump to because Gukesh game may b takes c5. The best move and the only move has been played by his opponent, and he played it quite quickly actually in just 7 seconds. So far so good. And Gukesh now, I think King f8 Rook a7 bc5 needs to find ways to put pressure. And as we saw, Sahaj, I think it was Rook a8, right? Was the best way to put pressure here.
rook a8. King e8 or king e7? Which one? Generally, you should play king e7 because आपको bishop pinned नहीं रखना चाहिए.
Hmm.
Uh, but I'm also afraid of this knight e5 type of moves.
Sahaj, I think this is very close, yeah. So, for example, King e7 ke baad knight e5. I'm just playing out the best preference of the engine just to show how close black could be a draw. So, c takes d4 is the only move. But I think the only move territory is ending after knight c6 check. King d6 important.
Wait, the bishop?
Yeah, but I take the knight, right? So,
No, knight
oh,
takes
if we
d8,
take
na
a,
bhai?
but d3 is just actually very dangerous apparently. That's
Wait,
what
I
black has
cannot
to see.
stop this pawn. Wait, I have knight f7. No,
King e7.
king e7. Okay, so let's play it out. Am I losing? No,
Uh,
I'm not losing.
no,
Knight
I think it's
f7.
a draw. Yeah.
You draw ye? Crazy.
It's equal roughly. But
Very
the point is
nice.
like
Very
this.
nice
This
line.
is what I think white black has to see. If black
Hmm.
can see this, uske baad I think it is pretty even. So black probably needs to make like two important decisions now. One I think
Hmm.
is c takes d4, and one I think is that king d6 move. If he can play both those moves, I think he might just get a draw here, and Gukesh ke top two ke chances would evaporate.
So, question, after cd4, knight c6, king d6, why do I have to go knight d8? What if I just played knight d4 and am I not just a pawn up here?
Yeah, I think that's the move. And now bishop b6 apparently is a
Okay,
strong
bishop
move.
b6. Ah, because you want to take here. And okay,
Yeah,
and that we go back to that famous quote, yeah, all rook endings are drawn. And of course, it
yeah.
feels a lot more comfortable as well.
And if you move the knight, of course, then there is rook c3, rook c2. Yeah, f2 also falls, and suddenly I'm not
Hmm.
sure who's actually playing for the win. So I think choices are limited, and I think though are important decisions lane black ko. One is cd4, which I think is the easier one, and one is that king d6 Sahaj by the move you mentioned. I think these two moves, if black plays, I think Gukesh might not be able to find a way to win this one.
भाई किंग d6 तो इजी हुआ ना. 'Cause अब तो आपने पीस दे ही दिया. लाइक अब तो
But maybe he
अब
plays
और
king
क्या कर
d7,
सकते.
yeah? Maybe he plays king d7.
किंग d7 में आई थिंक देयर इज नाइट e5 चेक एंड पॉन टेक्स पॉन व्हिच आई डोंट लाइक. क्योंकि तब
Hmm.
आपके पास जो जो दूसरी पोजीशन में आपके पास द पॉन c3 पे एज अ वीकनेस थी अब नहीं है आपके पास.
Hmm.
व्हाई नॉट
True.
नाइट e5 डायरेक्ट पूछ रहे हैं. Cook with Sam. Knight e5 in this position, I'm guessing you're saying? It's a good question. But I usually, I mean, it's a habit for me that I like to think of the most direct move first, that is rook a8. And उसके बाद ना ये bishop थोड़ा pin हो रहा था and knight e5, knight e6 was coming with a check. That's why I
हम्म
wanted to play rook a8 first. But knight e5 पहले भी check कर सकते हैं. What's
हाँ देखा
happening
था हमने
here?
राइट आई थिंक बिशप f6 देखा था नाइट c6 एंड किंग e8 आल्सो इक्वली डिफिकल्ट एक्चुअली
Oh, right. Right, right.
आल्सो
King e8, I
डिफिकल्ट
remember.
So either variation, I think दो move है, दो important moves. Sahaj, question for you. So which variation do you go for? Which is more difficult to find? Is it bishop f6 and king e8, or is it cd4 and king d6? Which one would be difficult for Nicolas Tudoru to find over the board?
I think probably this bishop f6 move here because cd4 is too direct, you know, which is just
Hmm.
pure calculation. You sacrifice a piece and I think you get some breathing space there. But here I feel bishop f6 is not an easy move
Hmm.
because afterwards I think rook f7 check भी मर रहा है, knight d7 check भी आ रही है, rook a8 check भी आ रही है, knight takes e6 भी मर रहा है. There are so many options that white has. And also, I'm also wondering why can't I just play c takes d4 because c takes d4 के बाद जो ये मेरा रुक c1 पे बैठा हुआ है ये c6 को बचाएगा.
Hmm.
So that also feels good to me. This is what I would think about as well. So yeah, this is I would expect 95 from Gukesh because I feel like it's harder.
Hmm.
But let's see
Hmm.
क्या होता है. कोई पूछ
Yeah.
रहा है what are your thoughts on dogs? ये कैसा सवाल है भाई?
वो पता है आज ही मैं वॉक करने निकला मैंने कहा चलो 15 मिनट आधा घंटा वॉक कर लेते भाई पता है एक तो ना यहाँ बैठे बैठे आई डोंट नो आज भाई इफ यू आर टायर्ड बट आई एम कंप्लीटली एग्जॉस्टेड फ्रॉम सिटिंग फॉर 7 hours a day सो आई वेंट फॉर
Oh,
अ वॉक
same.
है ना और सेकंड बालकनी में कुत्ता भौंकने लग गया मैंने कहा अगर इसने छलांग मारी तो ही इज ऑल इन समझ रहे हो इफ ए डॉग barks at you you
Hmm.
act normal like it's okay like if you don't act creepy you don't run away like they will be okay usually they will not harm you but
Hmm.
once he jumps he's all in ही इज नॉट गोइंग
Hmm.
बैक फ्रॉम दैट सो फिर मैंने कहा भाई आई थिंक वॉक कभी और करते हैं भाई लेट्स जस्ट कम बैक अपस्टेयर्स तो या आई थिंक कई बार डॉग से ख्याल रखना पड़ता है
Was it a big dog?
भाई yeah वो इट वाज अ बिग डॉग सेकंड फ्लोर पे था ऊपर
Oh,
से आई वाज लाइक ही कुड जंप ही कुड मेक दैट जंप
अरे crazy. Show Arjun game. बिल्कुल भाई लगाते हैं. This is the position. Oh, by the way, some updates in the Arjun game.
हम्म
After bishop takes e3, Arjun plays bishop f6, and Parham plays bishop to g5. Firstly, he thinks that the bishop trade helps him, which I think makes sense because this bishop is kind of active attacking the b2 pawn. And my question is, bishop g5 के बाद, am I taking with the knight or the pawn? Because pawn से भी ये है तो सही मेरे पास h7 पे प्रेशर बट नाइट g5 मारने के बाद मेरे पास नाइट e6 का स्क्वायर रहेगा.
Yeah, I think knight takes is better, right? Because I think king doesn't get the f7 square. Like
Hmm.
it's not clear where do I put the king. I can't castle queenside because knight f7 would blunder an exchange.
Mm-hmm.
Kingside castles again. I mean, maybe it's possible. I don't know, but knight e6 does feel irritating, and rook d1 bhi aa raha hai. So I think knight g5 maybe, yeah. At least practically is difficult. Maybe for black to decide what is the best move.
Right. I think that's a good breakdown there. So bishop g5 पे knight g5 मारने वाले हम. And I think Arjun doesn't have to take on g5 either. Yeah, he can go short castle maybe immediately. Is
Hmm.
that good? Is this good? Okay, that's not good
Is
apparently.
oh.
कुछ हो रहा है यहाँ पे. Bishop f6, rook f6 and rook d1 I'm guessing.
Maybe you can't challenge the rook. Yeah, I think white might get a rook to
Uh,
the seventh rank or something. So you maybe need the rook on f8. Rook on
like
f6 is
अगर हम rook
yeah.
d1 खेलते तो rook d8 नहीं खेल सकता because one side take आपको knight से मारना पड़ेगा instead of a rook. So
Hmm.
rooks को connected होना बहुत जरूरी है यहाँ पे. So maybe then king f7.
Yeah, I think yeah. King f7 also looks decent actually. Now that I look at it, I like that move. I like that move a lot because I can play h6 also at some point and take with the king, and my king moves towards the center, and the f6 square is awesome for my king actually. Now that I look
कोई
at it,
knight
है
check
ना?
भी नहीं दे सकता.
This is amazing. Nice move, King f7. I think Arjun will find it. I'm pretty sure, Sajbhai.
Hmm. And I think once you find all of these moves, is it safe to say that is it looking drawish or बिकॉज अभी भी ना मेरे को फीलिंग आ रही है कि पर हम के पास कुछ है यहाँ पे लाइक
वो
आई
एक्स्ट्रा
फील
पॉइंट है
कहानी
भाई वो
कहानी
एक्स्ट्रा
अभी खत्म नहीं
पॉइंट
हुई
है
है.
उसके। वाह, मुझे भी ऐसा लग रहा है, मुझे भी ऐसा लग रहा है। आई एग्री विद यू, बट आई थिंक किंग F7 के बाद आई थिंक इट्स अ ड्रॉ। आई थिंक इट विल बी अ ड्रॉ इफ अर्जुन फाइंड्स इट। एनीथिंग एल्स
भाई
आई एम नॉट कंप्लीटली श्योर।
मुझे ना एक एक बड़ा क्रेजी सा आइडिया दिमाग में आ रहा है समथिंग लाइक लाइक रुक C1. ओके, माई प्लान इज रुक टू C5 टू अटैक हियर. ठीक है, एंड इफ यू प्ले G6 देन आई वॉज इन्विजनिंग इन माई माइंड कि कहीं रुक टेक C6 चेक आ सकता है. So for example, let me just
ओह,
play it out over the board. Let's say rook e8 खेलता हूँ मैं, whatever. Rook C5 आता है, G6. I'll put my rook to C1. Okay, इसमें bishop B2 तो नहीं मर रहा. Okay, I'll go rook C1. And let's say you make a random move like rook B8. Can I go takes and rook takes C6 in this position? जैसे मतलब सरजीसियन ने दिव्या के अगेंस्ट अभी किया. You
हम्म
know, he sacrificed an exchange in an endgame to keep the game going. I think
हम्म।
Parham could do the same as well.
आई
Oh,
थिंक
by
आई
the
थिंक
way,
इफ, हाँ क्या
Arjun
हुआ?
makes a mistake. Short castle.
अरे यार, गलती कर दी था भाई। आई डोंट नो इफ ही डिडंट सी किंग F7 or not, but I definitely don't want to take with the pawn on F6 if white takes, and I think this is another slight advantage for white. Maybe it's not enough to win, but it's definitely a step in the wrong direction, Sahaj.
I couldn't have said it better because we were talking about takes and rook D1, I'm guessing, right? Because rook D8 से
Yeah.
आपका rook defended नहीं था. Oh, Arjun is in trouble, I think. These are
Because
the,
अब
I
क्या
think these are the worst
है,
end games to defend, यार. These are the worst because आपके पास कोई जीतने का चांस नहीं है. तो वो like you don't I've seen it many times and I've also done it myself कि you don't give your best defense, you don't do your best because I feel it becomes annoying to play a position like that.
agree. Imagine rook F7, knight G5 suddenly. अरे भाई क्या करे रुक का? So it's not an easy decision. But okay, Arjun, I would still hope. I think this should be a draw, but I think we are not playing for a win anymore. That is pretty obvious. Meanwhile, Sahaj, if you look at Pragg's game, the king is already on F1 and Rauf Mamedov जी पूरा प्रेशर डालते हुए हमारे इंडिया नंबर 1 के ऊपर।
Ooh, king f1 and okay, pawn तो है अपने पास, so we're happy.
हम्म।
um yeah, this is good. अब अगर मैंने ब्लैक से बोला पास तो प्रग क्या चाल चलेगा यहाँ पे? दैट्स द क्वेश्चन. बिकॉज जो भी
हम्म।
आंसर है आपका, आई नीड टू स्टॉप दैट बिकॉज आई डोंट नीड टू जनरेट थ्रेट्स माई सेल्फ, आई जस्ट नीड टू स्टॉप योर्स.
I'm thinking H4, H5. I don't know if I can play.
तो ब्लैक शुड
I'm
प्ले
not
h5
sure.
देन. तो लेट्स प्ले h5 माई सेल्फ.
But I'm not sure what do I do after H4. I think H4 looks logical. उसके बाद मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा है because I would love to put the king on H2, but I think there's bishop E5 check at the end of that road. So king is staying on F1. It's not going anywhere. Um, so I'm not sure how am I supposed to bring my pieces into the game.
Oh, Rakesh bhai in the chat saying idea है h4. भाई एग्जैक्टली, बट
Rakesh,
h4 खेल दिया आपने.
हाँ,
मैंने कोई न डाली कहीं, आई डोंट नो. नॉट h6 ऑफ कोर्स, आई विल पुट इट ऑन e7 आई गेस, सिंपल.
okay, 7. Now next what? That's my question.
माय नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज अगेन कि व्हाइट का प्लान क्या है? मुझे कुछ क्रिएट करने की जरूरत नहीं है यहाँ पे. आई जस्ट नीड टू स्टॉप योर प्लान्स बिकॉज द
Yeah, because
पोजिशन इज बैड इनफ फॉर व्हाइट दैट यू नो आई डोंट नीड टू डू
yeah,
एनीथिंग डायरेक्ट.
yeah, exactly. Black का bishop d7, rook c8, कितनी moves है? I think I would play rook c1. Maybe try to play b4 at the right moment, just उस knight को धक्का लगाने के लिए, and
सो रुक
maybe
c1.
pressure. Yeah, rook c1 maybe. Hopefully बाहर नीचे नहीं जाएगा.
सो यू वांट
अरे भाई भाई रुक जा भाई, रुक जा भाई. थोड़ा सा ही गया, बट गया.
b4. लेट्स गो लाइक रुक e8. मैं कुछ नहीं कर रहा, मैं जस्ट
Okay,
चिल कर रहा हूँ.
b4.
Before I will, I have a temptation to play knight d3, but I would need to calculate this, and
भाई
if I
बाहर तो
do it
कुछ
wrong,
ज्यादा ही बोलते ना, स्काई
actually
डाइव कर रहा
बार
है भाई.
-2 गया फिर तो knight d3 चलेगा ना भाई.
भाई ये क्या है भाई? हैक का
फिर तो
इस्तेमाल.
चलेगा ना.
Oh damn, that is
यार
scary.
ये सही है राकेश भाई, कैन जॉइन फॉर अ बिट इफ यू वांट भाई, वो वांट चलता है, हमारी वांट नहीं चलती यहाँ पे, व्हाट इज दिस? हमारी वांट
आजा
भी
आजा
पूछ
राकेश भाई,
लो।
आजा ऑफ कोर्स आजा भाई, इसमें सोचना क्या है भाई, नेकी और पूछ पूछ। आजा भाई जल्दी से पूछ पकड़ के। मीनवाइल, Saj bhai, I think Pragg is definitely suffering and both players don't have much time.
Wait, a
But can
mistake by
hmm
a big mistake by Mamedov. The position
oh
is now equal.
wait,
He didn't
h4 के
play
बाद क्या
h5.
क्या h4 का क्या प्लान है? h4 खेला तो,
Queen e5 or queen e7, I guess.
and what is
Again.
white's next? Is it h5? Oh, white is better.
Yes, it's h5.
Ooh. पता है देखा, मेरा इंट्यूशन क्या था h5 होगा, बट मैंने कन्विंस कर लिया अपने आप को, नहीं भाई ये नहीं होगा। दिस इज व्हाट चेस प्लेयर्स डू व्हेन दे थिंक फॉर 40 मिनट्स भाई, नेवर थिंक फॉर 40 मिनट्स। h5 नाइस। चलो
Hmm.
रुक, काम तो कर रहा है कोई अब।
Exactly. तभी तो मैं h5 खेल रहा था उधर. But yeah, I
नाइस, सो
think Pragg is now back. Let's go. h4 पे
या
queen अभी इक्वल थी, 0-0 थी. I'm just अभी ऑन ही है तो मैं रखता हूँ थोड़ी देर. Queen e5 is apparently better for black.
हम्म
And still you play h5, which makes a lot of sense. And
ट्रू।
black is supposed to find this really weird looking move b5 here. Another weird looking move instead of b5 is f5. Although this
आई
is
थिंक
slightly worse.
in principle both moves make sense, but they're also risky, yeah।
For sure. For sure.
So, Saj bhai, I think I don't want to traumatize you too much with that F5 move. So, वापस रख देते हैं pawn को, and let's jump to the Gukesh game because he did choose knight e5. So, you and Gukesh are thinking alike, and now bishop f6 is the only move in the position for Mr. Nicolas Theodoro. Chat, क्या लग रहा है, निकाल पाएंगे? Yes or no? Anything else, and Gukesh has a plus point 0.8 to plus 1 advantage.
That is crazy. Bishop f6 is not easy move because we were talking about this earlier. There are so many captures and so many checks I have, after bishop f6. Like I have knight d7, knight takes f7, rook takes f7, knight takes c6. So and rook a check, deke knight c6 check se bhi mar raha hai. So it's like there are so many options for white, and so many of them are taking a pawn with a check. That makes me think that this might be a bit difficult to play. Or if he does, he would have to calculate a long time.
And this is why the time pressure helps, right? Imagine if Nicholas had like an hour here or 53 minutes, same as Gukesh. I think he might, the probability of him finding it would be much higher. With 27 minutes, he knows कि मुझे 16 चालें खेलनी है. So the max he can possibly spend here, I would say, is like 10 minutes. And I'm not sure if that is enough to find the subtleties after bishop f6. So chat कह रही है, देखते हैं chat क्या बोल रही है. Yes, no, 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 yes, no. So chat is also confused, but that is in Gukesh's favor. If chat is confused, we are confused. That means maybe the opponent will also be confused and might not find the only move.
It's definitely possible. And someone's asking Sahaj why Levon agree for a draw so early. Probably because he's a bit tired, had a bunch of long games, and tomorrow is rest day as well. So I mean, he wanted to take the rest a bit early, ताकि he can start
अरे
fresh. I mean, these
यार,
8
थ्यूडोरो
घंटे.
भाई कैसे निकाल दिया यार, कैसे?
मतलब हमें पता, भैया पता है कि कौन सा गेम सबसे लंबा चला था? I'm sure yesterday one of the games was around 7-8 hours, right?
आई थिंक नोदरबेक का गेम था अगेंस्ट वो वो जो यंगस्टर है जिसने गुकेश से ड्रॉ किया, क्या नाम है उसका?
Erdoğmus.
डॉगमस के साथ, एंड आई थिंक ही क्लेम्ड अ ड्रॉ आफ्टर 50 मूव्स, समथिंग लाइक दैट. It was a
Crazy.
crazy draw. And then he did like this ऐसे करके, like, after drawing that game or dogmas.
Wow. That is crazy. 8 point, wow, 8+ hours is insane. I mean, you can imagine, yeah, 8 घंटे आपको एक ही मैच में खेलना, and then preparation भी करना. I mean, it takes it out of you. I mean, that's just one game, of course. Every player is going through something similar. Um, but yeah, wow, 8.1. I've never had a game that long before. I think my
Yeah,
my peak was 7.5.
yeah. I think it's very hard to play such a long game. And Saj by 7.5 is itself insane. And I hope we don't have that game today. Itni lambi. Meanwhile, Bishop is played. And Saj, now the question is, do we take that pawn on c6? Are we ready to grab it? Because then King e8 ke baad, I think black is pretty close to a draw, or do you think there's some other move as well that can put pressure on the black side?
Rakesh bhai saying it was 190 moves with 8 hours and 20 minutes and बंदा इंडिया से यूरोप पहुंच सकता है बट गेम चालू ही था
भाई सही में यार, सही में genuinely you can fly from here to Frankfurt or here to anywhere and it would be
No, no, I
game
know.
खेल रहे होंगे वो लोग.
Bhai, I took Delhi to Warsaw like 2 weeks, not even like 1 week ago. I took Delhi to Warsaw and it
Yeah,
was 8 hour long flight,
yeah,
literally.
yeah.
Like one third of
भाई
the entire day, yaar. That's insane.
भाई यूएस जाके देखो भाई, ओ माय गॉड भाई, दैट्स द वर्स्ट चैट कभी जा भाई. इट्स लाइक सबसे वर्स्ट द यूएस जाना, बिकॉज़ यू लीव एट नाइट एंड देयर इट इज नाइट. या आई मीन इट्स लाइक इनसेन.
Yeah, I mean, it was like I went there. I mean, एक ही बार मैंने वो flight लिया. I mean, I lived there for like some time, but I took the flight just once, and it was brutal, yaar. It was brutal, like some 18 hours in total. It was insane.
So
Okay,
chat,
Bishop F6,
I
by
think,
the way. Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
yeah, yeah. So I'll be back in just 1 minute. Yeah.
Sure, sure, sure. So yeah, Bishop F6 खेल दिया उसने. This was a difficult move, and now I think the ball is in Gukesh's court because we're not sure what's happening here. Anish winning? Really? Anish? Oh, yes, Anish is indeed winning. Wow. Things apparently didn't go well for him because this was the position and it was a +1 position, but he made a bunch of mistakes. And this is why I think Anish is so good in Naidorf position. I mean, he's such a monster because he's been playing this for a very, very long time and it's very difficult against him. So he goes a4, takes rook a4, and bishop h3. A final, sorry, the last mistake, and now b3 is basically dead lost here for Maurizi. कैसे फाइन किया? आइडिया क्या है बिशप f6 का? I talking about the Gukesh game. But yeah, just to wrap it up, Anish is looking very good here. Idea bishop f6 का simple है भाई. I just want to go bishop takes c5. I just want to take the knight, you take it back, and then I take on c3. अगर मैं ये पहले खेलता इस position में, if I had gone rook c3 here, for example, there is a tactic here because you can go knight takes c6, attacking the bishop, and if you move the bishop away, then there is rook a8, and that's a checkmate. Even if you go king e8, still I have rook a8, and the piece is gone. In fact, I'm still threatening checkmate. Yeah, rook d8 के बाद. So that was the idea basically to get out of the back rank and also threaten bishop takes e5. It was a difficult move, I think, by Theodoru, but he has found it. But game is still not over. Can we play f4 here defending the knight? Probably, but I don't like the idea of just giving up your knight because I think that's the only sort of ये क्या हो रहा है? अच्छा. Uh, that's the only kind of like imbalance in this position, right? The bishop and the knight, and our knight is way better than this bishop on f6. So इस knight को बचाना बहुत जरूरी होगा. तो after f4, I will probably just take on e5 and just take on c3, and it is black who's playing for a win now. So
बिल्कुल
don't give up this
बिल्कुल.
knight. अरे yo,
व्हाट्सअप
welcome,
व्हाट्सअप.
welcome.
कैसे हो
क्या
बर्थडे बॉय? कैसा था बर्थडे आपका?
बढ़िया था भाई, बढ़िया, बहुत 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 मजा आया. बिग 30.
मोरिसन्स.
यो जल्दी आ गया यार, बड़े एकदम इमीडिएटली आ गया. मुझे
और
लगा
कोई जुड़ने वाला है क्या वैसे?
मुझे नहीं नहीं, अब आज नहीं. आई डोंट थिंक सो,
अच्छा.
बट पॉसिबल
ठीक
है
ठीक.
बाद में.
कूल कूल.
मुझे लगा यूरोप की फ्लाइट ले रहे हो अभी आप.
नहीं नहीं, कुछ कुछ ही दिनों में.
अच्छा
वो
अच्छा
तो
अच्छा.
मतलब यूरोप की फ्लाइट लेनी पड़ेगी टिक्को, क्योंकि अभी उज्बेकिस्तान का तो कुछ भरोसा नहीं है वैसे भी.
क्या हो गया भाई, क्या हो गया? बैड न्यूज क्यों सुना रहे हो भाई?
अरे भाई वो बिशप एफ6 ढूंढ लिया ना थियोडोरो ने. तो
भाई थोड़ा थामो, अभी गलती करेगा, थोड़ा थामो थामो, करेगा भाई, देखो. भरोसा रखो भाई, भरोसा रखो, भरोसा रखो भाई. उज्बेकिस्तान
बाय द
हो रहा
वे,
है,
बाय द वे,
हो रहा है भाई, हो रहा है.
बाय द वे, अर्जुन हेडिंग टुवर्ड्स अ ड्रॉ. का पक्का वाला ड्रॉ. So
Okay,
good news
going
there. बचा
to the
लिया
end.
जो भाई ने. And I know we discussed it, Tiku. Sorry, Sahaj bhai. But Tiku, you must be glad. You will start bouncing in your chair. ये सुन के कि Anish is winning.
Yeah. Like dead winning. It's -3.
So Anish ka jeetna is like, you know, if he wins, that's also half a India in the candidates. Not like it's nice to have him there. The only problem is
Correct,
अगर वो
correct.
qualify कर गया, ऐसा ना वर्ल्ड कप पे ना आए.
नहीं नहीं आएगा आएगा वर्ल्ड कप तो आ रहा है गारंटीड है.
वर्ल्ड कप
फिर
भी
ठीक है.
आई मीन जीतना तो वहां भी है मतलब that's a separate event. I mean, you don't play it just for the candidates, right? You also need
Hmm.
that title on your belt.
Hmm. True, true. Now Rakesh is here. Indians will start winning. So let's go, Indians.
कि
Rakesh
लेट्स
भाई
गो
क्या
कम
लग...
ऑन.
Let's go.
भाई मतलब जैसे ही मैंने सोचा आने का तभी वो मामेडो ने गलती करी प्रग के साथ. तो शायद कुछ चांस बन सकता है सहज.
Let's go. Okay, Bishop D7 H4. अच्छा ये H5 Rook C8. ओ एक और मिस्टेक.
हाँ
नाइस.
भाई
Rakesh भाई,
धीरे धीरे कम बैक करना है. बोलो टिकू.
कहते हैं कि कई बार the universe has 11 dimensions. I don't know somebody who's curious about this stuff. They say, according to string theory, universe has 11 dimensions, and in the fifth dimension, you can see time on a linear scale. Like आपको दिख रहा है कि आगे क्या हो रहा है और पीछे क्या हो रहा है. So आपको क्या लग रहा है भाई? आपके आगे टाइम में आप कौन सी कंट्री में बैठे हो भाई? 2 दिन 3 दिन बाद.
इसका बिल्डअप इतना बढ़िया था ना. आई वाज लाइक वाओ टिकू. Like he's
मतलब
talking
कहाँ
about such cool things.
स्ट्रिंग थियरी से मेरे ट्रैवल प्लान्स लिंक्ड है यार मतलब.
Trust me,
बट या
कोई ना कोई एलियन बैठ के देख रहा है भाई, और उसको दिख रहा है कि भाई राकेश भाई कहाँ बैठे. एंड देन ही इज लाइक लोल्स, इस बंदे को पता भी नहीं है भाई.
सही में यार सही में. एंड आपने इंटरेस्टिंगली बोला कि फिफ्थ डायमेंशन में दिखता है ना टाइम लीनियरली.
हाँ,
तो
हाँ.
यहाँ पे बस फिफ्थ नहीं सिक्स्थ राउंड चल रहा है. तो शायद वो भी
हम्म.
कहीं ना कहीं लिंक्ड है. सो वी विल नो. बट सहज भाई कमिंग बैक टू द चेस. प्रग का कोई चांस अभी आफ्टर द मिनी कम बैक.
For sure, I think. अब कैसे I don't know, but I just wanna throw H6. Like I wanna throw H6 फिर उसके बाद मेरे को सोचना है इधर. But I'm not sure how is it happening. He's still a pawn up. I mean that's a good thing. And I'm guessing that something like b4 is not a good idea because knight d3 आने के बाद ये position काफी खराब हो सकती है. We were analyzing this position a bit earlier and एक बार कुछ -2 पे पहुंच गया था b4 खेलने का. तो मैं बट नाइट d3 से बहुत डर रहा हूँ मैं यहाँ पे. So perhaps a move like bishop to e1, like not allowing knight d3. अब मेरा b4 का प्लान है and maybe I will throw h6 as well.
साज भाई थोड़े
आई
वाइल्ड
लाइक
तो है
इट.
भाई. बिशप E1, वाओ भाई, मतलब
नहीं
क्रेजी
नहीं ये
चाल
मेरे
एक्चुअली.
ये
बट
खुला हुआ है अभी अभी इसलिए बता रहा हूँ. That
नहीं, बट
wasn't.
स्टिल भाई साहब, क्रेजी मूव रिगार्डलेस. यार यूजुअली बिशप्स एक्टिव रहते, बिशप E1 एंड यू कंट्रोल D3, एंड अब उस नाइट को एक बढ़िया सा किक पड़ेगी. सो टाइम सिचुएशन दोनों की बहुत कम है, सेंसिटिव है राकेश भाई एंड साज भाई. आई फील कि यहाँ पे गलतियां और होंगी अभी इस गेम में बहुत सारी.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. एंड Pragg has been having a dream year so far 2025 में. तो
अरे
होपफुली कंटिन्यू करेंगे.
do you see
ओ
it?
हो गया.
हाँ, he played it on the board.
वाओ.
भाई साहब बढ़िया.
सो क्रेजी मूव, Pragg पुटिंग प्रेशर. राकेश भाई, आई हैव अ क्वेश्चन, ठीक है? सो
हम्म.
अभी 4.5 पॉइंट पे तो अपना वो है मकसूदलू, ठीक है? सो ही विल लेट्स से ड्रॉ,
करेक्ट
ही गोज टू 5.
करेक्ट
नाउ
करेक्ट.
4.5 पे काफी प्लेयर होंगे, राइट?
हम्म.
सो हमारे इंडियंस में से क्या लगता है कितने लोग 4.5 पे होंगे?
हाँ दैट्स इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन.
एक तो
एक
होगा.
तो गारंटीड है.
हाँ.
हाँ एक तो गारंटीड है. मतलब एक ना इंडियन तो पहुंच ही जाएगा. अर्जुन भी. अर्जुन 4 पे है ना.
हम्म.
साढ़े
अर्जुन
चार
भी
पे आ
पहुंच
जाएगा
जाएगा.
वो.
हाँ अर्जुन छोड़ के और एक बंदा जुड़ने वाला है, ऐसा मेरा गट फीलिंग है.
Is it
इस इस
सूत्रों के
इस
मुताबिक और
इस
बिल्कुल सूत्रों के मुताबिक जुड़ जाते हैं जल्दी से इनटू सारे इंडियंस को कवर करते हैं ना। आप क्यों सिर्फ प्रग का गेम दिखा रहे हैं? तो आई एम रियली इंटरेस्टेड कि निहाल सरीन कैसे कर रहे हैं।
भाई
ओह,
अ,
अच्छा 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 अच्छा।
वो
लेट्स
सूत्रों का
टेक अ
एक्सेस मुझे
लुक
भी मिला।
एट।
तो आई वॉज वेटिंग कि भाई निहाल का ओपोनेंट गलती करे तो मैं करूं। ओ माय गॉड भाई, गलती कर दी है निहाल की ओपोनेंट ने।
गलती तो कर दी है उसने एक्चुअली। रुक F3 94 बिशप H4 H6 आया। एंड
भाई
समथिंग
सहज
टेल्स
भाई,
मी दैट
ये तो कुछ
दैट
भी नहीं
राकेश
है।
अभी और है।
बहुत ही बड़ी गलती होने वाली है।
सही में।
ओह, क्रेजी भाई, क्रेजी स्पॉइलर। बट लेट्स गो, वी लव टू सी इट। क्या गलती हो सकती है चैट?
बट वी सॉ इट साज भाई ना, लाइक D5 वाज सो नेचुरल कि ही माइट बी टेम्प्टेड बाय इट उनके ओपोनेंट, एंड ही एग्जैक्टली प्लेड दैट। एंड क्वीन सीसी के बाद सडनली भाई लग गई।
मृणाल भाई बोल रहे मेट इन वन वेरी वेरी क्लोज टू दैट। इट इज लाइक कि भाई अब मेट इन, अभी आप जस्ट थिंक ऑफ लाइक मृणाल, इफ यू वर मृणाल इन दिस सिचुएशन आप क्या खेलोगे? तो अब मेट इन वन तो डायरेक्टली अलाउ नहीं करेगा, बट उसके आसपास कुछ अलाउ करोगे, ऐसा है।
So I'm
तो
guessing
चैट
he
के लिए,
probably move his
या
rooks.
चैट के लिए क्वेश्चन, आई वुड इनफैक्ट गो वन स्टेप फर्दर, सॉरी टू कट यू सहज भाई, बट
Mhm.
वाइट से मूव गेस करो आप, और देखते हैं कि क्या खेल, क्या मूव आप अपोनेंट का मूव गेस कर पाओगे क्या? निहाल के अपोनेंट का बेसिक।
Oh, I think I found it, yeah? I think I guessed it, Saj bhai. Rakesh bhai.
भाई यू
Is
डोंट नीड टू गेस इट नो, इफ यू कैन सी इट सीधा।
no, I can't see the move.
अच्छा, ओके ओके।
अच्छा। ओके, एनीवेज आई थिंक पता लग जाएगा। 16 मिनट बाय द वे उन ओपोनेंट के पास है। सो ही नीड्स अपेरेंटली मेरा जो चेसकॉम का बोर्ड है, साथ में यू शुड एक्टिवेट दैट। आई थिंक जो ओनली मूव वाला बार है, इट इज वेरी हेल्पफुल। वो ब्लू एरो से दिखा
Uh,
रहा है बिशप टू E7।
how do I activate that?
सेटिंग्स में ब्रॉडकास्ट में जाके आई थिंक यू विल सी लाइक अ क्रिटिकल मूव एरो का ऑप्शन।
Yeah, okay, done.
हाँ
एंड बाय द
हाँ,
वे
नाउ यू सी इट।
दैट मीन्स कि बिशप e7 इज द ओनली मूव दैट इक्वलाइजेस, करेक्ट?
या
तो चलो चैट, फाइंड वाइट्स मूव जो हुआ गेम में, जो होगा गेम में मतलब फ्यूचर में, एंड विन अ डायमंड मेंबरशिप। लेट्स गो, 1 मंथ।
So find something जो नहीं हुआ बोर्ड पे for sure.
हाँ, प्रेडिक्शन, प्रेडिक्शन। फर्स्ट आंसर विंस अ डायमंड मेंबरशिप, लेट्स गो।
सो मैं गेस कर सकता हूँ राकेश भाई?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, आप मतलब चैट को देना ना, आपके पास तो लाइफ टाइम डायमंड है वैसे भी।
So I am thinking maybe he played like bishop G3 and
सहज
then
भाई आप
knight
भी एक गेस
G5 के
करना।
बाद, हाँ, and then knight
बिशप
G5
G3
and the
तो
rook
नहीं
cannot
खेलेगा
move.
क्योंकि नाइट G5 आ रहा है भाई।
हाँ, तो that's
ओके
what I think.
भाई, उससे बिशप जीत से भी घटिया का चाल सोचो यार। पूरा मैं बोल रहा हूँ मृणल के लेवल पे जाके सोचो।
अरे यार।
भाई गॉड,
Okay,
आई कांट बिलीव।
I'll
या
say rook F4. That's
ओके,
my guess. Locking in.
लेट्स सी, लेट्स सी चैट में जिस जैसे ही पहला आंसर दिखेगा, आई डोंट नो इफ लाइक आई विल कंफर्म, बट अपोनेंट ही कंफर्म कर देगा कुछ ही टाइम में। तो लेट्स गो।
सो चैट एक काम करना, आई थिंक मे बी इट विल बी डिफिकल्ट टू गो बैक एंड चेक। सो जिसने भी करेक्ट आंसर लिखा होगा वो स्क्रीनशॉट लेके राकेश भाई को ट्विटर पे टैग कर दो विद योर
हम्म,
चेसकॉम आईडी, ताकि इट विल बी इजी। जो फर्स्ट पर्सन टैग करेगा करेक्ट आंसर के साथ, ही गेट्स चेसकॉम डायमंड मेंबरशिप फॉर 1 मंथ।
करेक्ट करेक्ट। भाई क्वीन D8 या इतना भी सिंपल ब्लंडर नहीं है ना, मतलब मृणल इज अ स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर, मृणल इज लाइक 11-1200। तो उसी में
But
से अंदर का अंदर एक छोटा सा ब्लंडर विच ओपन्स अप मेट इन वन का थ्रेट, ऐसा इन अ वे।
yeah, I
आई
mean,
एम
now
थिंकिंग
I
लाइक,
understand that there must be a move by the rook. Rook D3. Rook D3 is a good choice, I think, Sahil bhai. I think I would have chosen that अगर आपने पहले ना बोला होता तो।
आई एम थिंकिंग रुक E3 ऑल्सो एक्चुअली, just to
F
put
वाला।
that rook, and then knight F2 is actually winning on the spot.
Ooh, knight F2 is nice.
बट भाई व्हाट हैपेंड इन द गेम इज इवन मोर प्रिटी।
Oh wow,
या
wait, what
ये
could have happened?
कैसी टैक्टिक है?
बहुत ही सुंदर, मतलब सहज भाई आप क्लोज हो, तो मतलब शायद जो आपने बोला वही हुआ गेम में। बट
Oh,
इट्स
Oh,
इट्स
really?
अमेजिंग व्हाट जस्ट हैपेंड।
Very interesting. I think वो D8 को control करना भी बहुत जरूरी है. I think that's why Bishop E7 apparently is the only move. Because for example, if you play Queen E2, looks very logical, right? But G5 is just winning actually.
Hmm.
Bishop G3 and Rook F D8 and Rook D2 आ रहा है, Knight D2 आ रहा है, and it's all lost. So I think it was a difficult position, regardless of what White plays.
True. Oh, it is tough. It is tough. But you know what's not tough is for Nihal Sarin finding these tactics. Chat, and hopefully he reaches to 4.5 score. क्योंकि
तो मतलब
उसके
दो
बाद ना
इंडियंस आ
काफी
जाएंगे बेसिकली, राइट? 4.5 पे.
And
correct.
isn't this like ideal? If we had the choice, okay, chat, question for you. If you had the choice for two Indians to reach, let's say, 4.5, we cannot get to 5 because Param is the only one. I think many of us would choose Arjun for sure because he needs it. And we might choose Nihal or Vidit or Hare Krishna, right? One of these players who's around 2,700. So, I mean, it's a great situation for Nihal to be in. 4.5 पे अगर वो पहुंचते हैं, if the blunder actually happens, क्या पता राकेश भाई फिरकी ले रहे हो, हमारी पॉसिबल है. बट
हो सकता है.
से
हो
मजे ले
सकता
रहे हैं भाई, आधे घंटे में लास्ट में गायब हो जाएंगे. बट if it is
हाँ
actually a mistake, I think it would be amazing to see Nihal and Arjun on 4.5 with genuine chances, because that means अगले कितने 5 राउंड में उनको 3.5 चाहिए. That is totally doable यार.
बिल्कुल.
5 राउंड में 3.5. नहीं, आई थिंक 8.5 पे जीता था ना विदित.
हाँ, but
Yeah.
8 was enough. Like I think they will take second place, yeah.
बट 8 विल नॉट बी इनफ ना, अगर
नहीं, आपको
उसमें आपको टाई
जीतना
ब्रेक भी
है
मैटर करना चाहिए.
या आपको जीतना है टूर्नामेंट या कैंडिडेट्स के लिए, ये टिकू और सहज आप में डिफरेंस है बेसिकली.
हाँ, I think Saj means कि tie break अच्छा होना चाहिए, but I think last time there was only one player on 8, Saj bhai. That was Hikaru.
There was one guy on 8.5 and one guy on 8.
हाँ, 1 on 8, one on 8, and there was nobody else tied. So I think 8 तो चाहिए ही, I think minimum. So I think
करेक्ट.
3.5 is kind of doable. 8.5 चाहिए तो of course it's much tougher. But yeah.
कह रहे मूव तो बताओ. मूव तो आई थिंक आपको मैक्स 11 मिनट के अंदर दिख जाएगी.
11 नहीं भाई, बहुत ही जल्द मिल जाएगा. आई थिंक आंसर्स भी
भाई,
गेस करे लोगों
Vaishali
ने.
is completely winning. That is
लेट्स
crazy.
गो.
Who?
बढ़िया बढ़िया.
Vaishali.
Oh, lovely. Let's actually go there. Here we go. Okay. Oh, dead winning actually. Opposite colored bishops. This bishop on b4 is not really a bishop, yeah? I mean, this is just a big pawn. And yeah, just rook d8 incoming, attacking the d3 pawn. Maybe some g5, g4 plans later on.
I mean, chat,
It's
just
like
keep in mind, yeah.
एक भी पीस आपका मतलब कम नहीं है, बट पोजीशन इतनी खराब है कि इट्स डेड लॉस्ट.
Yeah, this is that opposite color bishop middle game, right? जहाँ पे the opposite color bishops give you attacking chances. Oh, Divya has drawn. That's an update. So Divya Deshmukh has drawn. हमारे producers आप कह रहे हैं हमें. That's a good result, right? A draw against a 26-30 player with black.
Yeah, for sure. Going back to the star game, by the way. Oh, wait. Did I just win something?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Correct. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
भाई
this is
honestly
the-
बता रहा हूँ, didn't see why it's a blunder, but I just thought it's logical.
नहीं, that just means कि सहज भाई और मृणाल भाई का वेवलेंथ सेम है.
भाई, और इसका भी भाई, गुमुलार्स का भी भाई.
साइमन गुमुलार्ज. ये भाई आपने बोला वॉर्सो की फ्लाइट शायद इसके साथ ली थी आपने, पोलैंड वाले साइमन गुमुलार्ज के साथ. बट मिरांडा वाज एब्सोल्युटली राइट. राकेश भाई आते ही इंडियंस जीतने लगे. लेट्स गो.
Let's go.
Because
बढ़िया भाई.
सहज भाई,
By the way,
now
I
can you
have a
tell us why it's a blunder?
yeah, it's really cool actually, because knight c3, you attack the queen and the pawn, and white plays queen to g4, right? And I'm not gonna reveal the next move. I think chat, you should find this move because it is beautiful.
Yeah.
सुंदर, अति सुंदर मूव क्वीन जी4 के बाद. चैट, think of a beautiful move and sacrifice everything possible.
ओहो
एक
हो
सुंदर चाल
भाई
एंड
भाई इसके लिए कैमरा होना चाहिए था। निहाल की जो ऑरा होती जब वो मूव खेलेगा, which
he
सही
played
में
will
यार,
have,
सही में।
can we show the moves Saraj भाई?
Yes, yes,
92
chat has,
check.
भाई
Oh
chat is amazing. Chat has identified, but beautiful. क्वीन से मार सकते हो, रुक से मार सकते हो, बट मार किसी से नहीं सकते, बिकॉज राजा बोलेगा बाय बाय।
यहाँ पे back rank,
wow
and if you take with the queen then तो mate in one, otherwise
भाई और
रुक
लुक एट, वो
गयो.
बोलते हैं ना कि जब भी नसीब गंदा होता है, पांडु होता है, तो क्या होता है, देखो क्वीन जी4, नाइट ई2, आई नो यू कैन नॉट कैप्चर फ्रॉम वॉट एवर विच एवर
हम्म,
पीस, किंग एच1 खेलोगे, नाइट इंटू एफ4, अभी क्वीन
अभी भी नहीं
एफ4
मार
भी नहीं मार सकते,
सकते
तो
यार
भी
ट्रू
चेकमेट है।
भाई बिशप f6 में भी नाइट जी6 वापस भाग रहा है. इट्स लाइक कुछ भी काम नहीं कर
ओह
रहा
या
है.
या
वाओ,
वाओ
बट
सो
निहा भाई, दिस इज अ गिफ्ट सहज भाई एट दिस स्टेज ऑफ द इवेंट।
For
या
sure, yeah, for
एंड
sure.
दिस इज अमेजिंग फॉर निहाल यार। 4.5 पॉइंट मतलब अभी के लिए, जब गेम खत्म होगी ही इज लाइकली गोना बी इन सेकंड प्लेस बिहाइंड परम, मे बी इवन अबव हिम स्टैंडिंग्स में। मस्त लगेगा भाई।
और पर हम का बाय द वे किंग पॉइंट एंडिंग चले. किंग पॉइंट एंडिंग देख के ना मुझे बहुत डर लगता है बिकॉज ऑफ व्हाट हैपेंड इन दैट फिरूजा गेम yesterday. भाई क्या था वो, याद है भाई?
या
हाँ दैट वाज इनसेन एक्चुअली।
लेट्स जस्ट कैच द
ओ
फाइनल मोमेंट्स हियर. क्वीन f3 ही प्लेज. हाँ वो ट्रिक कर रहा है. देख क्वीन ट्रेड कर ले, बिकॉज देखो विनिंग पोजीशन देता हूँ बट क्वीन ट्रेड कर ले. बट यहाँ पर भी आप 92 चेक दे सकते हो, सिंपल.
वाओ
You see, you would have played Queen G4, normally speaking, right? In this position. But Queen G4 में 92 के अलावा और कोई चाल नहीं है आपके पास. So you will spot it much easier. But he's playing Queen F3 ताकि वो Queen takes F3 मार दे. Maybe it's not as lost, you know?
ट्रू
बिल्कुल।
ट्रू ट्रू एंड आल्सो आई थिंक निहाल का 44 मिनट्स है भाई। ही विल ओह भाई क्या मूव है भाई। ब्रिलियंसी ऑन द बोर्ड। नाइट टू
ब्यूटिफुल।
ई2 फोर किंग किंग एंड रुक एंड आई थिंक इट्स टाइम टू रिजाइन।
Yeah, I think Simon Gumularz will resign. And there you go! Nihal Sarin with
लेट्स
a
गो
great win.
एंड
Beautiful
ही हैज
finish,
जॉइंड
actually.
Param Maghsoodloo in tied first place with zero losses for Nihal. I think that is very impressive. I think, in fact, his score could have been higher. He missed out on a couple of wins. Yeah, they were rook, the pass pawn, D7, D6,
Hmm.
H6. So he played very well in this tournament so far. राकेश भाई पहला हाफ निहाल का ड्रीम की तरह गया है। सेकेंड हाफ अगर वो निकाल लेना, दिस कुड बी अ लाइफ चेंजिंग टूर्नामेंट फॉर निहाल। ही कुड क्वालिफाई फॉर द कैंडिडेट्स।
Absolutely, he deserves it. And वो ना एक इंडियन है जिसका ना वो नेक्स्ट लेवल अनलॉक नहीं हो रहा था कुछ टाइम के लिए, टिकू। वी हैव बीन फॉलोइंग निहाल्स जर्नी फॉर अ व्हाइल, बट दिस जस्ट माइट बी हिज ईयर। एंड प्राग एंड निहाल बचपन से ही दोस्त है, दोनों का 2025 बहुत ही सुपर्ब जा रहा है। बट ऑफ कोर्स निहाल हैज टू टॉप इट अप विद अ फिनिश। लास्ट ईयर अरविंद का था, उसके पहले ऑफ कोर्स गुकेश का तभी था लास्ट ईयर, बट दिस ईयर आई फील this just might be Nihal's year, Sahaj, bhai.
ओहो भाई लेट्स गो. 4.5 out of 6, इससे बेटर क्या हो सकता है? ऑल्सो यार 22 चाल में ब्लैक से, वो भी मतलब एकदम मेटिंग अटैक, ऐसे ब्रिलियंसी खेल के हराना, तो इट्स अमेजिंग फॉर योर कॉन्फिडेंस राइट बिफोर द रेस्ट डे एज वेल. आई मीन दैट रेस्ट डे इज गोना बी अमेजिंग फॉर निहाल. ये
या
आज का दिन, कल का दिन. I mean, he also finished off a bit earlier because usually you are seeing players play for somewhat 6-7 hours. And yes, by the way, another update we have, it's that on board two, Blue Bomb versus Abhimanyu Mishra has also ended in a draw. That means that 62-63 game streak still continues for Abhimanyu Mishra, and I mean his dream run is just unbelievable. Yeah, he's also on 4.5, same as Nihal and same as Blue Bomb, of course, as well.
yep
एंड
yep and
भाई और एक अच्छी बात, सॉरी टिकू, बट कि अपने इंडियंस के लिए कि कोई बहुत आगे नहीं बढ़ रहा है टूर्नामेंट में।
ट्रू ट्रू वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एक्चुअली कि आधे पॉइंट के रेंज में सब लोग रहे हैं। अदरवाइज एक बंदा निकल जाएगा ना तो एक स्पॉट तो गया। एंड आइडियली यू डोंट वांट टू गिव अप इवन वन स्पॉट। आई थिंक लास्ट तक चांस रहना चाहिए। एंड आई थिंक नेक्स्ट गेम टू एंड विल बी द परम अर्जुन वन। आई थिंक ड्रॉ होने वाला है बहुत जल्दी। एंड पर मिश्रा बाय द वे 4.5 पे, भाई 4 पे ऑलरेडी आ चुके हैं 4.5 पे। इट्स अ प्रॉपर ऐसे वो इंडिया वाली भीड़ लग रही है भाई यहाँ पे स्टैंडिंग्स में।
क्रेजी एक्चुअली।
भाई
4
बिल्कुल।
प्लेयर्स ऑन 4.5 यार। एक्चुअली कल निहाल वर्सेस अर्जुन हो सकता है गाइस। एक्चुअली नहीं,
परसों।
एक्चुअली नहीं 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 होगा, नहीं होगा, नहीं होगा, नहीं,
और
नहीं, फिर
परसों, कल तो हो नहीं
कल है,
सकता
हाँ
भाई।
परसों, राइट। इतने खुश हो रहे हैं साहिल भाई।
भाई भाई 7 घंटा कुर्सी पे बैठ के भाई तुम बताओ क्या प्रॉब्लम होती है चैट भाई।
एर्गोनॉमिक चेयर।
Actually, it might be true because apparently I think FIDE tournaments में you're not allowed to play same federation वाला in the last couple of rounds. तो हो सकता है फोर्सफुली पहले ही मैच लगा दे दो इंडियंस के
हाँ।
बीच।
हाँ ओके। It used to
हम्म।
happen in Asian youths, I remember. वहाँ पे
करेक्ट
रूल
करेक्ट,
होता था
ताकि
in the last.
फिक्सिंग फिक्सिंग ना हो उसके
हम्म।
लिए।
Why is Abhinav Mishra Indian? I think he's maybe his family is from India, but he was born in the US and he's a US citizen. So not really. Just like many CEOs living in the US, I think. I mean, we can cheer for him, of course, but he's technically not Indian. Yeah.
Wait, we're looking at this end game, but somehow मुझे यहाँ पे डर लग रहा है because ये pawn h5 पे एकदम ब्लॉक करके बैठा हुआ है सब कुछ. But okay, I guess you're not gonna be able to accomplish much because king f6, king e6, waiting moves पे waiting moves, and it's very hard to go wrong here.
Yeah. But
So
Drosaj bhai.
राकेश भाई, आपके सूत्रों के मुताबिक ये गेम कितनी जल्दी ड्रॉ होने वाला है?
यू नो मैं तो बहुत ही अपने सूत्रों पे निर्भर करता हूँ।
हम्म।
और मैं बोलूंगा कि ऑलमोस्ट अगले 2-3 मिनट में आप इसका
अगले
हो
हम्म
जाए। 2-3 मिनट
अगले
बस।
3 मिनट में.
ये शैंकलैंड वर्सेस फिरूजा जैसे आपको और मस्ती नहीं दिखेगी यहाँ पे।
Hmm. Also, by the way, I think Gukesh के में भी काफी simplifications हो चुके हैं. And I'm not sure who's actually better. Rook C3 मार दिया है
भाई
अभी.
शुभ शुभ बोलो यार टिक्कू भाई।
भाई थोड़ा डर लग रहा है अगर बिशप E5 आ गया then black has 3 connected pass pawns. I'm a bit worried.
ये
ओह वेट
ब्लैक ही जीत
वेट अ
सकता है.
मिनट। एक्चुअली मतलब टिक्कू आई नो ऐसे हम लोग मस्ती करते हैं बट यू आर राइट। ये थोड़ा डर तो लग रहा है भाई। लुक एट दोस C4 C5 D5 के पॉन्स एंड वाइट का रुक इज काइंड ऑफ ऑफ साइड ना, मतलब उस तरफ चला गया है। तो थोड़ा गड़बड़ हो सकता है भाई यहाँ पे।
मे
भाई
बी
और
आई
इन
गिव अ
हाँ.
चेक. कैन आई गिव अ चेक? किंग ई7 पे नाइट C6. आई डोंट नो इफ दैट्स एनीथिंग.
लेट्स प्ले इट आउट फॉर चैट। किंग D6 खेल सकता हो क्या? किंग
रुक
D7 एक्चुअली।
A6.
हाँ हाँ, यहाँ इसमें रुके किंग D7 खेलना चाहिए इसके लिए
अभी
मेरे
भी
को
रुक
तो शायद।
A6.
देन आई गो CD4 ना भाई। मतलब नाउ द पॉन इज प्रोटेक्टेड।
मेरे पास G5 है, बट लाइक यू टेक आई टेक हियर, बट आई डू यू हैव D3?
G6 D2
वेट,
जाना
दिस इज अ ब्लंडर. G5 D2, व्हाई इज दिस अ ब्लंडर?
95
हाँ,
चेक।
बिकॉज यू 95 चेक, किंग हटाया एंड जस्ट पॉन टेक्स. आप प्रमोट करो, मैं प्रमोट कर रहा हूँ, एंड यू डोंट इवन हैव अ सिंगल चेक.
बिकॉज नाइट नियरर टू द किंग इज अ ग्रेट डिफेंडर चैट इसके लिए।
एग्जैक्टली. वेरी नाइस लाइन एक्चुअली. बट या, सो नाइट C6, किंग D7 यू सेड, एंड रुक A6 के बाद जस्ट CD4. समा पता नहीं, मैं C4 सोच रहा था बार बार, बिकॉज आई लाइक हैविंग these pawns as connected, and maybe I have some, maybe black has some chances to push in this situation, but game looking like it's going to be a draw though.
The question is, does Gukesh have any chances whatsoever, Sahas? Because if he doesn't, 3.5, मतलब उनको टॉप 2 में आने के लिए 4.5 पॉइंट करने हैं अगले 5 में, like that's gonna
नो
be almost impossible.
या सॉरी बट नो नो चांस एट 3.5 बिकॉज विनर को 8 पॉइंट तो करने ही पड़ेंगे। तो
Hmm.
विनर नहीं, सॉरी, इवन टॉप 2। एंड इनफैक्ट गुकेश इज
Hmm.
प्लेइंग दिस टू विन, नॉट फॉर
Hmm.
एनीथिंग लेस।
वो
True,
सेकंड पे तो
true.
मतलब कुछ फर्क पड़ता नहीं ना. He wants to win this tournament obviously.
By the way, Arjun's game has ended in a draw against Param Maghsoodloo, who's gone to 5 points, leading the event in sole lead. But Arjun also in tied second place, and that's good to see कि Arjun का tie break अच्छा है यार. It's above Matthias, but Nihal का अच्छा नहीं है tie break यार so far from what we can see.
Yeah, Nihal Saibek seems to be the worst. He's coming fifth right now, and Arjun is right in the middle. Um,
It's Nihal ka tiebreak is kind of like Vidit in 2023.
hmm
So he has to
Yeah.
make more points. As simple as that.
Yeah, Chad, I think आज games relatively, 10% थोड़ा जल्दी खत्म हो रही हैं. Meanwhile, a big update, I think Vidit Gujarati is clearly worse against Anton Demchenko, and if we were to lose this, I think उनके chances भी qualify करने के खत्म हो जाएंगे. Can we have a brief look before we jump to the Pragg and the remaining games?
okay, so we have the blue arrow doing wonders. Yeah, हम लोग ये पहले डिस्कस कर रहे थे राकेश भाई that कितना weird लग रहा है ये pawn structure. Like look at this. This is such a weird pawn structure. But he finally plays a4, and Vidit should have gone b4 in this position, which doesn't make much sense because I have knight c4 and maybe some pressure on the a5 pawn. But this is where he makes a mistake and goes knight to b4. I'm guessing he wants a b5, queen b5 के बाद कुछ some sack on d3 like somewhere, knight d3, bishop d3 कुछ तो मर रहा होगा इधर. Bishop d3 I think मर रहा है इस position में. Maybe that's the plan. What do you think?
Also, king side is a bit loose, yeah. I can imagine queen g4 at some point. Suddenly, थोड़ा सा okay, yeah, bishop f8. Maybe it's not that stressful, but
Also, can I just start with एक knight c4 पहले? Asking a
yeah.
question कि भाई वो a5 का pawn का क्या? Because अभी टिकू भाई point is bishop b6 गए, तब आपका
हाँ.
idea queen g4 use करके फिर bishop f8 is out of the picture. ऐसा कुछ
That's a good point actually.
Hmm.
mix and match कर सकते.
It's a good point actually because a5 b6 still very very weak. You will capture this pawn for sure. I'll go bishop g6 perhaps.
Oh, but Temchenko doesn't play ab5. He plays bishop e4. A big mistake with it back.
भाई Vidit has to be back क्योंकि he has to qualify for the candidates through this. This is like his event.
हाँ.
World Cup में भी Vidit has I think reached fifth round max. तो यहाँ पे qualify हुए थे and he needs a minimum of 4 points qualify करने के लिए before
True,
the rest.
true.
So, but I still don't think Vidit is back. Like bishop e4, knight e4 के बाद ये position बहुत uncomfortable लग रही है मुझे विदित की.
Also, Sahaj bhai and Rakesh bhai, एक bad news है. I think Pranav, who played very well, I think we saw that rook e4 move, right, a while back, is now
Yeah.
completely lost against Yakubov Noderbek. Somehow, white confused matters. Can we go through the moves?
Oh, actually, the mistake came literally on the next move after knight g6. Yeah, I told you knight f6, knight h5 खेलना बहुत मुश्किल है यहाँ पे black के लिए. And he develops a bishop because it's a logical thing to do, and allows d5, queen c5, and e3 only move by white. Knight b4 a mistake, and now knight to d4 best move yet again. भाई क्या हो रहा है इस पोजीशन में? रुक मर रहा है, बिशप मर रहा है, बिशप दो जगह से मर रहा है. नाइट d3 का भी आ रहा है. Rook d4, I guess, is another. Oh, by the way, Rook d4 played in this position. Cannot capture with the queen because of knight c2 check. So he goes ed4, knight c2, king e2 only move here. King f1 is equal for some reason. King
Knight
e2
h2 आ रहा है शायद वहां पे साज भाई.
आ रहा है क्या?
Knight h2.
नहीं नहीं, it's queen b5, queen e2, knight h2 mate. By the way.
सुंदर, अति सुंदर. मृणाल की याद आ गई फिर से.
So queen d3 is the next move, and now queen takes b2. I mean, oh, look at this here. Look at this. d6, check, moves, check, moves, check. It's the weirdest repetition I've ever seen in my life. But yeah, he plays king e2 though,
Okay.
queen b5, queen d3 I would pay, and this is the current position. And अब knight h2 वाला वो कुछ ideas नहीं है अपने पास.
And भाई टिकू, you're again to your point. क्वालिफिकेशन के लिए यू हैव टू हैव मिनिमम 4 पॉइंट्स, मेरे को लग रहा है.
हम्म
3.5 आउट ऑफ 6 मीन्स यू कैन रीच 7.5 ही ना. नहीं नहीं, यू कैन रीच मोर एक्चुअली, यू कैन रीच.
यू कैन रीच, बट आपको बेसिकली
भाई
फर्स्ट आने के लिए 500 जीतने हैं या फिर 4.5 करने हैं. 4.5 इज इम्पॉसिबल भाई इन द
मैं
लास्ट
ना
स्पॉट.
1 मिनट में आया. Just be right back.
श्योर श्योर. हाँ यार, वो
सो
कमबैक मतलब यहाँ पे एक गेम जीतना ही मुश्किल है, तो 5 गेम लगातार तो बहुत ही मुश्किल है.
रियली. एंड मीनवाइल साहज भाई के पास
आयुष,
बोर्ड का.
Arjun game has ended. Actually, Arjun
या
has drawn. He goes into the rest at a very good score. But yeah, sadly lead में है
अरे
परहम भाई.
साहज भाई बोर्ड
मैं-
साथ में लेके चले गए क्या? भाई
सही में.
साहज भाई वो
सही.
होता है ना, क्रिकेट में खेलते थे बचपन में, अगर जैसे आउट हो जाता था बंदा, वो बैट लेके निकल जाता था, कहता बस आज इतना ही.
मेरा हो गया खेल के, तो मैं
हाँ.
निकल रहा.
ओके,
समय
समय
में
भाई
कुछ हो सकता है
सॉल्विंग
क्या?
दैट सिचुएशन.
हम्म.
Meanwhile, I think Anish Giri is about to win. Apparently, it's just all over.
Yeah, Anish Giri
Update
is
about
about to win.
Vaishali game. Vaishali is still winning, I think. I think she will win that one comfortably. So we'll go back to
Yeah.
her game at the end when it's about to finish. But you can see, Chad, you can see all the games there. You can see Puranik is better against Rapport. I think Abhimanyu is having a great tournament, Rakesh bhai, yeah?
He's having a great tournament, absolutely. And Divya getting a draw with black, chat, as you can see. वो भी अच्छी न्यूज है. And भाई Vantika, hopefully she wins क्योंकि she's playing the last seed of the women's section. कल क्या क्या टफ टूर्नामेंट है. देखो टिकू भाई, कल खेला फर्स्ट सीड से, एना मोजिचुक से हार गई, और अभी खेल रही है लास्ट सीड से. सो
अरे यार भाई
क्लियरली
सही में.
नॉट इजी टूर्नामेंट ये. मतलब हर बार आपको स्ट्रॉन्ग ही प्लेयर लगने वाला है.
And Vantika won like 1.5 out of 2 and then lost like 3 in a row. Like 4 in a row, if I'm not mistaken. So it was just hard luck, yeah? इतना तो.
या 3 इन अ रो. ये तो ये छठा गेम है अभी.
अच्छा हाँ, right.
तो आई थिंक विद प्रणव ऑल्सो अबाउट टू लूज, तो शायद टिकू भाई अपना ध्यान आ जाएगा फिर घूम फिर के गुकेश, प्रग और वीडी के गेम पे, जिनको अपन हमेशा से ही देखते आ रहे हैं.
राकेश भाई, पर अभी क्या है कि अर्जुन निहाल आर इन फॉर द सेकंड हाफ विद गुड चांसेस, बट वी आर अज्यूमिंग गुकेश एंड प्रग जीतेंगे, विदित जीतेंगे. अगर वो लोग आज हार गए या ड्रॉ भी हो गया, आई थिंक उनके चांसेस भी मे बी वेरी डिफिकल्ट, या मतलब टू क्वालिफाई.
करेक्ट. मेरे चांसेस भी मतलब टू फ्लाई, नॉट क्वालिफाई, जस्ट टू फ्लाई,
या
कम होते हुए. बट ओवरऑल आई फील it's 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 got to be like one of the persons who wins. मतलब you are actually right in saying कि अर्जुन और निहाल ही चाहिए थे अपने को ये टूर्नामेंट से, क्योंकि गुकेश डजंट नीड टू क्वालिफाई. प्रग का तो काम हो गया फीडे सर्किट से. तो प्रणव या विदित, अभिमन्यु, ऐसे प्लेयर्स का ही चांस है. सौविक भाई आ रहे हैं अनीश के गेम पे. ये सहज भाई शायद थोड़ा ब्रेक ले रहा है, बट once सहज भाई is back, we will analyze Anish's game.
Hari game, by the way, about to end in a draw. I just saw it. I think it will end in a draw in a couple of minutes. So, लोग कह रहे हैं गुकेश गेम में टाइम प्रेशर है. I'm checking chat. तब तक के लिए साज भाई joins in. Actually, yes, his opponent has 6 minutes to play 12 moves. So maybe that is the lucky break that Gukesh needs. और वही वेरिएशन हो रही है साज भाई, राकेश भाई, सी वहां पे knight c6 on the board and वो king d7 निकालना है ब्लैक को, एंड नॉट किंग d6.
How tough do you think that is, Tiku bhai?
I think possible to play king d6, yeah. Possible to miss rook a6, and if that happens, at least Gukesh has something to nibble on, yeah. कुछ तो है advantage.
करेक्ट है. ही नहीं, वही ना कि भाई कल ना कुछ अपने फेवर में ही नहीं जा रहा था. ये जो हाफ चांसेस या लकी ब्रेक्स होता है ना, दे वर गोइंग ऑन द ऑपोजिट साइड. राघव भाई पूछ रहे हैं, हैज वैशाली ब्लंडर्ड? लेट मी हैव अ क्विक लुक.
नहीं,
एंड
still winning.
still winning. Yeah, she's on board 2 भाई. Board 1 पे इक्वल है. वैशाली looks like she's completely winning, chat.
Yup. And meanwhile, Sahaj bhai आ जाओ Sahaj bhai. Oh, King D7 played. भाई आज Theodoro मानने के लिए ready नहीं है.
सही
And
में
Rakesh
सही
bhai,
में।
only move
हम्म।
was Bishop E5 by the way. अब otherwise Jesus मार
हम्म।
रहा था and he plays it. And who's better now? Honestly, I'm a bit worried here for Gukesh. I mean,
भाई
there's no way on earth you
भाई
win this, yeah?
भाई,
What
this
is
does not
happening?
look good, this does not
Sahaj
look
bhai,
good सहज भाई। जल्दी
go
आओ
now.
कौन सा
भाई,
बोर्ड?
किधर हो?
मैं डिस्कनेक्ट हो गया था। ओह अच्छा एक um
सहाज भाई थोड़ा डर लग रहा है गुकेश कहीं हार ना जाए बिकॉज आई थिंक आश थ्योडोरो ने सबको इम्प्रेस कर दिया है जस्ट टू कंपेयर चैट गुकेश इज एक्यूरेसी इज 98.6 यू वुड थिंक दैट्स प्रीटी इंप्रेसिव बट ओपोनेंट की 99.2 है
wow, that is crazy. Okay, I'm just switching. Is it working now?
वाओ चैट द प्रॉब्लम इज वाइट के पास भी दो पास पॉन है गुकेश की गेम में ब्लैक के पास भी दो हैं बट वाइट के पॉन्स सेपरेटेड है एंड black connected pass pawns are much harder to stop, and that's why I think it's a difficult task for Gukesh, who has enough time, should be able to do it, but it's not easy.
Is it still not working? I can see it on my screen. It says working. Any tips? One. I can see it on my screen. Okay, I'm gonna.
राकेश के सूत्रों से गेम का पता लगा भाई राकेश के सूत्र उज्बेकिस्तान जा सकते हैं मगर टाइम ट्रैवल नहीं कर सकते तो वी डोंट
बिल्कुल।
नो येट चैट
Vaishali, 14 moves in 7 minutes also. That's interesting.
yeah but I think she's completely winning actually
Okay, got it.
so I think no stress there like I'd be shocked if she doesn't win.
Okay, I'm gonna try it one more time. Samay bhai.
भाई भाई थोड़ा डर लग रहा है भाई because you know Rakesh bhai and Sajay went deeper in the lines there are like a couple of moments जहाँ पे only moves है Gukesh के पास got it awesome let's
Awesome.
go
बढ़िया बढ़िया, चलो।
Sajay bhai Gukesh game let's go
Gukesh, okay, putting it up.
कम
अरे
ऑन गुकी।
अरे ये क्या हो रहा है? This is तो
ये क्या हो रहा
this is
है
so
भैया ये क्या
bad.
हो
भाई
रहा
ये क्या हो रहा है? कॉपीराइट नहीं लगे, बस ये क्या हो रहा है?
है
भाई ऐसा नहीं
because
लग रहा कि वाइट को थोड़ा केयरफुल होना पड़ेगा?
हाँ एग्जैक्टली क्योंकि ये तीन दिस इज लाइक द वर्स्ट कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ
लाइक आई
पीसेस दैट यू कैन हैव
एग्जैक्ट
बिकॉज
आई
इनको
शो
कभी
यू।
रोक नहीं सकते.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, आई शो यू सैंपल लाइन चैट। लेट्स से गुकी इज चिल्ड आउट लाइक मिडल एंड प्लेज रुक ए7 चेक,
हम्म.
किंग ई6, और आपको लगता है बहुत टाइम है, खा लो पॉन, रुक जी7, टी3, और हमारे उसमें क्या है, किंग से रोक लेंगे, किंग एफ1 एंड रुक सी1 चेक, किंग हैज टू गो अप एंड डी2। तो देख रहे हो, चुनिए, 3-4 मूव के बाद भी गुकेश कैन लूज। गुकेश हैज टू बी केयरफुल सहज।
Wow, that's a very nice line. And also just doing a quick roundup after rook a7 king e6, if you go rook takes g7 d3 king f3 से बचा सकता हूं मैं, I'm
हम्म।
guessing, but that also seems to be lost. तो ये पॉन्स तो नहीं खाने चाहिए आपको. There's c4 apparently which is very strong, and this is why I don't like this formation at all, because you can always play rook c2 d2 c3. You can सारे pawn बचा बचा के you can never stop basically the pawns from going forward here. So how does he how does he
I
stop this?
I have a nice variation देखना है किसी को क्या this is so
इंजन वाला है?
nice हाँ of course भाई इतना nice मेरा हो नहीं सकता but anyways
बोलो
so
बोलो,
to
दिखाओ
your
दिखाओ।
variation Sahaj भाई D4 I think हमने King F3 आपने खेला था जहाँ पे right if we go
हाँ,
deeper there King
this
ओके।
F3 की
position.
जगह let's play F4
Okay.
ठीक है now D2 and we're looking at the best moves of both sides chat now queen वाला है, rook G6 check king e7, and rook d6 only move.
Okay,
Now
to
pawn
stop
is
the pawn.
hanging, so rook c2 only move, right? You have to save the pawn. King f3. Everything is tempo, like everything is only moves, other side wins. c4 only move. King e3, c3, f5, rook c1, and now rook takes d2, the only move. Why can we see this? Rook against 5 pawns.
No, no
Oh,
way. No way, bhai.
भाई takes ये
He's
खेलने के लिए आपको
lost.
गट्स चाहिए यार.
भाई lost लगेगा ना rook h1, isn't it?
हाँ,
Like
रुकेश वन ही मैं भी सोच
hard.
रहा था कि ये तो मर ही रहा है. अभी किंग ई
हाँ
थ्री रुक एच टू. ओके, बेसिकली लाइक इफ यू हैव
वो
थ्री
भी दे दो.
पॉन्स, वो
वो
ये
दे
पॉन तो दे ही
a2 भी
दो,
दे
मतलब
दो.
ये तो मरेगा ही.
हाँ.
रुक एच
Is
टू.
it a draw? Is it a win? That's the question.
I am not confident playing this even now घर पे बैठे बैठे. So let alone in a tournament game.
I mean,
But that
even
would
if
be
it's a
insane.
draw, I can see it's a draw by the computer at least, but I am still not convinced. Like, I think only black is playing for a win. ये
Yeah,
तो नहीं होना
yeah,
चाहिए ना.
true. And I think उसमें भी I think King G5 was losing, for example. So it's very
Question.
tricky.
Oh, bye! He plays f4! But he doesn't go rook
भाई
a7 check. He played f4 immediately, and that's a slight mistake.
भाई but it's
Bhai,
the
this is
first step in the wrong direction as Riku says.
yeah. Because now rook e3 is the best move, and the idea is g5 to basically take that passed pawn on e5, and then black just plays. Yeah, black को कोई risk ही नहीं है.
Wait, do you know what the best move for white here is? Like, यहाँ पे ये दोनों pawn queen
Oh,
करने वाले हैं.
he doesn't find
And
it. He plays d3. Why? He doesn't find it. He doesn't
oh,
find
okay,
it.
okay. That's good,
बच
that's
गए.
good. But I was just saying, rook e3 के बाद h4 best move थी भाई. Only move. Otherwise, you're worse. But okay, going back, d3. And now I think he has to find f. Maybe also Nicholas has time issues as well, so he's playing a bit faster and probably not able to calculate everything.
वाओ भाई लोग क्या खतरनाक गेम है यार. It's just all rook endgames are drawn, hoping that is true today as well, क्योंकि otherwise यहाँ although okay, let's go f5. Yeah, so I'm trying to create my own pass pawn.
Also,
uh
maybe some checks as well.
yeah,
I
so
see the question. What if I
takes
just play d2?
okay, e6 check,
Okay. King e7 only move.
rook a7 only move.
King e8 only move.
Rook
rook
d7
d7
only move.
नहीं है,
So,
rook d7 is lost.
rook d7 is lost, by the way. And
Yeah,
when was the last time, question to like everyone in the chat and question to you too as well, when was the last time you saw Gukesh making a repetition? Where I'm getting with this is that if Gukesh gets to this position, he might end up playing rook d7 to continue the game, and that's losing.
true,
भाई यार शुभ
true.
शुभ बोलो यार.
Okay,
By
rook
the way,
a6
by the
खेला वो.
way,
Not
yeah,
happening.
Anish Giri has officially won. So
Let's
well done.
go.
Anish पहुंचते हुए भाई 4.5 point. भाई he also needs that candidate spot.
भाई अगले राउंड में अनीश से ही पड़ेगा हमारा मैच, so that's gonna be crazy. But Anish Giri today a beautiful game defeating Maurice, was worse at one point but comeback बहुत ही epic किया है भाई.
Absolutely. By the way, c4 played by Nicholas Theodoru. And now king f2 only move for Gukesh.
What?
Only move. And this is not easy. Like, this is, it feels, it
Can I
doesn't feel
ask you a
right to me.
question? If Gukesh, I mean, I hope it doesn't happen, but if he were to lose, like this is two losses in a row at Grand Swiss, like he'll be 3 out of 6, 50% score. Like he's gonna take a toll on his psyche quite a bit.
I'm sure, I mean, Abhimanyu wala game also took a toll. I mean, it has to, yeah, because your momentum is broken. You're no longer playing for the first spot. Um,
Yeah, that would be the end of the chances. Like, even if you win all 5 games, I mean, you have to win all 5 games, yeah, after that to even have a chance. And your tiebreak will be the worst. So I think he has to play King F2. Everything else is at least -3. So just lost, yeah.
Completely lost. King
So
F2
can
का
we play
आइडिया
the?
समझ आ गया मुझे
Huh.
अब. It's like if you play rook c2 check, white plays king e3, and now I can't play d2 because you have rook d6 coming up with a check, essentially. This is the
Hmm.
plan. So I mean, if we think about it like that, it doesn't seem that difficult. However, black can complicate matters with rook c1.
Rook D6 check, I guess.
क्योंकि
Or no?
मेरा पॉइंट था कि अब किंग ई3 अब आओगे ना, अब तो रुक ई1 चेक है मेरे पास. दिस इज द एंड d2
Hmm.
d1 इज सॉर्ट ऑफ सपोर्टेड, बट या यू वर सेइंग रुक d6 चेक हियर.
Yeah.
भाई दैट्स लॉस्ट.
भाई फिर क्या मूव है यार?
किंग ई3
भाई
एक्चुअली इज द
इजी
ओनली
है
मूव.
भाई, क्या हलवा लग रहा है क्या? इतना इजी ओनली मूव बोल रहे हो उधर कि एक एक चाल के लिए कितना कैलकुलेट करना पड़ेगा उनको.
And let's
एग्जैक्टली.
not forget King F2 के बदले if you play King F3 with the same idea, it's losing because D2 check, King E2 and Rook D3, King
एंड देन जस्ट
D1,
c3 c2.
C3, and it's
Oh,
over.
beautiful. Let's show that. And now rook cannot come to the c file. Rook c2 check
Yeah.
stop करना. Rook c6 नहीं है white के पास.
आई मीन यू
But
कैन
it's
प्ले रुक d6
e6.
चेक.
But
हाँ,
Raj bhai.
e6.
this is cute actually. Takes and black is winning here. Because
Oh
I think
man.
you're just bringing the king to d3
uh,
and promoting. अगर आपके pawns थोड़े ज़्यादा advanced होते तो maybe it could have been
साज
something.
भाई, कुछ हिलाने का टाइम आ चुका है आपके कान, शायद मुझे लग रहा है भाई, हिला दो भाई. आई थिंक
नहीं
दिस
अभी
इज
नहीं यार,
दैट.
अभी नहीं. अभी तो
भाई
28
इसके
मिनट
बाद
पड़े
फिर
हैं भाई.
मौका मिलेगा नहीं
कल
आई
भी.
थिंक, टू बी
भाई
ऑनेस्ट.
कल भी मैंने आपको कहा था कि वहां पे फील नहीं हो रहा था. अब मिश्रा वाले गेम में मैं आपको बता रहा था वहां पे नहीं करना चाहिए था. मैं
You
बता रहा था
can't
भाई
आपको.
force it.
एग्जैक्टली वो फिर वो ठीक नहीं लगता. अभी है अपने पास टाइम, अभी वो मोमेंट नहीं आया, आने वाला है शायद.
भाई ये तो कह रहा हूँ, डर लग रहा है भाई मुझे. किंग F2 ओनली मूव और गुकेश इज लॉस्ट अगेंस्ट अनदर 2600 प्लेयर. वी डिस्कस दिस यस्टरडे राकेश भाई. आई थिंक यू केम अप विद द स्टैट राइट कि वो पिछले साल स्टार्टिंग में कुछ हारे थे, आई थिंक नॉर्वे
Correct.
चेस में कहीं पे कुछ पिछला 2600 से, और लगातार 2 गेम हारना इज सरप्राइजिंग फॉर अ वर्ल्ड चैंपियन.
भाई और ये जो हमारी प्री स्पिरिटेड मीडिया है, वो भी चांस नहीं छोड़ेगी कि बोलेगी गुकेश के बारे में जो अनाप शनाप लिखता है. एंड
हम्म.
वर्ल्ड चैंपियन वो सब. भाई गैरी कैस्परोव खुद ही बोलता है कि गुकेश को वो मानते नहीं है वर्ल्ड चैंपियन, तो फिर बाकी जनता तो क्या ही है.
मैं ये थोड़ी ना बोला
आई
उसने
थिंक
यार.
ये नहीं बोला, इट्स समथिंग डिफरेंट.
भाई he said
लाइक
he didn't deserve the title. Like he
नहीं नहीं
didn't
नहीं नहीं, आई थिंक
he would
ही
not
मेंट, आई
put him in
थिंक
the same bracket.
हाँ, he not put him in the same. हाँ, that I think he was
Like,
saying कि basically Magnus Kasparov Karpov are slightly different to, let's say, Gukesh. I think that's what he meant.
And
and
Ding.
Not
Fisher.
Fisher. Yeah.
Well, I think
Yeah,
he
he
was
is
maybe talking about the difference between being a world champion and being a GOAT, I guess. Like
Yeah. Yeah.
these
Yeah. Yeah.
players
Yeah.
are considered to be the greatest players of chess. So, yeah.
बट भाई जो भी है ना, जैसे चैट चैट नहीं, चैट तो प्यारी है, जनता माफ नहीं करती ना ऐसे परफॉर्मेंसेस.
Hmm.
सो या बट एनी लेट्स क्विक प्रेडिक्शन टिकू भाई एंड चैट. क्या लगता है, क्या कुकी भाई फाइंड करेंगे किंग F2 द ओनली मूव टू सेव द गेम?
I think so,
I
yeah.
think so. Yes. Yeah. Time hai. Time hai. This
टाइम
was
है,
two
टाइम
आपको
है.
क्या
minutes.
लगता है?
करेगा, टाइम है, टाइम है.
Hmm.
बोल रहे why is rook d6 losing? I mean, इसका कोई long drawn out like calculation होगा. So let's go deeper. Rook d6
सहज
पे king
एक्सप्लेन
e7.
टू मी लाइक आई एम 7 years old.
Or Minal.
But Rakesh bhai, I always talk to you
और
like you're
मृणल,
7 years old.
और मृणल, हाँ. चलो एक्सप्लेन टू मी लाइक आई एम
But
मृणल
I
के.
always talk to you like you're 7 years old. It's a
वो तो है,
difference
ये
नहीं.
क्या था भाई?
तो है.
But yeah, rook d6 king e7. तो अभी मेरे पास rook c2 d2 c3 करके मैं push कर सकता हूँ सारे pawns. And if you bring the king to f2, and I think I have rook c1 only move that wins in this position. If you were to make a random move here, let's say a4, just to promote, the kuch to push karna hi padega. The problem is that this king on f2 is not correctly placed for the following endgame. Like if I play c3, sacrificing rook d3, C2। अब मैं रुक हटा के क्वीन कर सकता हूँ, तो व्हाइट हैज टू प्ले रुक C3। एंड नाउ लुक एट दिस, रुक H1 एंड इट इज GG। यू टेक दिस, आई टेक दिस विद अ चेक, एंड आई टेक योर रुक।
भाई, can we jump to the Pragg game? What just
क्या हुआ?
happened? भाई, rook sack by his opponent.
ओ तेरी।
ओह भाई, ये रॉफ
भाई
मेमेडो
साहब,
बहुत
चल क्या
ही
रहा है
तगड़ा
भाई?
खिलाड़ी है भाई। ही इज अ क्रेजी गाय डूड। राउफ मेमेडो जस्ट लव्स टू अटैक। अजरबैजानी प्लेयर्स
हाँ,
बहुत स्ट्रांग होते हैं टैक्टिकली सहज।
exactly. I mean, Armenians and Azerbaijani players are very, very strong
And the
when it
point
comes to
is,
tactics and
after taking
finding.
Saj, can we sorry to interrupt you, but can we show the variation? I think it's a draw still. Like Pragg is playing to avoid that draw basically.
भाई ड्रॉ कहाँ से है? किंग G1 या?
By
ड्रॉ
knight
नहीं है भाई,
g4
ये
check.
बिशप F5।
वेल
Bishop
बार तो ड्रॉ
f5.
भाई। सॉरी टू
अरे
कट
वैल
यू
बार तो हमेशा ही ड्रॉ ले बोलता है।
but
94,
Pragg is
94 Saj.
Pragg just has 5 minutes.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to
What?
play for a win. It's possible, but rook D3, knight C5, rook C5, rook D7, and rook D takes D5। इसमें white थोड़ी ना खेल रहा है जीतने के लिए। भाई ये नाइट देखो, ये
But
बिशप देखो।
Saj bhai, Pragg has only 5 minutes for 15 moves. थोड़ा डर लग
क्रेजी।
रहा है इधर भी।
Chat, I don't wanna say this, but Vidit is much worse. Pragg is, well, in this position, crazy but equal. Pranav is losing, and Gukesh is in only move territory. So this could go really bad, or this could. I'm hoping for a complete turnaround on all those games, Rakesh and Saj bhai.
भाई मैं तो बोलता हूँ
ओ
राकेश भाई,
भाई,
अब तो बुडापेस्ट ही आ जाओ।
अरे मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि मेरे को एक्चुअली निकलना पड़ेगा थोड़े टाइम में। तो
फ्लाइट बुक
कुछ
करनी
भी।
है ना भाई?
कौन 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 सी
कौन सी?
फ्लाइट? हाँ, बुडापेस्ट की। तो मेरे को 10-15 मिनट्स हुए, उसके बाद निकलूंगा। बट उसके बाद की गेम्स की जिम्मेदारी मैं नहीं लूंगा, मतलब तब तक तो पूरा सपोर्ट है।
अच्छा। ये कहाँ भाई, कहाँ देख रहे हो? प्लीज लेट अस नो।
देखो सूत्र ने कुछ बताया नहीं ना अगले 15 मिनट का, तो ही इज
आई
लाइक
एम
भाई चलो
श्योर
उसके
सूत्रों
आगे
ने
क्या
कुछ
होगा
बता
गॉड
दिया
नोस।
इनको, तभी ऐसे बोल रहे हैं।
भाई मैं तो बोलता हूँ आप कान ईयर गैम्बिट और पूजा गैम्बिट सब कर दो।
सारे।
अभी
भाई
पोजीशन ही
बहुत डर
देखो
लग
यार,
रहा है।
मतलब बहुत ही डर लग रहा है भाई, सही में। ओके, प्रग हैज ट्रेडेड क्वींस आर ट्रेडेड प्रग के गेम में।
या, सो दिस इज द
Let me just
पोजीशन, रूक D3
refresh.
नाइट। या, दिस इज द सेम पोजीशन था ना भाई, वेर
हाँ।
वी वर टॉकिंग अबाउट रूक D takes D5, रूक C takes D5, doesn't really matter which one, but Pragg is not playing for a win here.
Which means Prag will be on 3.5 out of 6, which is not good. By the chat, I have some interesting fun facts for you, stats for you, in fact. We'll see the winners of the Grand Swiss historically और उनके midway scores और final scores. तो midway
हम्म
scores, final scores, winners के।
हम्म
2019 Wang House scored 5 out of 6 and 8 out of 11. अली
हम्म
रेजा फिरोजशा 2021 में 4.5 आउट ऑफ 6 और 8 आउट ऑफ 11 एंड में। और 2023 में वीडी भाई विद गुजराती स्कोर्ड 4.5 आउट ऑफ 6 और एंड में 8.5 आउट ऑफ 11। तो 4.5 पॉइंट या 5 पॉइंट तो मिनिमम है टिकू टू गेट दैट कैंडिडेट स्पॉट।
I agree. I think it requires a Herculean effort for somebody on 4, let's say, because उनको फिर 4 पॉइंट करने हैं अगले, but it's still in the range of doable, let's say. But I think 4 पॉइंट के नीचे तो basically कोई चांस ही नहीं है. That's what I understood कि 4.5 is normal,
Mm-hmm.
4.5 is normal. 4 if you have an exceptional event in the second half, 3.5 no chance.
और लुक्स लाइक गुकेश और प्रग दोनों के 3.5 ही होंगे आफ्टर
भाई
इफ दे सेव द
3.5
गेम।
पता नहीं है भाई। 3.5 पता नहीं है गुकेश की एटलीस्ट भाई।
भाई यार,
Okay, rook goes to A7, attacking the A6 pawn.
या ब्रिडल सिंह अर्जुन एरिगासी 4.5 आउट ऑफ 6 एंड एंडिंग विद 8 और 8.5। आपके मुंह में घी शक्कर ब्रिडल भाई, होपफुली
Mm-hmm.
दैट हैपेंस। एंड चैट, कैन वी टेक केयर ऑफ फिलोसॉफिक? व्हाई आर यू सेइंग गुकेश ब्लंडर इनकमिंग? शुभ शुभ बोलो भाई, ऐसा मत बोलो। कान हिलाओ सहज भाई। देवाशीष भाई बोल रहे
Is it
एवरीबडी
is
इज
it is it
प्रेइंग
time?
फॉर।
But is it time?
टाइम।
Sahaj bhai, I think, see,
By the
you
way,
might as well.
just going back
हाँ,
to the game, he hasn't played King F2 yet. Is it
वो
time?
मौका दे रहा है भाई, वो मौका दे रहा है, हिला लो। इससे पहले मैं किंग ना हिलाऊं, जल्दी हिला दो
Okay,
भाई,
let's
प्लीज
go.
साहज भाई, कम ऑन। साहज भाई, लेट्स डू इट, बिकॉज आई थिंक इफ ही मेक्स अ मिस्टेक, लाइक देयर इज नो कमिंग बैक, फिर कुछ नहीं होगा एयर गैम्बिट से।
कर रहा हूँ भाई।
साहज भाई, अच्छा
भाई
कर रहे हो
दिख
क्या?
नहीं
मेरे
रहा
को
है।
मेरे को पता ही नहीं लगा कर क्या रहे हो भाई, पता
दिख,
ही नहीं लगा।
करा तो
भाई
भाई,
दिख
अभी
नहीं।
क्या है देखो।
भाई
हाँ, राइट
आज
राइट।
आपका दिख नहीं रहा है, सच बोलूं तो हियर गैम्बिट।
सेकंड टाइम में दिख गया, बट या
दिख तो रहा
wasn't
है
the
कौन।
most wasn't the best shake though. By the way, c4 के बाद चैट क्या लग रहा है? King f2 is the only move. 19 minutes for Gukesh now, and still 7 more moves to go till the 40th move. So it's like even if he finds King f2, he still has to find those good moves. तो बहुत टाइम तक फाइट करना पड़ेगा. Do you think, Sahaj and Rakesh, if he reaches the 40th move with an equal position, he will hold this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure.
Hmm.
But wait, when you say who he holds this, who holds
Gukesh.
this? Okay. Gukesh, I think will, yes, for sure.
Yeah, so 7 moves
मैं
का खेल
सोच
है
रहा
भाई.
था कि Nicholas तो is the one putting the pressure right now. But okay, this
Yeah,
move
of
is
course.
not
क्या?
simple. I mean, now that I think about it, rook d6 check के बाद king f2 खेलना या directly king f2 खेलना. I mean, this is like 19-20 का फर्क लगता है on the chessboard. So yeah.
And it's
You know
also
what,
crazy, right?
ये
I think. Hmm. हाँ
can
सागर,
be in
बोलो.
like these future agard के exercise books, कि रुक एंड गेम्स में कैसा खेलना चाहिए वगैरह। तो डेफिनेटली कंटेंट तो हमारा ही नहीं, ऑथर्स का भी रेडी हो रहा है, बट जस्ट शोज कि हाउ टफ अ स्पोर्ट चेस इज विद दीज एग्जांपल्स।
And
Hmm.
Saj bhai, I think rook d6 check. I don't know if you saw this. King e7, king f2 with the same idea. Rook c1, king e3. The winning move for black is only one, and that is g5.
Oh, because you want to
That's the
take e5.
Yeah, g5 is the only winning move for black. So the thing is, maybe it's not as, like to see g5 now makes sense, but to see it from there when you're playing that move, maybe it's not as simple also. Because after f5, there is rook e1 check. That's the
Hmm.
difference.
But then what I'm curious about is in this position. So after I played c4, rook d6 check, king e7, king f2, why can I not do the same thing with rook c2 check? So you go king e3, and
Hmm.
why can I not play g5 here? What's the difference? Like I don't understand this. So you go f5, I give a check. Isn't
Because
this the
rook
same?
e1 pe hoga, so I can just play d2 na, Saj bhai. And then I can
So
queen. e2
king,
pe hai
look
to,
at this. King
uh,
d4, d2 पे king c3 and rook e1 पे रहेगा तो you can promote basically. That's
and
a
white is winning this. White is winning this. White,
yeah.
yes, ये हो गई चाहिए game. Come on, let's go.
Exactly. But it's like the smallest of nuances and the complete evaluation changes. So yeah, maybe
Uh,
not easy for Nicholas as well.
yeah.
But you know what? With Gukesh thinking like for almost 15 minutes, दोनों ही प्लेयर्स को कहीं ना कहीं पता है कि द पोजीशन इज वेरी क्रिटिकल, एंड गुकेश इतना सोच रहा है, दैट ऑल्सो गेव निकोलस थोड़ा टाइम टू थिंक अबाउट ऑल दीज थिंग्स। सो आई जस्ट होप
Hmm.
कि गुकी फटाफट खेलो खेलो किंग F2। वी
Yeah,
नीड इट,
that's a
वी
good
नीड
point.
किंग F2। कम ऑन गुकी।
Oof,
Okay, no.
oof.
बट ये आई
Hans,
थिंक 40th मूव तक तो हो जाएगा डिसाइड, सो अगले 50 मिनट आर नॉट रियली गोइंग टू हेल्प एनीवन।
no,
ये
it does
सारे
help.
क्रिटिकल लाइन से 5-6 मूव के ही है ना अभी, सारे मूव्स।
भाई ये तो हर दिन होता है।
अच्छा अच्छा, ओके।
हर दिन होता है। हर दिन हम
माय
लोग
बैड,
यही
माय
बोलते हैं कि
बैड।
40 साल से पहले खत्म होगा। लग रहा है ऐसा, फिर उसके बाद में जाके लगता है कि वो जब भी 50 मिनट आते हैं ना, एक प्लेयर कम से कम 20 मिनट सोचता ही है। जस्ट
हाँ,
बिकॉज जस्ट
हाँ,
बिकॉज ऑफ नो रीजन।
that is true. That is true.
जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ नो रीजन बोल रहे हैं।
Oh,
बाय द
he
वे,
blunders! No! We blundered the game away. It's over. Rook a7 check is a big blunder by the world champion. And the problem is everything wins for black. King e8 wins. King e6 wins. King c6 wins. अरे king c8 तक wins. भाई खत्म हार गए.
Rakesh bhai, by the way, this is why I don't wear headphones.
अरे यार.
नेक्स्ट टाइम के लिए आपको जस्ट बता रहा हूँ मैं.
ये टिकू के वजह से ना. सॉरी चैट
हाँ.
फॉर दैट, बट
भाई.
द इमोशन इज द सेम भाई. मतलब चार कोई भी वो विंस. ऐसा है. टिकू,
What did he see?
I don't know actually. King C. What is Rook A7 check here? That doesn't. Rook C6 check समझ आता है, but Rook A7 check समझ नहीं आया मुझे. Maybe
Is
King
he
C6
trying
and
to
some
repeat?
E6, I think.
Maybe he's
Is
trying to
E6?
repeat. Like he's saying king आगे आएगा तो that's a problem. So maybe he can just repeat. But the king can walk towards the rook, na?
But repetition तो क्या ही होगा. King D5 E4 पे बैठ रहा है, but I think he wants to play E6 here.
D2.
Yeah, I know it's not working because I think probably E7 Rook E3, yeah, and it's just go. Oh,
Yeah.
Rook E3 and Rook takes E7 सीधा ही मर रहा है. Actually, it doesn't matter.
Oh my God, Gukesh is gonna lose again.
भाई
Hi.
उसके लिए तो किंग F2 खेल रहे थे ना, टू स्टॉप दैट रूक E3.
King E8 he plays.
Is this, wait, still a blunt,
Yes.
still winning?
Yes.
What if I
In
draw
fact,
rook a check, repeat किया तो?
किंग को यहाँ भगा दूंगा ना मैं, मे बी. और एक्चुअली दिस कुड बी अ स्टार्ट. बाय द वे, रुक एट चेक प्लेड.
बस king D7, king
No, that's a
D7
blunder.
draw कर
Why?
ले.
किंग
If the
E7 he
king
goes.
goes to H7, that's a blunder.
Let's show that
It's a
quickly
draw.
to chat.
हाँ.
मेरे को नहीं
Okay.
समझा तो chat को भी दिखाते
रुक
हैं.
A7 check. Okay, king
King
F.
F8. Check.
King
King
F7.
F7. Check. King G8. Check. King H7 and Rook D8 now for some reason, because I think the pawn on E6 is now stronger, right? Because you can queen directly. Rook D8 is a draw now.
Okay, so some hope for Guki.
Come on. Come on, Tuduru bhai. You know, कोने में king बहुत सेफ रहता है. No more checks. रुक से दूर रहिए. आइए H7 स्कोर पे. आइए. टन 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 टन. I don't know क्या करना है भाई मुझे. कि भाई इसको H7 तक लेके जाए हम लोग.
Okay, and the question, how does black win then?
So I think he's playing this king E7, king E8, king E7 to gain some time. And I think he's gonna figure out how to win later on. Like probably he goes king D8, king C7, king B8, or put the king on B7, something like this. But मेरे को जो सबसे ज़्यादा logical लगता है वो है कि king को E4 पे रखो. I'm not sure if it's working though.
King
But that's what
E6.
king
So-
E6.
Check.
So basically, you want to come to directly D4. I think king D5 पे apparently there is some rook D6 which is weird. So you want to
Okay.
come via a longer path and go to C5 and then D4. This is engine lines and that is
Okay.
the best because जब king D4 आएगा there is no rook D5 check if it makes sense.
Okay, so rook A7 check आया, king D8 is what you're suggesting.
हाँ.
Rook A8 check पे king C7, rook A7 check पे king
King C6.
C6.
हाँ.
King B6 भी तो आ रहा है. King B6.
हाँ, नहीं, B6 पे I think there's rook D7 and now rook is stopping the pawn again.
Okay. तो king C6 पे rook A6.
Check. King
और
C5.
40 moves तो यही हो गई. King C5 आया.
And now I think it's just winning for black, yeah? King
Rook
D4 आ
A5
रहा है,
और
rook A5
50 मिनट भी मिल गए भाई उसको.
हाँ, यहाँ पे 50 मिनट. भाई 42 moves हो
Horrible
गई.
time, horrible time control.
Bhai, wait, they have repeated once. Does black not know it's a draw?
नहीं भाई वो
Any chance?
रुक A7 को उसको किंग E6 जाना ही पड़ेगा उसका मतलब.
भाई ड्रॉ हुआ है क्या? Yeah, I think this would be a good moment to
नहीं
ask
नहीं,
नहीं हुआ, नहीं हुआ.
सूत्रों के
the
हिसाब से
सूत्रोस.
भाई नहीं हुआ है. शायद मे बी गुकेश इज स्टिल पुशिंग. इज दैट पॉसिबल?
Bhai, Gukesh is still pushing. क्या राकेश भाई?
भाई Gukesh is repeating.
या रुके से नाउ किंग E6 खेलना ही पड़ेगा वरना गेम एंड्स इन अ ड्रॉ.
या King D8.
एक्चुअली
King D8.
या किंग D8. करेक्ट.
Come on, draw तो कर लो, please. Please.
By the way, chat, very good news coming in. Vaishali has officially won.
Whoa,
And
let's
she's
go.
in the lead.
Lovely.
Oh, come on. भाई वैशाली का टूर्नामेंट है पिछले साल की डिफेंडिंग चैंपियन है वुमेन्स ग्रैंड स्विस की. So well done वैशाली. सोल लीड पे बैठी है 5 आउट ऑफ 6 के साथ. I know बोर्ड 1 अभी भी चालू है, but she is in a great place to qualify for the 2026 women's candidates.
Amazing. I think Vaishali, Indians already have 2 players
Wait, wait.
qualified, Divya and Humpy. क्या हुआ?
He just played King E7 again, or was this a glitch? एक चाल पहले
No, he
कैसे
played it.
गई?
No, he.
It was move
Wait,
38.
what?
It was move 38. He played Rook A7 check and black played King E8. तो वापस कैसे हुआ ये?
Maybe is Gukesh claiming it threefold?
ठीक,
No,
एक
it's
बार
not
हुआ ये.
repeated twice.
No, King
It's not
D7 पे था
repeated twice,
तब.
right? हाँ.
एक
So,
King D7 पे था. Second time King E7 पे था, and third time
so
the
black can
position
claim a
has.
draw. If black
Yeah,
wants to
black
claim a
can.
draw, he can play king e8. So गुकेश को ऐसे एक्टिंग करना चाहिए. Oh no, draw हो गया यार. Shit, ऐसे बोलते ना opponent को, यार shit यार draw हो गया यार. क्या चल रहा है यार? Look back. Oh shit. ऐसे करके पूरी मैं बोलता ना ऑस्कर लेवल एक्टिंग मतलब ऐसे करनी पड़ेगी. या maybe he plays king e8.
Hmm.
Yeah, Rook A7 played on the board now, Sahaj.
King D8 maybe is not the easiest move to play here though. Like कौन खेलेगा King
Nicholas.
D8 right यहाँ पे?
Come on, come on, come on. King e8. Come on.
King
World,
E8.
भाई वर्ल्ड चैंपियन से ड्रॉ मिल रहा है, ले लो भाई. भाई ले लो प्लीज.
कोई कह रहा है Gukesh called the arbiter. Is that true क्या chat?
नहीं 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 नहीं, कुछ कॉल
नहीं
वॉल
नहीं,
नहीं
नो
किया.
चांस.
मैं ऐसी सूत्रो है ना मेरे उधर बैठे हैं सूत्र.
Oh.
हाँ भाई, लाइक करते रहो भाई, प्रोड्यूसर लाइक करते हो चैट. कम ऑन, लेट्स गेट टू 500 लाइक जल्दी से, बिकॉज क्या ही मैचअप चल रहा है भाई. राइट डाउन टू द नर्व्स. इट्स ऑल अबाउट दैट वन मूव. क्या गुकेश को ड्रॉ मिलेगा, और इज ही गोइंग टू लूज 2 इन अ रो, व्हिच इज वेरी लाइकली.
That will be crazy.
हाय, इतना तो बोल सकता कि ही इज नॉट लुकिंग हैप्पी. निकोलस, गुकी
Nicholas
भाई
is
रिलैक्स्ड.
नहीं
बाय
बताएं
द वे,
कैसे भाई, कुछ पता नहीं चला अभी तक. I'm guessing right?
विदाउट स्विचिंग गेम्स, अभिमन्यु पुरनिक की एडवांटेज रैपोर्ट के अगेंस्ट ऐसे इवेपोरेट हो चुकी है. सो इट्स आल्सो इक्वल नाउ. थिंग्स नॉट लुकिंग ग्रेट फॉर इंडियन प्लेयर्स. आई थिंक ओनली अर्जुन एंड निहाल are leading the front, but बाकी सब players struggling somehow.
Pragg also is a pawn up currently against Mamedov, although his pieces are a bit awkwardly placed. But yeah, some chance there for Pragg.
Some chance there. Let's hope so. Let's hope so.
Come on. And yeah, chat, just to remind, if you're joining us, King E8 khela, then Gukesh can claim a draw with Rook E8 check. If Black, who's completely winning, if he wants to win, he has to play King to D8. The Black player is not looking happy, and it looks like we might see a repetition.
But
Maybe I
राकेश भाई
think
अगर
सहज
draw,
भाई वो सोच रहा है King D8
Bye.
E6 आ रहा है, ऐसा कुछ सोच रहा है वो.
King D8 E6. अरे हाँ बिल्कुल आ रहा है.
तो
but
maybe
But
E6
then
हो
Rook
क्या रहा
C2
है?
check है ना भाई. Rook C2 check in D2. मतलब let's play it out. So King D8 आप खेला मैंने E6,
हाँ.
Rook C2 check,
King
um,
F3,
King F3 and just D2.
Rook D7 आ गया ना, अभी बचा लिया मैंने.
But वो
Queen.
C3 करके Rook C1 फिर से आ रहा है ना. This is so annoying.
Wait, what? King D7 पे King C8 is winning for white, by the way. If you go King C8
Yeah,
instead of King
because
E8,
you can cut
then
off ना, ये pawn promote हो जाएगा.
so very interesting.
Yeah, King E8 तो मतलब logically है इधर, and then C3 से pawn बचा है, and then Rook C1 से you just promote. This is over. This is over.
क्या राकेश भाई, द फैक्ट कि आपके सूत्र नहीं आ रहे, मुझे लग रहा है कि गेम कंटिन्यू हुई है यार. आई एम जस्ट एडिंग 1 and 1 equal to
Yep.
3 and things are
Hi,
not looking
but
great.
you also have to consider the fact
Same.
that each player gets 50 minutes in like 2 moves. So even if the
नहीं, बट
position is lost, there is a
नहीं तो
very
भाई
big chance that he's
रेपिटेशन
thinking.
नहीं हुआ ना.
रेपिटेशन
निको
नहीं
भाई
हुआ
बोल रहे
ना,
रेपिटेशन
बिकॉज
नहीं
4 ही
हुआ ना,
मिनट है.
ऐसा बोल.
हाँ, repetition नहीं हुआ, but I think that doesn't mean के Gukesh is out of the woods. I think that means he's thinking probably.
Oh, Gukesh is not out of the woods for sure. ऐसी वुड्स है वो, खतरनाक हॉरर मूवी वाले वुड्स है भाई ये. यहाँ से जिंदा बचना मुश्किल है. एंड hands even one. Yep, hands even one.
What? Hands
Yeah,
what?
yeah.
Yeah,
Pranav has
wow.
drawn chat kya
Crazy.
नहीं. I don't see Pranav
भाई
drawing
और
just yet.
जस्ट चैट एंड टिको भाई, सहज भाई, सॉरी मुझे निकलना पड़ेगा अगले 1 मिनट में.
अरे भाई,
चलो
ये तो
राकेश भाई,
परफेक्ट
काम है ना,
मोमेंट पे छोड़ के
मीटिंग है
जा
ना,
रहे हो।
मीटिंग है,
अच्छा
मीटिंग है
अच्छा
ना,
before
अच्छा।
क्या
you
करो।
leave, so if we have
हम्म।
two players, you know, we have Arjun and we have Nihal. So उसके बेसिस पे आप कहाँ की फ्लाइट ले रहे हैं फिर? ये मुझे जरा अगर आप बताएंगे।
उसके बेसिस पे तो कहीं की
अरे
फ्लाइट नहीं ले रहा हूँ। किंग डी
अरे
अरे,
एट
यार,
अरे एक्चुअली ना, सहज में इंडिया आए थे ना, तब वो कुछ अपना एक दो आइटम्स भूल गए थे, तो वो देने के लिए बस बुडापेस्ट जाऊंगा, फिर बाकी कुछ नहीं। आप
डन
जो
भाई डन।
मैगीज मैगीज हारे थे ना, तो मैगी देने सहज को
भाई अब
जाना
उल्टी
पड़ेगा
देनी है उन्होंने
बुडापेस्ट।
भाई, अभी 23 मैगी चल रही है भाई, माइनस।
अच्छा, तो उधर मैगी कलेक्ट करता हूँ और आके तुझे दूंगा इधर,
हाँ
मतलब
हाँ हाँ,
हाँ हाँ,
यूरोपियन
ऐसे
प्राइस
कर
पे
लो,
खरीदना भाई, हाँ,
बेस्ट है ये।
दैट विल बी।
हाँ, यही यही करता रहता हूँ, मतलब
वेट, ही जस्ट प्लेड
ग्लोरीफाइड
अगेन,
पोस्ट।
रुक इट, चेक अगेन।
किंग ई सेवन अगेन अ ड्रॉ, चैट अगेन अ ड्रॉ।
नहीं, आई थिंक ही गोज किंग टू C7,
कौन
yeah,
सा
आई एम
वाला मूव है
गेसिंग
भाई,
दैट।
ये 39th मूव है।
39th, two more moves until we hit move 40.
किंग सी सेवन ई सिक्स इज वेरी रिस्की। नहीं, किंग डी सिक्स आ रहा है, क्या रिस्क ना।
मैं D2 भी तो खेल सकता हूँ आई थिंक।
D2 is just over.
ई
Oh
सेवन,
man,
E7 में जस्ट
Gukesh.
रुक E3 ना, सो अब खेल लेता हूँ E6, D2 E7 एंड रुक E3।
Chad, I think
लाइक
it's
आई
over,
जस्ट,
yeah? It's over, I think. It would be kind
किंग
of
D7
harsh to
प्लेड,
assume कि
रुक A7 चेक।
भाई वो भी वाइट से हारना इज ह्यूज अगेंस्ट 2600, मतलब।
if he plays King E8, then एक बंदे को Chesscom membership chat में भाई।
तो मतलब
मतलब क्या ही बोलूं मैं यहाँ पे। प्रग बेटर रियली।
भाई किंग टी सेवन
Uh,
खेला उसने, किंग
हाँ
टी
हाँ,
सेवन खेला, रुक ए सेवन चेक। तो दिस पोजीशन ऑल्सो रिपीटेड ट्वाइस नाउ। शुरुआत यहीं से हुई थी किंग एट की,
हाँ
तो
हाँ 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 हाँ।
ये गुकेश
लास्ट
जो,
मूव नाउ,
गुकेश जिस तरह
लास्ट
से अपनी
मूव।
स्कोर शीट चेक कर रहा होगा ना अभी, मैं बता रहा
सही
हूँ,
में,
हर दो
सही
मिनट
में।
में।
But
बट
you don't want to check your score sheet also, right? Because it gives a clue to your opponent कि you are dead lost.
ओ मैन, ही इज अ जीनियस भाई। निकोलस ने खेल दिया किंग डी एट एंड हैज रीच 40 मूव्स एंड देयर इज नो ड्रॉ नाउ,
Oh.
और अभी वो आराम से 50 मूव सोचेगा। एंड ऑन दैट नोट गाइस, आई विल
यार
कॉन्टिन्यू।
भाई, अभी तो
तो
जरूरत थी राकेश भाई की सबसे ज्यादा यार, इसी मोमेंट में।
नहीं नहीं, ठीक है, मैं जुड़ूंगा वापस फिर से। ठीक है,
चलो
हाँ
ठीक है।
चलो,
हाँ,
सी यू गाइस सून, बाय बाय।
यूज यूज यू।
बाय बाय।
गुड लक बॉयज, कम ऑन।
लेट्स गो। एंड मीनवाइल सहाज भाई, प्रग की गेम पे अगर हम जाएं तो आप, विल कम बैक टू दिस इन 10 seconds। बाय द वे,
बाय द वे
चेकमेट
रुक इट
किंगस्टन ओनली
चेक,
मूव।
yeah, Kings is because I think now the computer picks up the
हाँ,
repetition that was there. So Kings, by the way, they are all technically winning, but यहाँ पे threefold repetition हो चुका, तो C7 is the only square that he can go to. But 50 मिनट पड़े हुए हैं हमारे पास।
आई आई हैव लाइक नेवर सीन सिचुएशन जहां पे ऐसे तीन ऑप्शन है, बट दो को ब्लैक कवर कर चुका है दो बार रिपीट करके, एंड नाउ बिकॉज ऑफ दैट देयर इज ओनली वन ऑप्शन। नेवर सीन दैट बिफोर।
Imagine he plays King D7 or something, and then Gukesh, claims right then and there.
And imagine King C7, Rook A7, then King D8 again is a draw.
Oh
I
wow.
think, I think. भाई क्या चल रहा है यार?
Okay,
Pragg
Pragg
mistake,
game.
what?
No
नहीं नहीं,
mistakes. Slightly better. I think, okay, his bishop is out, his knight is out, and he's still a pawn up with A4. So he's trying to play for a win, I think.
yeah, yeah. Chat, basically, I think we have Vidit also striking back a little bit. That's also good news. The bar is close to center, but Abhimanyu Puranik is now struggling. He's worse against Richard Rapport. So I think all the five Indian games that I can see, people who have chances still, Pranav, Gukesh, Pragg, Abhimanyu, and Vidit. Like it is swinging constantly. Yeah, it could go either way on all of those 5 games. You can imagine anything happening. So let's see how it goes. Tough times. By the way, 10 seconds for Yakubov Noderbek with 7 moves to go also in the Pranav
Okay,
game.
putting it up against Pranav. There we go. 7 more moves to go. But he's a piece up, yeah?
Oh,
कितने
Pragg played a
pawns है?
brilliancy. What? How is the brilliancy?
Really?
How is G5 a brilliancy?
I mean, it's just saving a pawn. I don't understand. Acha, because rook b4 है ना?
Acha,
He's
okay,
sacrificing
yeah.
something. So rook
Yeah,
a8 check.
yeah.
I think there is rook a8 check there. Yeah,
And
rook
rook
a8,
h1
bishop.
mate. Nice.
Yeah, मैं bishop f8 सोच रहा था. King h7 में
Bishop
rook
f8, yeah.
h1 is mate. You're right, but bishop f8 में rook e8 and you just get something here.
Nice. And by the way, Pragg has 1 minute and has to play 4 moves. Sahaj.
Oh wow. And g5 he finds, yeah, under time pressure also.
Yeah. Bhai, this is not easy still. I
Rook.
think Pragg some chances to win this.
So अगर इस गेम में रुक बिशप वर्सेस रुक आता है या रुक नाइट वर्सेस रुक आता है तो आपके क्या विचार होंगे वहां पे?
I'll take it. I'll take it because but Pragg is now better. Now I'll not take it. Yeah. Like earlier I would have taken it when he was worse, but now I will not take it. I think because he is
हम्म
slightly better only.
वो ऐड वाला लोग कह रहे हैं बाय द वे चैट में.
क्या ऐड?
जो आपने कल भी बोला था, ये परसों ही बोला था, कुछ ऐड चल रहा है कुछ. आपने यू मेड एन अनाउंसमेंट लाइक दिस लाइक इन द बिगिनिंग ऑफ द स्ट्रीम. मे बी आई एम नॉट
ऐड?
एक्सप्लेनिंग इट वेल बट या
भाई
एड्स.
ऐड क्या चल रहा है? Okay, I'm confused, but
आई एम
अच्छा
ऑल्सो.
बीच में ऐड okay, got it. Right, I'll switch it off. यार ये
आई डोंट नो
automatic
एग्जैक्टली व्हाट इट इज बट आई रिमेम्बर.
YouTube YouTube things by YouTube things. YouTube
हम्म.
आजकल बीच में ऐड अपने आप डालता है, so you have to disable it. I've disabled it just about now. But 6 minutes for Rauf Mamedov, and I'm hoping he makes some mistakes somewhere. Although 93 also feels tempting just to get that bishop and try to pack that a pawn, but not sure if that is enough to draw this.
हम्म.
Ooh, finds the best move. Ah.
Okay, now attacking the bishop and the pawn. Bishop
By the
to
way,
d6 I guess.
yeah, bishop d6, I
And
think is
then
logical.
rook is attacked, so rook should go somewhere, I guess, to d8 to attack this.
And then bishop c5 or bishop c7, yeah.
c5 पे तो ये मर रहा है ना, I think.
अच्छा हाँ, right.
So bishop c7, rook c8, अभी भी bishop पे attack. And it's, I don't understand. You're just losing the a4 pawn.
Hmm.
But there is a crazy line here. There is a5 apparently.
Okay, makes sense. पहले ही bishop hanging था.
Yeah. You have that check on 8 again. And this could be difficult. But the bishop d6 rook d8 is happening on the board.
By the way, if we go to the Vidit board for just a second, what do you make of that position? Because also I think 3 more moves to go there with 2 minutes on the clock for Vidit. Feels like a crazy position. White has that passed pawn, but and the weak king for black, but it's anybody's game. The d4 pawn is hanging.
Hmm. I like with its chances. But yeah, the king side is also weak for Vidit. I'm not really sure who I would choose here. Like दोनों ही खराब लग रहे हैं मुझे. I wouldn't want to play this with either color.
Ideally you want to take on d4 and then just let the c pawn stay there forever. Bishop aage, completely useless. But after rook d4, I think the queens will be traded. I'm not sure if either side can win after that.
Mm-hmm.
और अर्जुन और निहाल के हवाले वतन साथी हो रहे, बाप रे भाई, इतना सीरियस मत हो यार। नहीं नहीं, आई थिंक वी स्टिल हैव अ लॉट टू सी टुडे. No moves in the Gukesh game. I think the idea for Gukesh opponent was to think for 20-30 minutes. That's what he'll do. I think our focus should be on the Pragg game and the Vidit game right now. Let's
Okay.
go Pragg, by the way. 40 seconds of Pragg.
Okay, he plays knight e4. No, he doesn't go for a5, he plays knight e4 instead. But I
Yeah.
think he's trying to set up something around the king. So, like
Hmm.
bishop f, अगर bishop bishop trade हो गया, knight f6 पे बैठ के कुछ mating attack हो सकता है. Like that. Or maybe knight f6 check and I don't know, something there.
Yeah, I'm thinking, for example, Rook A4, I think is the only move, right? You have to take.
Mm-hmm.
Um, now Rook A4, Knight A4, Bishop E7, Rook E8, I think is already only move. And then Knight D6 or Knight F6, both look tempting, but it's very hard to imagine. Yeah, it's not enough pieces somehow, Sahaj.
Hmm. Not enough pieces indeed. Because knight f6 check अगर मिल जाती है उसको और ये maybe रुक यहाँ ना होता, then it would
हाँ,
be a different story.
but pawn से मारना पड़ेगा तो it's not as threatening. And okay, so his opponent is thinking, gosh, opponent के पास 40 सेकंड होते हैं. You see how it makes a difference. If the opponent had 40 seconds, you would imagine him making a slight error here. But with
Hmm.
5 minutes, I think it's just not going to happen.
Let's see. Gukesh
Super
is getting
tough.
frustrated that he can't win and doesn't like playing for draws and mix. Probably not frustrated. I mean, हो सकता है, possible.
आई थिंक चैट कई बार क्या होता है ना, जैसे व्हेन यू प्ले एट द टॉप लेवल, ये पहले भी क्रिटिसिज्म आया है कि व्हेन यू ओनली प्ले एट द टॉप लेवल इनविटेशनल इवेंट्स, लाइक समटाइम्स you end up playing each other and maintaining your rating. Like there are people outside of the top 10 or 20 who are very strong, but they don't get those opportunities. And these are the tournaments where they do. And often they strike, and when they strike, then people are shocked. Oh my God, ये क्या हो गया? Like Gukesh is not
Hmm.
strong, but that's not the case. It's just कि जो ये players हैं, they are severely underrated sometimes. And ऐसे tournaments में they often strike, and of course they are happy with the draw. So दूसरे बंदे को risk लेके push करना पड़ता है. गुकेश को हो गया ऐसे, कल देखा हमने, गुकेश had that draw right against Aभिमन्यु Mishra.
Hmm.
Knight takes d6. We could see it was a simple draw, relatively simple draw, but he didn't do it because he wanted to win. By the way, rook a4 on the board.
Exactly. Rook takes a4 में there's nothing and I'm failing to I mean I'm not seeing anything for Pragg here. Like
Yeah.
what is the point of I don't see the point of playing this position now because it says 2 2 pawns. There's nothing, no?
Yeah, I
Maybe he's
agree.
hoping at one point he will get bishop e7, bishop f6 or whatever, but
That's literally the only hope you have, I think. And also 40th move, Bishop E7 played. I think it's nice कि ये 40th move है, but Rook E8 के बाद, I think it's all but over. Yeah, it's gonna be a draw.
hmm. Does he want knight d6 and bishop f6 perhaps?
Knight
कुछ है अपने
D6,
पास
let's
उधर?
say Rook A8. Bishop F6. Doesn't feel, I'm not forced to take also, actually. Yeah, not much. I think this is the only move, yeah, where his opponent can go wrong. I think Rook E8,
Hmm.
if he plays, I think black is fine. But if he doesn't play Rook E8, I think, for example, Rook C8, then I think it is completely lost.
It's lost
Um,
actually. Yeah, rook h1.
yeah,
Beautiful move.
yeah, threatening knight F6 check that would be made. So you have to take with the bishop, I take with the bishop, and then Rook H8 is checkmate. So, but Rook E8 played on the board, and I think that is going to be a draw, Sahat. So Pragg ke chances, I think, going out of the window.
Completely, yeah. But okay, the game is still going. Maybe he will try to find a way to push in this position regardless. Maybe if he can get the f7 pawn somehow. Like the only kind of good thing I see for Pragg is कि ये knight a4 पे एकदम खाली पड़ा हुआ है. If it comes to e6 or something, then yes, of course, there is nothing to play for. But maybe he has some chances still.
Yeah.
I don't see it though. So for example, if I go knight d6, you move the rook to a8. I play bishop f6.
I don't even
Uh,
take. Yeah, I just I just do
I
something else. I
wanted to
don't
go
know
rook
what
e7 next.
to. uh,
Knight c5, I'm guessing.
Rook e7.
Rook
But
e7.
rook f8, yeah?
Bishop
Is it a
f8, yeah.
bishop f8, yeah, actually. Whew.
But
Although bishop f8, there's
takes,
rook. Bishop f8,
takes,
there is
rook.
rook e1, Saj bhai, I think.
Bishop f8 there is?
Rook e1, I think.
But वहीं से तो आए थे.
Ha, but you can even save the knight basically.
Yeah.
And if you take the rook h1 is
Nice
checkmate,
trick though.
yeah.
Nice trick, nice trick. I like it. Wanna quickly check Gukesh's game?
Yeah, let's go. No moves, by the way, by his opponent. I think
Wow,
he's
Gukesh having like an hour on the clock.
yeah, it's not gonna help, unfortunately.
Hmm.
Yeah. And also, Chad, I think Vidit has also reached 40 moves just now. No, 39 moves, by the way. Oh, one move remaining. Maybe we can check that one move first. See if we see any mistakes on the infamous 40th move.
But hard to make a mistake here, no? Look at how, by the way, his pieces are. Mhm.
Actually, nice. Rook
Just
symmetry
for
खराब कर दिया
harmony,
रुक को
ये
हटा दो
रुक भी उठा के D2 पे रख दो बस. Just for
रुक को
harmony. और
हटा
रुक
दो यार
E1
रुक
पे.
रुक को हटा दो बोर्ड से सिमेट्री खराब कर रहा है यार इट्स नॉट फेयर आई थिंक इट्स नॉट फेयर Oh, Anisha got her wisdom teeth removed, Saj bhai. She understands
अरे
the
अरे
pain.
अरे ट्विनिंग क्रेजी क्या हुआ.
कुछ नहीं गेम देख रहा था.
ये साहिल भाई के रिएक्शंस ना मतलब एकदम इमीडिएट आते हैं.
भाई पता नहीं मतलब मेरे को शायद कुछ गलत मतलब पता होगा मे बी बट एनीवेज मीनवाइल 30 seconds भाई he has to play.
क्वीन E3 by the way was a mistake by Demchenko and king H7. Okay, knight F3 खेला. Okay, 40th move done for Demchenko and now Vidit has to find. Oh, he has to play a move basically. It doesn't have to be any. It can be any move.
Come on Vidit,
You got
24
two removed.
seconds.
That's insane, yeah. That is so. That sounds so painful. I'm sorry for you. Hope you're feeling fine. Okay, Rook G4, attacking the D4 pawn, maybe.
Yeah, best move in the position and also I think there are many repetitions possible apparently here so
Mm-hmm.
maybe this could be a draw but that would also end with its chances. uh,
More or less, yeah.
yeah.
By the way, Nodirbek Yakuboev playing under 31 seconds against Pranav. They just
No,
reached the 40th move, yeah.
they were just reached, I
Wait,
think.
wasn't he
Or
losing this?
yeah, he was losing, but I think he's gonna hold.
Okay,
But Pranav
nice.
also will go to 4 points.
यहाँ
Some
पर rook
chances
knight
maybe.
versus rook very likely.
Actually, very likely. You're right. Yeah, very likely.
Okay, going to Pragg's board, I guess there's nothing else that I can think of here.
I'm
Knight
fine,
d6
but
played, by the way.
I have to work, so it sucks. True. That's hard. With his chances not win, with it really chances not winning the tournament. I think Willie has to win this one to have any chances. After a draw, I think it will be. Oh, by the way, Gukesh's opponent played king to c7 on the board. Check played by Gukesh. And now king d8 would be a draw. King b6 would be a mistake. So king c8 makes no sense. So king c6 is the move, I think.
Wow, after
We
king c7, he goes rook a7 check instantly. And that's crazy. Okay, so now king b6 and c6 are both of them are winning.
no king b6. I think there's a slight mistake. Rook d7.
Uh, yeah. Sahil bhai, I'll just be back in like 5 minutes,
Ha
okay?
ha.
No, what's happening is someone is here and they have to fix some maintenance stuff, ठीक है? तो मैं 5 मिनट में वापस आता हूँ.
हाँ first of all भाई हाँ बोल ही रख दो so chat now king has to move somewhere we are wondering will it be c6 I think that's the square to go to playing in world championship match is completely different I know I agree I think Gukesh ऐसे over just करना is not fair but now king c6 played so black has found the winning maneuver it is king c5 king d4 avoiding all checks And unfortunately, chat, it is all but over. So for example, e6 खेल, oh, एक और check दे दिया उन्होंने. Yeah, Gukesh, he had a draw in hand, but it was very difficult to find, I think. Gukesh gonna lose 2 games in a row. We need a life size cutout for both of you for such situations. So क्या मतलब है भाई? People are hating also when he gave a hot take as a bunch of SS5 bang on. He never said he will dethrone him. He just said that someone will. Yeah, but I think that's what he's hoping for, right? He's hoping that it's him. Otherwise, he doesn't care, yeah? Yo, Shukran bhai, what's up? उसने एंड तक देख लिया है. आई एम नॉट श्योर एंड तक देख लिया, बट एटलीस्ट एक ऐसी पोजीशन देख ली है जहां पे या वाइट हैज नो चांसेस बेसिकली. बट या यू आर राइट, पार्शियली यू आर राइट. Saga, who should be the next world champion for India after Gukesh? I'm hoping, I mean, as long as it's an Indian, I think we should be happy. Um, Ideally, Gukesh ही होना चाहिए because he can maintain his legacy, of course. But somebody from India for sure. California is just the underdog. They should be a native, which was opposite Western. No, but I think Ding was also struggling with health issues. I think it's not Ding to bichara. I think at peak Ding would have won against Gukesh for sure. Yeah, for sure. अच्छा, screen is not empty. यार और कभी कभी एम्प्टी चेयर भी चलती है, लाइक इट्स गुड टू हैव अ चेंज ऑन द स्क्रीन. ऐसा यूट्यूब रिटेंशन के बारे में मुझे बताया गया है. Will Pragg, Drew, or she still playing? Pragg is also playing, actually. They've all reached 40th move. Pragg की game equal है. So that is, I would say, 99% going to end in a draw. So I'm not really worried about that. But of course, Pragg के chances खत्म हो जाएंगे. I think the Gukesh loss is the painful one, right? Because it's a loss. 2 games in a row. The world champion would lose to below like 2,600 players, yeah? Yeah, 2018-19 Ding defeated Magnus 2-0 in a tiebreak, yeah, in a Sinfield Cup tiebreak. Rapid में वो भी, not easy. कौन सिम्हा? सिम्हा क्या होता है भाई? If Magnus returns, will he take over? Of course he will, but he will not come back, yeah. He's not playing classical chess. मुकेश की क्लासिकल चेस में एवरेज एक्यूरेसी क्या रहती है? आई थिंक मुकेश की एग्जैक्ट बताना मुश्किल है. आई थिंक बट इन जनरल टॉप प्लेयर्स इन अ क्लासिकल गेम वुड हैव अ 90 प्लस एक्यूरेसी. एवरेज में बी लाइक 93, 94, 95. आई थिंक इन हाईली थ्योरेटिकल गेम्स या फिर ऐसी गेम्स जहां पे टैक्टिक्स कम है, इट वुड बी 98, 99. बट इन जनरल ओवरऑल आई थिंक 95 के आसपास होगी टॉप लेवल चेस पे. Just सिखा. Oh, King C5 played. I
अरे
think that is the
यार.
best. He's winning by.
Yeah, he's found the plan. That plan of putting the king on d4 and not leaving it on d5.
Yeah. Climate is better, Ramesh भाई. दिल्ली से तो better ही है. Although अभी तबीयत थोड़ी खराब ही चल रही है. I think that's because of the long streams though, not because of the weather. And now
Mhm.
Sahaj bhai, I mean, Rook D6 for example, that was our goal to get to the D file. But as you mentioned, Rook C2 check, King F3 and D2, and that's just lost. Yeah, I can't even play E6 because the Rook would hang.
The question is, does Gukesh, I mean, Gukesh probably knows it's lost, right? But he's gonna spend like all of the time before he makes a move here, you know?
Yeah, that's true. But एक घंटा लगाएगा तो that's not fair. That's just weird for us, bhai.
Hmm.
Because I think no, I mean, of course, if he thinks he has a chance, he has to calculate चाहे एक घंटा ही क्यों ना लगे. But usually you've calculated everything in 15 minutes in such a position, maybe 20 minutes max. Anything
Hmm.
above that, I think you just uh, kind of rethinking variations. Also, I think his opponent is playing so quickly. Gukesh probably knows by now. जो opponent ने था time लिया ना 20 मिनट का, उसने calculate उसी में कर लिया होगा, I think. कि भाई ये तो lost है.
Right. Actually, someone is saying clearly Gukesh needs to read the Dvoretsky's endgame manual.
It would never hurt, by the way, to redo that, yeah? Never could hurt. Like it's
I mean,
very
I
tough.
mean, I'm sure he has done like way harder. Um, I mean, come on, Dvoretsky is not
But like it will
problem.
still not hurt, I think. वो
Like, it's not
कुछ
really the end
maths.
game that went badly for him,
हाँ.
na? And it's not a theoretical end game either. This is
Yeah,
like
yeah.
this is that end game strategy by Shereshevsky. That's the one.
Hmm.
With it game, लोग कह रहे हैं.
No moves actually in the Vidit game. No moves in the Pragg game. So let's stick to Gukesh, I think. Rook
Okay.
d6 played, by the way, on the board. So now,
Bit surprised with how
uh,
fast Gukesh is playing actually.
yeah,
Like even now,
and
is it because he actually thinks this is not, or is it just him showing confidence? Yeah, fair. What do you think is going on here?
I think he uses opponent's time to calculate everything. Um, I think he just realizes it's lost, and now he's just playing the best bet he has. Like एक trap उसने कहीं देखा हुआ है. He's hoping कि black maybe uses up a lot of time. Let's say 20 minutes सोच लिया, and there is another moment in the game जहाँ पे black could be under time pressure. And maybe
Hmm.
he makes a mistake. Honestly, that's the only hope he has, right? If black had 4 minutes here, maybe you can think of him slipping up. By the way, why not just rook a3 also? I mean, that just feels so natural, grabbing on a2 with check, um, or even just rook
Yeah, but
c2, what we saw.
I don't know. Like if I was in Nicholas's shoes, I mean, of course, this is a opportunity. I mean, this is such a big moment. Yeah, I would try to finish this game in the most like accurate way possible, or in I mean, I would not play any hand moves, and Rook A3 somehow
Hmm.
feels like a hand move to me because it's like sub winning है, but Gukesh को वो एक chance मिल गया ना, तो he's not gonna leave him. He will definitely find ways to
Late,
fight back.
late,
Yeah.
and Sahaj bhai, I think this is about to end. मुझे लग रहा है king g3, rook takes a2. Yeah, there's nothing to do, and Gukesh will be completely heartbroken, I feel, because he came to this event with hopes, of winning this because that's all he had, right? He has no spot to qualify to. But I think 50% score is quite disappointing, and especially because he's lost to 2,600 players.
Why? But in a situation like that, let's say, I mean, the position looks lost, but okay, game khatam nahi hua abhi, but just having a discussion, like when you know कि आप first नहीं आ सकते यहाँ पे, do you still continue playing the tournament? Because you only
Hmm.
have much, you can only lose, right? You can only lose rating, you can only if
Hmm.
people beat you, they can say, okay, मैंने world champion को हराया, but if you win, that's expected from you. But do you continue
Yeah.
knowing that there is nothing, like there's not much you can gain?
I would say, I had this habit. So let's say if I had a good tournament and I was playing somebody who was lower rated and in great form, I would sometimes think, ठीक है भाई tournament अच्छा है, let's not play the last round. There's not much to play for. Like I would look at it tournament by tournament. की rating plus हो गया यहाँ पे plus 20 हो गया. Let's just not spoil it in one game and lose 15
Mhm.
points. But I think that was the bad habit I had. I think it really trains you to look away from challenges. I think Gukesh को ये challenge की तरह लेना पड़ेगा. Because Magnus, imagine Magnus being here. Yeah, what would Magnus do? Magnus would lose 2 games, let's say, then he would win the remaining five. That's what Magnus would do. Like he would not quit, I think. So if you wanna become the GOAT, I think that's the only thing which Mukesh has not done so far. Then you have to do GOAT things. And the GOAT thing would be to absolutely crush his next five opponents. Like like nobody remembers, yeah, these two losses. Like imagine if he wins five in a row, he literally finishes in top two anyways. I think,
Hmm.
right? 8 points. At least top two में chances तो रहेंगे अच्छे खासे. So I think that's what Magnus would do. And looking at Gukesh, I think that's what he should aim for also. Now, saying it is easy and doing it is much harder, of course. But that's the ideal setup, I think. What do you think, Sajbhai?
Okay. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. By the way, getting some stats by Rakesh bhai, that it happened to Magnus as well, by the way, in the Tata Steel Masters, where he lost 2 games in a row in 2023.
Hmm, very interesting. So happens, yeah, happens. And Magnus lost. I think World Rapid एक बार हुआ था. Magnus lost the first 2 rounds, and he was like, I think, 0 out of 2 and sitting, and his board was fixed, right? Board one, because that's where the camera is set up. And he was 0 out of 2, and he won. I think he got silver actually. He got silver in that
Wow.
World Rapid. So that's what Magnus would do. And I think that's what
Mhm.
Gukesh has to do as well. I think that's what people with strong mindsets do, and Gukesh is definitely one of them.
Think that's fair. Yeah, but position is looking really depressing, I have to say. You can check out some other games maybe in the meantime while this one,
Hmm.
while Gukesh is thinking, I think, here. How about
Pragg
Puranik versus
game.
Rapport?
Let's go to Puranik. Yeah, I think looks very complicated. Although they've also reached the 40th move. Mm, I think this is the moment where everybody knows what's going to happen, but they're just kind of delaying it. Um, yeah, very complicated position, this one as well. Which side would you pick, Saj? White or black?
I will choose probably white, I guess. I do have a pass pawn, but I also don't have the F pawn. So like यहाँ पे बहुत king side पे pressure आ सकता है.
Hmm.
Actually, maybe I will choose black because I always have the option of making a draw, right? Like a queen e1, queen
Hmm.
g3 check the. If I play rook e1, for
Hmm.
example, rook takes e1, queen takes e1, I play queen g3, queen e1, queen g3, queen e1.
Hmm. Hmm.
तो ब्लैक के पास वो
True.
एक ऑप्शन है ड्रॉ करने का which जो वाइट के पास नहीं है एंड वाइट ब्लैक का किंग में भी ज़्यादा सेफ है तो मे बी दैट्स व्हाई आई वुड प्रेफर टू बी वाइट टू बी ब्लैक हियर.
Hmm. Hmm. Interesting.
Yep, Divya has already finished, by the way. She drew her match. I think it happened quite
Yeah,
some
yeah,
time ago.
way back.
By the way, no moves played in Gukesh's board yet. This is the current position. He's still thinking. He has an hour on the clock, so of course, makes sense why he's thinking. But uh, like it's the simplest thing is black just plays d2, c3 and rook c1. It's like white kuch bhi kar le is position mein. These are my three moves and I just promote and that's it. Can we see a
Oh man.
अरे यार ये क्या बोल रहे हो यार.
Wow. Saj bhai, I think all the games are still at least stuck is the word I want to use. We have a move in the game that is rook a8. If you want to have a look.
Sure.
Um,
Rook
so
a8
not
here.
yeah, but there are a bunch of repetitions actually in this position.
Hmm.
Divya will be
Like
half a point behind Gukesh. Actually, true.
the nicest one is rook f5, knight h4, rook d5, knight f3. Easy.
Yeah, yeah,
Queen b7, rook a1, queen d7, rook a8. That's another one. It's like कोई साइड improve नहीं कर सकती यहाँ पे तो just pieces repeat कर लो that's it.
yeah. There's also this move bishop f4 apparently a possibility.
कोई चैट में बोल रहा है टिकू ने जब से रेंटल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट साइन किया तब से गुकेश आने लगा. भाई आपको याद भी कैसे रहता है ये. That's what
सही
I want to
में
know.
भाई विदात भाई डोंट वरी यार फील फ्री टू गिफ्ट मी अ फ्लैट ताकि मुझे रेंटल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट साइन ना करना पड़े बट नहीं जोक्स अपार्ट आई डोंट थिंक इट्स डिपेंडेंट ऑन दैट आई अज्यूम
Mhm.
इतना भी यूनिवर्स कनेक्टेड नहीं हो सकता okay no moves just yet no
Okay,
moves in
going
any
to
game actually
Gukesh's board, कुछ है नहीं यहाँ पे but no moves yet.
चल क्या
If
रहा
you
है
go
भाई
king f3, राकेश भाई चैट में मजे ले रहे हैं. बट एनीवे किंग f3 पे d2 है मेरे पास एज आई मेंशन किंग e2 पे जस्ट c3 एंड नेक्स्ट मूव रुक c1 रुक चेक एंड क्वीन. भाई यहाँ तो कुछ है ही नहीं यार. I mean, at what point do you realize that, okay, I mean, surely the reality has kicked in, right?
yeah I
For
mean it's kicked
Gukesh.
in and it's settled already I think he pretty much knows it's over. I think he's going to resign any moment. I think he's going to resign right now. I get a feeling.
You think so?
Yeah, he's going to resign right now. I don't see any point.
ये
Gukesh, I think
उन्होंने बताया जो राकेश भाई के क्या कहते हैं उनको सूत्र.
Sutra maybe, but I think also the position. Yeah, I mean it's just sad. King
Hmm.
f3, d2, king e2, c3. I mean there's nothing to do. Just rook c1, rook e1, check and queens. I mean
Hmm.
it's elementary at this point. Um, I think he's going to resign, and that will be another game ended. But
Hmm.
yeah, now it will be down to Pragg to somehow squeeze that win. But I don't see it happening, unfortunately.
Pragg will play though. Like he will play a long game. Like I'm getting those Gelfand wali vibes. Gelfand wala game.
Hmm. King f3 played by Gukesh though. Doesn't resign.
Okay. D2 I'm guessing.
I think he d2 king
अरे
e2 c3 he resigns. Yeah. क्या हुआ?
look at the chat.
अरे यार राकेश भाई इतने सूत्र बता रहे हैं तो आ जाओ भाई कॉल पे ही भाई ये क्या है भाई
Literally यार वहां बैठे बैठे मजे ले रहे हैं. Spoiling
मुझे तो
everything.
राकेश भाई इज ऑलरेडी इन उज्बेकिस्तान मजे ले रहे हैं हमारे वो ऑलरेडी चले गए
You think so?
हाँ मजे ले रहे हैं भाई हमारे उज्बेकिस्तान में बैठ के होटल में बैठे हुए हैं ही इज नॉट गोइंग टू द वेन्यू d2 played yeah I think king e2 c3 and he resigns is my guess
Hmm.
oh rook d8 he plays c3 anyways
Mm-hmm.
like there is no move white can play um which is gonna give him any chances nothing like there's nothing
Crazy. C3
unless he plays
played.
g5 unless he plays g5 e6 would be a draw then but c3 played time to
G5.
resign
But
again
it's about a race, na? It's a race हुई. I will not give you a hand move like that. Like a free move like that.
yeah yep I think it's about to be over
Hmm.
resigns incoming oh he plays e6 acha he will wait for rook e1 yeah he'll wait for rook
Rook
e1
C1 and
rook
Rook
c
E1, yeah.
rook c1 e7 you can't queen chat very important rook c1 के बाद because white wins rook takes and e8 queens but after e6 rook c1 e7 rook e1 and now if you queens black takes rook takes d1 queens check and resigns rook
चेक
c1
के
played
साथ भी आ रही है यार. प्रमोट तो हो रही है, चेक के साथ भी आ रही है.
हाँ अगर चेक नहीं तो शायद बचा लेते फिर
Sahaj, do you think Gukesh just missed King F2 or he saw some other way to continue the game to get a better position? That was a weird thing for me when he started repeating moves with Rook A7, Rook A6, because he had enough time as well. Maybe he was expecting his opponent to just, I don't know, repeat the moves there. I don't know.
yeah and
But
repetition is
it was not easy. I think the King F2 idea was
yeah
आपको याद है वो रुक सैक करके वो 3 पॉन के साथ खेलना था. I mean in your vision probably you can see that far, but to actually accept that as equal is not, it's not easy, I think.
yeah also I think repetition ना एक ऐसी चीज है जो when you are equal or better it doesn't sound like a good idea for an
Hmm.
ambitious player it only looks good in hindsight when you're already lost
Hmm.
so I think it's time to resign, which Gukesh is going to do in the next minute, and then we switch to the other games because there are still, I think, 4 games running after this. It's Vidit against Demchenko, Pragg against Mamedov, Abhimanyu against Rapport, and Noderbek against Pranav.
Nice. Okay, we can just wait for the final moments. I think he should have resigned here. Falcon, Magnus has won Tata Steel 7 times and came second in 2023. मतलब, I don't understand the relevance here of your comment. Oh,
And he
there it
resigns.
is.
That's it. It's over. Gukesh has lost 2 games in a row, has lost a bunch of rating, and his chances of winning the event, I think, are out of the window. Saj bhai, I think it will be a huge, like, he'll be the most disappointed, right? I mean, he came in with huge expectations of winning the event
Yeah, I
or
think
doing well.
for this to be any for this to have any thing. I mean, he should win 5 out of 5 next now, and 8 out of 11. It is theoretically possible, but it's difficult. It's very difficult because this is
Yeah.
the bad thing about such tournaments. I mean, it's an open event, but even if you lose a bunch of games, you're still going to be playing against a 2600 player.
And now that he's struggling a little bit, his next round opponent is going to be like, this is my chance. So everybody is suddenly more ambitious against you. People who would have crumbled suddenly are high in confidence because they feel you are not playing your best. So yeah,
For
I'm
sure.
still hoping Gukesh has a comeback. But it's very, very unlikely. I think he's going to win the event now. So yeah, hard luck. Hopefully he strikes back in the remaining rounds and covers up all the rating he lost. Right now, I think he's yeah, he's dropped to two. I think he's gonna drop to world number 7, if I'm not mistaken, for the first time, like where he will go below Wesley So and Firuzja, I think.
Oh,
And below
wow.
Wei, he'll be world number 10 or world number 11 after
Really?
today. Yeah.
Oh, that's sad. That is very sad actually. लेकिन 8
Oh.
7 पॉइंट थोड़े ना जाएंगे.
नहीं, अगर अगर 5 पॉइंट भी गए, he goes below
गिरी, हाँ.
wait, how is he
भाई, do you know
2772?
if
इसके
Abdus
ओ
Satorov
उन्होंने
went?
उन्होंने गलती से रिजल्ट उल्टा लिख दिया क्या? I can see Ukesh 2772. हाँ, उन्होंने जीरो। अच्छा, क्या चल रहा है 27 चेस पे भाई? गलत दिखा रहे हैं।
I don't know. I didn't see, but there is a good chance कि Abdus Satorov अगर आज जीत जाता है तो he might be higher rated than Gukesh.
Yeah, I think it is possible actually. And also
By
not to
the way,
forget Vincent Keimer is playing.
also this game ending in a draw very quickly. Let's just catch the final moments. He's just gonna go King G4 and maybe take the pawn on B7, and the king just jumps and takes B4, and it's King King.
Yeah. No, it shows world number 6. I'm not sure if it includes his today's result. I'm hoping it does, then it's safe. He's world number 6. I'm just refreshing and checking. Um, he won 2024 Gukesh. Yeah, that's the hope, bhai. That's the hope he strikes back.
Yeah, I don't even see the 2700 chess wala thing.
Yeah, it's not loading. It's a bit shaky.
No, it shows 0-1 for me now, but I think the ratings have not updated yet.
Or does it include? Because I think we can also check here. Uh,
He was 2767.
okay. Got it. Yeah, then his rating is fine. Yeah, he's 2758 and world number 6. So if he loses one more, I think he's gonna drop out of the world top 10, actually. And the difference between Arjun and Gukesh is now 19 points, and between Pragg and Gukesh is like 21 points now.
Mhm.
That's quite a difference. So I think Pranav will also
Abhimanyu
draw
Mishra's
this.
game, I think, really took him out. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
वो flow एकदम टूट गया हमारा.
वो draw लेना चाहिए था यार. By the way, this is ending in a draw as well, chat. White king H pawn मारेगा, black king B pawn मारेगा, and white knight A pawn मारेगा. खत्म.
Kicking
Sahas bhai,
D4.
so if things go like they are, I think इसका मतलब कि only two players will be in the running, right? Because Pranav also drawing. I think it will be Arjun and Nihal. That's it.
What about Vidit?
Vidit has to win this, right? So that's hard.
Mm-hmm.
Um, because if it's a draw right now, and if it's a draw, then okay, this is gonna end in a draw, of course. Let's see the
Mm.
final moves. King b5, knight a7, king b4, king h6, khatam.
We cannot also write off people who are on 4 points either, I think.
Yeah,
That's
4. But I
still.
think Vidit on 3, right? So he will have to
And
win.
Pranav also is there, no? Pranav he's on 4.
Acha, हाँ, Prince on 4. Right. I think he'll be in the hunt still. Yeah. It'll be a more difficult task for him because he's going to play a higher IQ player, right? Because he's 2600. It's more likely he plays 2700. So it's much harder for him. But yes, he's still in the running.
Mm-hmm. By
Yeah,
the way,
that's
what
a draw.
happened to Firuza?
Firuza drew against Amin Tabatabai.
Okay, got it, got it. Because I was just curious, how was you know, he's playing all of his country mates. It was just interesting.
Yeah. And by the way, chat, so this has been ended in a draw. So 3 games remaining for us. I think Pragg versus Roth is the next game we should focus on. Then there's Abhimanyu versus Rapport and Demchenko versus Vidal. But Pragg's game, Sahaj, Vantika about to win. I think, okay, we'll check that later. Maybe I think Vantika is out of contention now. But Pragg's game, Sahaj bhai, how do we defend f7? Do we even have to defend f7?
Rook a6, I guess. Don't even defend it. F7 mara, F6 mara, and that's it.
Hmm. Yeah,
लग
I
रहा
think
है
it's
लग रहा
just
है चैट का मूड खराब हो गया. It's okay. होता है ऐसा चैट. It's fine. You win some, you lose some. He will bounce back.
But I think also Gary praised Gukesh as well, yeah, a lot when he defeated Magnus. So let's not go via individual statements. I
Hmm.
think Gary also probably understands, right? So, like, if you make a statement, it goes viral. I think it drags more eyeballs. Like, he might be a bit more polarized than what he actually means either way. Like, when he defeated Carlsen, I don't think he really meant you have to start questioning Carlsen's legacy now, which he kind of said, right? You can start questioning him, but also, when he lost, he didn't actually mean it that way. I think he's a bit more polarizing in his words, but I don't think he wanted to put down anyone there.
Of course, of course.
Vidit is better, really.
Nice.
Let's have a look.
Um,
Does Vidit have an outside chance here?
Gonna take a look.
Oh,
Knight
yes.
h2.
Knight h2 mistake.
Knight h2. Okay. Now rook g6, perhaps. By the way, I think my mom is in the chat. Hi, ma.
Hey, Adi, how are
एकदम.
you? अब तो मिस कर लोगे ना मामा, I think, because you just left, right? I think that's the
Yeah,
time to
yeah,
miss,
yeah. Of
है ना?
course, of course.
Hmm.
The rook g6, something like that. I don't know.
Rook g6. Yeah, I think that looks logical. You put the rook back. Um, I don't know why Vidit is better though. Is it because d4 is weak? Is it because h4 is incoming? It's not clear.
Well, they have 42 minutes to figure it out.
इतना टाइम क्यों दिया रे फिडे भाई? Okay.
लग रहा है चैट का मूड थोड़ा सा खराब है अभी. But it's okay. It happens. Oh, by the way,
Oh,
rook
he goes rook
g8.
g8. Not the best move apparently.
Actually, it's a pretty nice one because white just has one move here, d5. If he doesn't find it,
That's
he's
true.
worse.
That's true, and that's not an easy move to find at all, actually.
Hmm.
What is the idea of d5, by the way?
I don't even know. Like rook d5. I mean, maybe probably to not allow queen d5.
Oh, bishop f4 is incoming, I think, yeah?
Bishop g3 भी तो मर रहा है.
हाँ, bishop g3, bishop f4, both.
Hmm.
Wow.
Wait, bishop f4 में queen a3 है ना मेरे पास? Maybe.
No, I played a random move like rook d2 and then bishop f4 was working because rook is on
Mm-hmm.
d2 now. But yeah, so there is a threat, yeah, d5. Not
Mm-hmm.
an easy move. Because even the second best move, Sahaj by queen e4, bishop g3 is apparently still working. So maybe Vidit, I think, has a genuine chance to win this.
Maybe, but d5 also feels like an odd move. So if I play d5, who would play d5 here in the right minds? Bishop g3, rook takes g8, bishop f2 check,
Queen
queen
f2.
f2, rook f2, king f2, I'm guessing, and king g8. Bhai sahab, look at
And
this. Rook g1
rook
check,
g1.
king f8, dc6, queen c6. इससे
And I'm not even sure
इससे
this
कोई
is a draw.
घटिया पोजीशन like I don't know for who, but it looks very scary for Vidit, I would say.
Really? I thought black is okay.
No. I like practically. I think white should have more chances.
But if I keep the queen there, let's say I even play queen e4, how do you progress?
I'll
Let's say
put
queen
knight
e3, knight
f3,
f3, knight
rook
f3, queen e4,
c1, uh, rook c1, I guess, to play c6.
rook
फिर मैं वो
c1,
बिशप
knight.
को थोड़ा वेकेट करूंगा यहाँ से maybe I'll bring it to f6 or maybe to e5 and then
Hmm.
slowly I start pushing. It will be a problem.
Hmm.
This I don't like this for with it.
Hmm. Interesting.
Like at best you have checks.
Hmm. So d5 then is the only move for white. Otherwise, Vidit has a great position. Um, and he has more time on the clock as well. So if he can win, he will go to 4 points, and that would keep him in the range of
Mhm.
finishing in the top two. So we will have so far, Chad. I think 4 point is something we've thought is the range. Jahan pe it's possible to reach in the top two, and only three Indians have 4 or more points. It's Nihal, Arjun, and Pranav, right? And Pranav, of course, it'll be much tougher for him because he's going to play 2,700 players every single round.
That is a good point, yes. But are you saying it's easier? I mean, judging by how this tournament is going, 2600s are also very difficult to play against because they
That's
are more
true.
motivated, right?
That's true. But I think on paper, at least, also I think when you start off for tournaments, you have more upsets. I think second half maybe upsets are a bit lower in number. So like people might start off with the horrific loss because they've
Just
not kind of
one second, yeah.
uh,
I'll just be right back.
uh. So I think Vidit's opponent needs to find this move d5. Otherwise, maybe things can go haywire in the game, yeah? Anything is possible. Pragg, of course, likely to draw his game, and that would also likely end his chances. Uh, I saw him in an interview on Chibis, even he was shocked about the weird pawn push to attack the knight. Yeah. I think Gukesh is one of those players who will push regardless. I think sometimes, it's helped him over a period of time. But what happens is when your confidence is low, I think you're doubting yourself a lot. And I think that's what happened yesterday. He had a draw in hand, didn't take it. In fact, he had a great comeback. Yeah, he had a great comeback after that G4 blunder yesterday, but he just couldn't finish it off. Arjun is on 4.5. He's doing pretty well. I think he drew against the tournament leader today, so that's a good sign. His tiebreak also improves dramatically after playing Maghsoodloo. That's also a good sign. That Blitz exhibition was, yeah, I mean, that was a horrific loss for Gukesh, but Blitz has been his weak point. Now, it's not something new. The problem is the classical format has always been his strength. And looking at this time control, which is as long as it gets, yeah, it's longer than the World Championship. You would expect he was chakelega, but this has not turned out well for him.
All right,
Nihal
sorry,
is
yeah,
playing well.
they were doing some they were changing the stove in my apartment and
Oh,
मेरे पास कुछ say नहीं होती इन चीजों की and they just came in and they were just doing some stuff and अभी जाके उन्होंने finish किया. So yeah, my bad on
oh,
that.
nice. भाई एटलीस्ट वो वाले वो होते हैं ना, इंडक्शन होते हैं ना वहाँ पे तो हॉब्स.
मेरे पास तो गैस वाला है
आई लाइक द इंडक्शन वंस यार. गैस वाले मुझे तो पसंद नहीं है. बट
भाई
एनीवेज,
बट आप उसमें भरता नहीं बना सकते.
अरे भाई भरता बन रहा है ना लाइव स्ट्रीम पे भाई, यहाँ बैठे बैठे देख यार. By the way, if we jump to the Pragg game, we have a few moves. I think this is simplifying. G5 was
कुछ
played on the last
सूत्रों
move.
से अपडेट आई है यहाँ पे ये तो अपडेट यहाँ
नहीं
पर
नहीं,
तो आनी
पोजीशन
चाहिए
से
भाई.
दिख रहा है भाई. I think
हम्म,
G5, Knight F7, King G6 as we can see, and I think he can even just take on G5, and that should be a draw.
नाइट G5 हाँ that should be a draw.
King G5, F7, Knight
Taken.
D6, F8 queens, right? It's a draw.
Yeah, it's F7 96, yeah. मैं तो rook D5 rook C5 सोच रहा था just to keep it simple, but yeah, F7 also works, I guess. Now if he takes rook F6, Then the game continues.
भाई रुक F6 में भी क्या ही है भाई, मतलब ब्लैक विल जस्ट प्ले knight e4 knight f2 या rook
It's
knight
Pragg.
rook
Yeah,
a4।
but it's Pragg. Come on, he will play that.
नहीं नहीं भाई, I think खत्म हो जाएगी, मुझे लग रहा है, फीलिंग आ रही है।
Hmm. फीलिंग बहुत बढ़िया आ रही है आपको।
भाई फीलिंग होता ही है भाई, इट्स जस्ट क्रेजी समटाइम्स आपका
फीलिंग्स तो
इंट्यूशन
और
यू
भी आ
नो।
रही है। एक और
हाँ हाँ
फीलिंग आई है मुझे।
हाँ, एक और फीलिंग अभी भी आई है बस 2 मिनट पहले, सो वो फीलिंग भी देखेंगे।
इसके बाद वो वाली फीलिंग देखेंगे चार्ट, ठीक है।
हाँ, और किंग g5 played, rook d5 is a draw, f7 is a draw, chat I think this is over, Pragg is gonna draw, and इसके साथ ही उनके chances I think he can still win again, but he requires
कैन आई
four
प्ले
and a half
रुकिए?
five कि ये actually you can, but apparently knight f8 is also,
हाँ, नाइट F8, रुक F8, किंग F6 रख दो एंड देन इट्स अ ड्रॉ।
or knight f4 knight g6 also is a draw. Yeah, that's a thing cleaner.
This has happened with Gukesh before as well. He has reached 2760 and then went to 2730 and then reached 2794. So don't worry, Chad. I think that's a good point. Yeah,
Yep, yep.
good point.
Come on. E8
Uh,
played. Even rook a7 is possible for that matter. Do you think Pragg plays till the end, or do you think he just? By the way, before I even completed my statement, I think there is summed it all up. क्या हो रहा है 2 दिन से भाई? It felt like something worth saying actually.
Also, like, Gukesh के पहले के 4 games were so convincing also. He was kind
Yeah,
of crushing his opponents from the opening itself. It's like, and I think it started off with that जो G4 खेला था वो अभिमन्यु मिश्रा. That was the first shock for us. मतलब ये क्या
yeah,
हुआ? फिर उसके बाद then he fought back and then of course Abhimanyu played a fantastic game and then managed to convert it again or get a better position again. But yeah,
yeah.
I think वहां से
Definitely,
flow टूट गया.
definitely better. I would agree. It's definitely better.
Better.
And Saj bhai, भाई, I think Pragg का तो draw होने वाला है. Rauf Medov will be very happy with that because black pieces से draw करेंगे. So I won't overly critique Gukesh, but it's safe to say whatever aura he had is gone. Anyone top 20 will fancy the chances against him. I would say I think aura, matlab, in the moment, maybe anybody can lose, yeah. Even Abir Khan or can have a flop film. I would say ki, it's how you kind of look at it again. Like what happens in the remaining rounds, what happens in the next tournament, which is the World Cup. If he crushes the World Cup, then nobody remembers this one loss. If he comes back in the if he scores 4.5 in the last 5 rounds, like you would not to focus too much. You would say, "Ha, ठीक है, एक game हार गए थे." So
Hmm.
it depends on how you come back after that, setback. So let's see.
The World Cup will be I think a big one for Gukesh. Also, it's happening at home turf as well. So
Yeah.
all eyes will be on Gukesh.
लोग कह रहे हैं वीडी विनिंग, आई डोंट थिंक सो यार, इज बेटर, ही इज बेटर बट नॉट विनिंग जस्ट येट। आई थिंक पहले प्रग का ड्रॉ देख
You
लेते हैं।
mean better? Better.
ये बेटर
Better.
वेरी इज बेटर। ओके, आई डोंट नो, Roth Midov being extra careful here. Fair enough.
What is the draw line here? There's like multiple. Basically, you have to sacrifice the knight for the pawn. So as long as you're able to achieve that, then it's a basic Philidor position, which I don't think even the players would play it out. ऐसा मुझे feeling आ रहा है. Like black queen play rook a7, rook e6, and rook takes f7, for example. This is the simplest. Then there is knight f4 check देके knight g6 रख दो, and then white will promote, black will take, and that's it. That's another Philidor. Um, yeah, this is how you would draw. I mean, white does have an extra pawn, but this is a very basic rook endgame, which I think at this level people don't even play.
Yeah, yeah. Oh wow.
By
By
the
the
way,
way,
Leon
yeah.
having an hour more than his opponent. लियोन के पास 1 घंटा है and उसका opponent Bogdan Daniel has 8 minutes on the clock.
Wow. I think position also काफी interesting तो है, but
Hmm.
that feels like a much longer game. Um, Saj, but do you think Vidit wins? Is the main question now.
Vidit, एक second पहले ये तो खत्म कर लें. But yeah, we can. Do you want to jump there or what?
No, I think let's stick. I think Rookie Sen played. I think it's gonna
दो
finish soon.
मिनट ही और
Then
है यार.
let's jump then.
2 मिनट ही और है
दो
इसके
मिनट
अंदर.
आओ कैसे
मेरे को
पता साज भाई? I can see 32 minutes.
मैं नहीं एक्चुअली मैं उज्बेकिस्तान में मैं गया था. मैं वहीं हो गई.
Or maybe you were in that fifth dimension. Yeah, you can see the future. कि कितने मिनट में होने
Exactly,
वाला है वो.
exactly.
Yeah, Rookie 6 on the board. Let's go.
Rook takes f7 and
Handshakes,
draw
or do you
भाई.
think Pragg plays handshakes? Yeah.
नो 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 नो. सब फीलिंग आ रहा है मुझे. थोड़ा थोड़ा सा खेलेंगे एंड देन बट लेकिन
मैं
खेलेंगे
तो
नहीं नो. थोड़ा सा खेलेंगे लेकिन.
I think it's
By the way,
okay. They will repeat.
this is a very nice trick there for you chat. यहाँ पे rook f5 would be lost because if you play rook f5
Uh,
then rook takes f5 king f5 king f3 is basic opposition.
yeah. This
So
is
just play anything like king को कहीं पे भी रख दो किसी भी legal square
King
पे and it's
f4
draw.
played. King f4 played, and Rook e3 played. Oh, it's a pawn endgame now. Over. It's over now. I think. Yeah, you can take the Rook King g4, and that is a theoretical draw. So Pragg draws his game. I mean, it's never say never, but I think his chances also kind of end to qualify for the candidates would take like a miracle, which is unlikely.
No, I mean
Um,
he will qualify to the through the FIDE circuit, right?
FIDE circuit, yeah, he's not that stressed though. True. Yeah,
Or
he gives
maybe
the
via
pawn
the
away
World
literally.
Cup or via the
Yeah,
World Cup.
yeah.
Here we go.
So that's another draw chat. Now, two more important games. One is Abhimanyu against Rapport, and one is Denchenko against Vidit. So let's have one look at Vidit and then go back to Abhimanyu because that might end soon as well.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Rook g8, Rook a3 Sahaj. So he did not find d5.
Okay. So now where is the win? Can I play h4 here? I mean, look at these pieces. Yeah, look, there's a rook, all of the rooks. The knight is also kind of using itself. Queen d5 पे आके बहुत बढ़िया सा attack कर सकती है. Look at all of the pieces just working so well together. Hmm. This feels like the perfect moment to strike. Or maybe like one thing I would change before I strike is I'll play queen d5 and then I will play h4. मतलब सारे pieces एकदम perfectly बैठे हुए हैं.
But queen d5, queen b3 maybe Sahaj. Like I don't want
Ah,
to trade queens.
that's why he played rook a3, yeah, to play queen b3. Nice find.
So h4 maybe, yeah, I think makes.
H4, yeah, looks logical then.
Also, for example, after h4, the engine's first preference is queen e4, which is, to be honest, not easy. Um, just kind of allow at g3. I know there's queen h4, but it's still a difficult choice. I think Vidit has good chances here.
I guess the problem in white's position is this bishop on b6. Because it's like white is a pawn up right now, but white is technically playing without a piece, right? Because this bishop doesn't have any mobility in the game. And you can say it's controlling this is what does that exactly do? उसको वापस
Hmm.
लाने में you'll need like two moves. So this is
Hmm.
probably the reason why white's position is so bad here.
Hmm. Chat, we are now 5 hours in. With I think one, maybe two games to go. I think today might be a slightly shorter stream, Sahaj, like then 6.5 hours, maybe not. We won't go that long today. So maybe 5.5 hours. I'm guessing another half an hour we will know what's happening in the with the game as well.
भाई हाफ एन आवर तो एक प्लेयर के पास है यहाँ पे.
हाँ, but I think I get a feeling कि शायद हो सकता है जल्दी खत्म. Because I think if h4 happens, I think bishop g3 pointed, rook g3 pointed, rook f2 pointed, pawn g3 pointed. Because rook a3 का idea वो भी है to defend that g3 point, yeah, indirect
You
point.
think
So
that Vidit wins?
yeah, I think he might just win, and that would be amazing for him because he's the defending champion. Vaishali women's section, mein, she's playing so well, and likely she might qualify. Would love to see Vidit kind of do the same.
पर सूत्रों के हिसाब से तो हमें नहीं पता चला।
हाँ सूत्र तो भी
यार
आई
क्या
थिंक
इतने बढ़िया से हम लोग इसको हाइड कर रहे थे, लाइक
हाँ
राकेश
राकेश
भाई
भाई ने
आते
सब
ही
रिवील कर दिया.
भाई
By the
दो
way,
सेकंड में।
Rapport Puranik is ending in a draw. So Rapport has just played rook e1 check, and I think it's gonna be a simple repetition. Rook takes e1, queen takes e1, king h2, queen g3 check, king g1, and queen e1, and that is a draw. So another draw, and I think with this, the chances for Abhimanyu Puranik also, I think, kind of end. Um, so limited players who can now
But
potentially
I mean,
win and
Abhimanyu
qualify for
has had a
finals.
fantastic event though.
Yeah, of course, of course, of
He
course.
defeated
Uh,
Divya, who's definitely informed, then he drew to Vidit. Then he lost against Abdusattorov, that E3 wala match. It was still a very, very long game. Then he drew to Yu Yang Yi, and then he defeated Fedosiv, and then now he's
Fedosiv,
drawing to Rapport as well. It's like out
yeah,
of 6 rounds, he has had one Divya, and the rest were 2700s, just 2700s. And he
yeah,
has scored
yeah,
3.5 out of 6 in that field, which is fantastic. Basically, he has scored 50% against 2700 players.
yeah. That's very impressive, actually. Very impressive. And now I think, I mean, he was better, yeah, against Rapport at some point, and
Hmm.
also crushed Fedosiv. I think Fedosiv is such a strong player. Arjun has drawn today, yeah, so he is on 4.5.
Mm-hmm.
King h2 will be played, but Queen g3 check, and that's a repetition on the board, by the way.
Oh, okay. King h2, queen g3. Are we seeing a repetition?
Yeah, yeah. King h1, queen e1 check. I think white has a fast pawn. You don't want to risk too much as black. Very hard to win this one, especially f3 square controlled. You can't push f3 as black. This, I think, draw is a fair result.
True, true. Both Abhimanyus are doing great. Yeah, that is also true. Saj, look at the opponents of Hikaru. All are 1800 to 2000. Any comments? I mean, we did touch this subject. Oh, by the way, that's a
Yeah,
draw.
there it is. So Ayunu continues his great run, draws one of the strongest players in the world, and that is the end of another game. And one more important game remains, Sahaj, and that is such an important one, right? Vidit Gujarati, the defending champion, better against Anton Demchenko with the black pieces. But now, Queen e4, best move by White. And
Free pawn. Shall we
yeah, I'm
take
going
it?
to ask you the same question, Saj, by winning chances for VD, drawing chances, and losing chances. If you had to distribute, how will you distribute it?
I mean, he has more time than his opponent, so losing chances are not that high for me. I
Hmm.
think Viditka, I think usually it happens when he has less time on the clock. I don't see him losing this game, but I think pretty high
Hmm.
chances of winning actually.
I agree. I
Like
think Queen H. Hmm.
50-50, I guess. 50% win, 50% draw.
50% is pretty high, yeah. Vidit will take it, yeah. 5 moves back, it was dead equal. So
Hmm.
that's pretty impressive. And now 2 moves, you can take on G3 directly actually with the pawn
Hmm.
because if Rook, wait, okay. Actually, there is a problem.
It's white to play, by the way. FG3 is what you're saying. Bro, stop being biased in your comment. Wait, कहाँ से आया ये comment? Wait, like it's like comes out of the blue. We were not even talking about Gukesh.
छोटा प्लेयर भाई यार देखो आप छोटा प्लेयर हो और ऐसे छोटे प्लेयर के मजे ले रहे हो भाई मैं ही छोटा प्लेयर हूँ सो आई वुड से कि यार nobody is biased all we are saying is कि Gukesh is the world champion. I think he deserves it. And one bad event doesn't really dictate, if he deserves the world champion title or not. And he's a very strong player. I would expect a comeback. Yeah, if I was given a choice and I had to bet Maggie Sahaj Bhai on him coming back with like 4 out of 5 at least, or not coming back, I would bet it on him coming back. We know how strong he is.
Of course. Of course. No, I was just wondering like where it came from because we were not even talking about this. We were talking about Abhimanyu doing so great and Vidit having a good position. So I wasn't sure where was the bias coming from. But yeah. सहज भाई हिकारू अपनी पीक में पहुंच गया आफ्टर फार्मिंग या ओके सो आई वाज जस्ट टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस अर्लियर दैट आई मीन वी डिड स्पीक अबाउट दिस आई थिंक अ फ्यू डेज अगो आई think it's within the rules. There is no problem with it. And then again, also, he's not stopping anyone from playing these events either. Like, जिसका जिसका मन है वो जाके खेल सकता है. It's not really anything against that. But yeah, h takes g3 taken. And now queen h4 check is the best move for white. Or f takes g3 is another one. Virit can win, but main concern is his endgame under time pressure. He's making mistake. Yeah, exactly. So I think there is no time pressure, at least as of now. There's like a
Yeah,
12, 15-minute difference between Vidit and Demchenko. It's not an endgame, not yet at least. दो सिर्फ दो ही pieces तो exchange हुए हैं. I mean, a bunch
yeah,
of pawns have
yeah.
been traded, but it's not an endgame yet.
Yeah, and good question. What will happen if more than two players finish at the same point? So, usually you have closed events like Norway chess or whatever, जहाँ पे 8 लोग खेल रहे होते हैं, and in a tie break, you kind of have them play each other. That's the tie break. But this is an open event. That means यहाँ पे 100-200 प्लेयर खेल रहे हैं, right? तो इसका मतलब कि we will likely not have those individual matchups. जहाँ तक I know, I might be wrong, but tiebreak one is actually rating performance, and rating performance means it's very specific. किसी की 2690 है, किसी की 2691. So in that case, if that's the tiebreaker, then I think it's going to be random. It's going to be very random. It's very hard to predict who will be ahead. So a good way to check whose tiebreak is best is look at the standings right now. So even if Mishra's tiebreak is really good because he's on top of the 4.5 list. Arjun's tiebreak is also pretty decent, but Nihal's tiebreak is not so great. So to qualify Nihal, likely we'll have to hope कि उसके ऊपर वाले सारे हार जाएं. Yeah, he has to get half a point extra, right? So it's much tougher for Nihal.
Hmm. It's performance rating, right? So it only matters if you beat someone strong. Abhimanyu's probably his performance rating is good because he beat Gukesh, right? I'm guessing that's the reason why his uh tiebreak is so good. His 2967 is his performance, which is insane actually.
Hmm.
Actually, Arjun also having a very good tournament so far. I mean, he is gaining 8 rating and he has a performance rating of 2900 as well. 2904
Wow.
to be exact.
Wow.
सहज भाई डब्ल्यूसी का ओपन टूर्नामेंट खेलनी चाहिए थी क्या जहाँ पर प्रूव करने को कुछ नहीं बट खोने के लिए सब कुछ है वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप यू मीन ये वाला स्विस वाला आई थिंक सो बिकॉज प्रूव नहीं करना है आपको आई थिंक यू जस्ट वांट टू हैव आई थिंक द ग्रैंड स्विस टाइटल इन योर बैग दैट्स इट लाइक I mean, once you win the world championship, you start thinking about कि भाई मैं what tournaments can I win, right? लाइक टाटा स्टील हो गया ग्रैंड स्विस हो गया एक पहले एक जिब्राल्टर करके भी होता था विच वाज अ वेरी वेरी बिग इवेंट आई डोंट थिंक इट हैपेंस दीस डेज एनीमोर वर्ल्ड कप हो गया ऑफ कोर्स
Yeah. Yeah. Gibraltar was a famous one. I think
डिड यू एवर प्ले
I never play. I was once about to play, but I withdrew at the last minute. Like it was
मेरे से
very
मिस हो गया
expensive, very expensive to travel actually, यार.
हम्म
Uh, मतलब it's like hotel like tournaments where you have to stay in the official accommodations were usually very expensive. Like for one event, yeah. I mean, it was always expensive. So I would just travel to another place जहाँ पे थोड़ा it's easier. And also धुलाई होनी है भाई. So Gibraltar was very
या
strong.
used to be an amazing event I'm not sure why it's not happening these days but
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
amazing it was
By the way,
and
he just
beautiful
takes
city as well
back, but apparently Black can just pick up the pawn on g3 and just say bye bye. ये क्या था?
तो बिशप g3, knight g4, I guess, or king h1 just.
Oh, knight g4, bishop f4 only move, bhai. It's still tricky.
Ah, okay.
Oof.
I give a check. King moves to g7. ये तो कुछ भी नहीं है. हाँ, this is nice maybe. हाँ, d5 मैं सोच रहा था यहाँ पे, but I think I have just e takes d5. So I can't take with the rook, right? Yeah, this is actually losing. Actually, ये भी मेरा. I was thinking some queen h7 check ideas, but yeah, never mind. Doesn't work. We'll go back to fg3. This is the position. Just back from the office. Can someone tell who won and who lost, please? By it's not hasn't been the best day so far. Arjun has drawn. Uh, Vidit is in a good position. Gukesh lost, and Pragg also drew. I think the main game that is remaining is the one between Demchenko and Vidit so far. Sahaj Carlson was lucky that he had chess engines and wish he doesn't. I rage bait. भाई चेस थोड़ा
Guki, Guki lost. Yes, yes.
yes.
WTH, why we are all shocked. He did lose, unfortunately. And I think basically his chances of winning are gone. Now I think all we can do is just hope Vidit wins. That's our last hope. At least four player to ho Sahaj bhai. And if we can have the standings once, I know there are some games running still, but I think 4 is that cutoff. Anybody below 4, Sahaj, I think is likely not going to qualify. So 19 players right now. I assume we're going to have around 21, 22 players because I think right now only, I think we'll have like 20 players only, not more than that. 20 players, maybe 21 max. So
मूव
20
सॉरी
players
बोर्ड
होंगे क्या?
11 पे एक गेम चल रहा है, बोर्ड 16 पे एक गेम चल रहा है, एंड बोर्ड 22 पर
हाँ
22 तो बहुत नीचे हो गया होगा.
हाँ बट काइवर का ड्रॉ चल रहा है आई थिंक. ओ काइवर हैज अ वेरी नाइस एंड गेम बाय द वे. कैन वी हैव अ लुक? दिस इज सो नाइस. लुक एट दिस, two rooks against
Yeah,
queen.
yeah,
Yeah.
putting it up. This is the position. Oh, very nice. Can he win this, Kaimer? I think he can.
Can
Chances
he?
he can.
ब्लैक ने
देखो, ये
पिछले
रुक ने ये बचाया हुआ है, इस रुक ने ये बचाया हुआ है. अब इन
हाँ
दोनों रुक्स को साथ में रखना है, and then get the king there, put it on a2 or something, and try to push this pawn. Of course, realistically speaking, it's a draw, but you have chances.
ऑल्सो लगभग 20 मूव हो चुके हैं विदाउट एनी पॉन मूव और कैप्चर. सो दैट्स ऑल्सो वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग टू मी कि
Hmm.
दिस कोड एंड ड्रॉ. बट इफ इट एंड्स इन ड्रॉ एंड वीडी विंस, इसका मतलब होगा टोटल मिला के 20 प्लेयर होंगे 4 पॉइंट और अबव. और उन 20 में से ही आई थिंक 2 प्लेयर क्वालिफाई करेंगे एंड वील हैव 4 इंडियंस in those 20 players. So let's hope Vidit qualifies. Meanwhile, going back to the Vidit game, still no moves. Saj bhai, opponent has 15 minutes on the clock to play 15 moves. I'm sensing this is getting a bit scary for him now.
Scary for who? For Vidit?
For his opponent. For his opponent.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Once you win the g3 pawn, I would also be I can also go into the endgame because this pawn will fall, and then I have two sort of connected pawns here.
Hmm.
So maybe he plays for a win.
Hmm. Hmm.
But we know that he's still fighting this, so
True. True. Hey, 29 minutes. Come on, Vidit. Just do it. साल भाई गो गो गुकी गो सॉन्ग चला दो यार. कॉपीराइट लग जाएगा यार. आई कांट प्ले दैट सॉन्ग. साज भाई फिर बर्थडे को क्या किया फिर? 2 दिन पहले रात को कुछ किया क्या? पार्टी वार्टी?
no, not yet. Not yet.
साज भाई कल तो रेस्ट डे है भाई. कल कर सकते हो भाई. कल तुम्हारा रेस्ट डे.
एग्जैक्टली। भाई रेस्ट डे को मैं वो प्रग वाला वो करूंगा कि व्हाट आर यू गोना डू ऑन रेस्ट डे? रेस्ट।
Rest. Why, that was hilarious actually. Witty alien quit. Yeah, I saw that video also actually, and I think we talked about this yesterday. Basically, what I feel is, I think content creation is tough. Uh, it's very hard to make good money, and uh, I think Chesscom, for example, helps me and Sahash do it, right? Because it's a commentary and so on. But otherwise, it's very hard. Especially, I would say Witty Alien had the better end of the stick, right? Because he had a global audience. Anybody who lives in India, you can ask. I mean, at one point, I remember कितने सारे streamers थे India में. Now nobody streams, at least among those old ones. So it's even harder in India, I think, to make it. So understandable. But I think he'll be back. I think he'll be back. It's very hard to stay away. If you love content creation, he'll be back.
That's what I think
So
too, actually.
yeah, maybe he'll take a month off and he'll be back, I think.
Hmm. So already you have spent so much of your time, energy into, building something, and like there was a time when like Witty Alien बिल्कुल एकदम हर जगह मेरे मेरे मतलब फीड पे दिखता था वो.
I think it would be harsh for me to comment on it, but I think it was the alien gambit thing, right? Like that was one thing. When that happens, you need a quick pivot. I think he didn't pivot. Maybe I've not followed too much of content, but you need a pivot instantly before it dies down. He had insane hype, I think, during that alien gambit thing.
Hmm.
Everybody was making videos, yeah, even Levy. So yeah, but it's hard. It's hard. It's very hard to know when to pivot. You think it's working, it's working. I'm gonna milk that, but it doesn't work. Anyways, I think too much of content creation right now. Looking at the chess game where Vidit, who's another streamer, Sahaj bhai, still not
The
playing the best.
most famous, I would say, no,
In
streamer
India, yeah,
right now
yeah,
from India.
yeah. I think at least among top players, I think. In fact, globally, if you look at it, just forget India. Among top
Hmm.
players, 2,700 players, I think he is the best streamer. He doesn't
No, no,
stream now,
Hikaru, no,
but during
Hikaru, no.
yeah, after Hikaru and Magnus, I think it's him. Yeah,
Hmm.
if he
Yes.
streamed with it, please stream.
चेस स्ट्रीमर को कुछ अर्निंग होती है क्या?
नहीं होती भाई, मुश्किल है, very difficult.
By the way,
If it
go
had,
into Luke's game because he, oh, 60 moves हो गए यार.
uh,
ये पोजीशन देख
he
के
tried.
लग नहीं रहा कि 60 moves हुए हैं यहाँ पे. How is it 60 moves only? It looks like move after move 30 or something.
You are being very optimistic. I thought 22. ये
Yes, 60 moves यहाँ तक पहुंचते हुए कैसे लग सकते हैं आपको?
I don't know. He tried to pivot with Martian Gambit. But that is my Chesscom username. Crazy Martian. तभी तो मेरा नाम अटैच कर दिया तो गलती होगी ना भाई.
Hmm.
6 घंटे
How
तक.
many? हाँ, go
सॉरी
ahead.
भाई. कंटिन्यू भाई, कुछ क्रेजी नहीं पढ़ रहा था मैं.
How
कुछ
many
क्रेजी नहीं पढ़
open?
रहा था.
How many opening main line do you know? Because once Surya Ganguly said he knew only 2 to 3 main openings. No, that's not true. Uh, I think Ganguly will know way more. I mean, probably he will know every single line. He will know something. I mean, as for me, I think I know the openings pretty well. But I wouldn't really say that I play them as much. But I think to reach a certain level in chess, you have to familiarize yourself with most openings. Let's just put it like that. But you don't end up playing all of it.
Yeah. Pivot. That's nice. भाई साहब भाई जीएम है और तुम ओपनिंग पूछ रहे हो. तो और किससे पूछेंगे भाई? If Vidit had won the Ivanshu game and he would win this game, then 5 points. Yeah. And if I was, if I was born 20 years earlier, and if I had supercomputers at my home, then I would be world champion by, like, it's if and buts. I think एक बार मुझे famous याद है, क्या नाम है उसका भाई, मैक्स वर्स्टैपन, यस, गाना करके मुझे नाम याद था उसका.
Hmm.
Like he was asked, what if Lando had done this, what if Lando had done this, and he said, yeah, lots of ifs there in that statement. And I think that's just basically it, lots of ifs. but at the end, the strongest players do end up winning overall. Bishop g3 played, and Vidit is close to winning now. And
Okay,
King
going back.
h1, best move played instantly, and surprisingly now Queen d5 is the best move for Black. Complete turnaround to what he had been doing so far.
I was telling you this, Queen d5, because once you take the
Yeah,
g3 pawn, you should go into the endgame because it will really um
yeah.
favor black because you lose the d4 pawn essentially in the next move. Hi sir, I'm a student from the Arre, welcome Raghav. Nice to see you here.
Hmm.
We're just looking at a game of Demchenko versus Vidit, and Vidit seems to have a good position.
नहीं नहीं भाई मॉड बैन मत करो भाई उनको भाई अनलेस कुछ ऐसा हो टॉक्सिक uh Puja Gambit not we didn't try the Puja Gambit actually but I think Gukesh का कुछ ऐसा form है कि I don't think it would have worked.
Mm-hmm.
We did try the Air Gambit once but I think it was too early as Saj bhai mentioned. Yeah, I remember that. Saj bhai को Puja bhai Surya Ganguly blundering on move 6 याद है Saj bhai World Rapid and Blitz
Oh yeah.
है
Yeah,
ना
yeah, yeah.
95 कुछ था I remember like Queen F2 like mate in one he 95 Queen F2 mate I think it
I
was
remember.
that was crazy. I was wondering Rook H5.
It's pinned.
But Rook is pinned. Yeah. Rook is pinned.
That's why Queen d5 makes sense here because once
Yeah.
you trade it off, then you can put pressure here. You may have some Rook h5 ideas as well. And still, that this bishop on b6 is just a useless piece.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem, right? If the bishop was on E5, E3, I don't know where, would have been
If
an
the bishop
attacking piece
was on
actually.
g1 or something, then this is a much better position
Hmm.
in comparison. At least you defend the d4 pawn.
Hmm.
But right now, this bishop on b6 does nothing.
Yeah. Abdul Sattarov drew today, chat, I think. So that's another draw. Lots of draws actually on the top boards. As usual, I think this event has had that tendency. But lots of results as well, and not in our favor, if I'm being honest. Um, Now I think we are waiting for this game. This is a crucial one.
Saj, have you blundered in a tournament in opening like above 2000 elo? You mean when I was above 2000 elo? Ah, for sure, yes. In opening, for sure, it must have happened. I remember it wasn't really a blunder, but once actually against Vidit, I had a big mishap because I wanted to play. There was this one variation where I remembered playing g5, the knight goes away, and then you play rook f1. This was my idea, but I ended up playing rook f1 straight away. And immediately the position
Happens.
went from like 0.5 plus 0.5 to like -1 in just one move. And I played it in a
Yeah,
second. It was during World Juniors in 2014. I'm sure you can check the game.
that happens. That happens. Right, chess is hard because it's you lose concentration. You could just do something ridiculous in one move and it's over. There's no
Mhm.
going back. But did you
I
think at that
sh-
point कि Vidit ऐसे like he was a strong player, but did you at that point think he Vidit would become a streamer one day?
I think so, yeah. I mean, he has a personality, of course.
True, true.
I no the Raghav, the game that I showed you was a bit different. That was I think it was also from 2014, but it was a different tournament that I played him.
What is your favorite opening trap? I don't know. Uh,
I really like that
I
trap of was it Fabi who fell for it, or was it Alireza
always how fell for it. Yeah, but that's a difficult one.
against?
That's yeah.
It was still a very nice one. I loved it actually.
Uh, Fabi had that smirk on his face. Yeah, after
Mhm.
defeating Fuse, like it was amazing.
Okay, by the way,
Oh, Queen
Queen
D5.
d5, Queen
Nice,
takes d5,
nice.
getting some moves in. Okay, Rook d5 is basically forced. E d5 also looks interesting actually, but you don't want to untangle your own pawns for
Yeah,
no reason.
Also, you attack the d4 pawn. Yeah, let's just win that for free if
Mm.
possible. And although you have to be careful, if rook g1, what you don't want to do is bishop h2. Right?
Oh,
Like,
wow.
you don't want to do
Wow.
that because then rook h3 and goodbye candidates. So we have to
Look
be
at
careful.
this. That's a checkmate. Wow. Insane. Nice find. So queen d5,
I
rook
hope,
d5, rook g1. You must
yeah,
go rook g5 again. Rook dg5 again. And still you're not
yeah,
threatening to take this.
yeah. I think if that bishop on b6 were to make it back to e3, this would be completely equal. So it's a matter of time also. It cannot be lenient with his advantage. He has to strike, has to constantly put pressure. Rook d5 as well. Let's take with the rook. So I attack the d4 pawn. I think rook g1 is such a tempting move. I'm thinking he's going to go for
Just rook
it.
g5.
Rook g5 now, only move. And now I think maybe rook d3. I just defend the pawn. And I'm hoping to someday read out the bishop. I don't see how I do it instantly. So how does Vidit finish off white here?
This bishop is basically just trapped.
Hmm.
I mean, probably I would like to go into a pure bishop versus knight endgame. The same structure, but I think black
Hmm.
should be very good. If I can just capture one pawn, then it would be winning. So I wouldn't be opposed to taking on h2. Like maybe not immediately, but I go like rook g6 and then take on h2. Because then if you
Hmm.
give me a check on h3, I can move king g7 and it's okay. That's good. And then I will try to exchange these two rooks and just go into because this is the bad bishop here, right? And once if I win
Hmm.
this pawn, then it's a win for me basically.
Yeah.
But with the thinking here, he hasn't taken rook d5 instantly, and that I mean that surprises me a bit.
I think he's being extra cautious. What happened with Ivanchuk after that? I think he's just trying to calculate everything.
Okay, takes with the
But
rook.
thank God. Come on, Chad. I think Vidit winning would be, I think it would turn around the day to some extent for us, I think, because now we have 4 out of 20 players. That's one-fifth of a chance. Not a one-fifth, one half of a chance. Not one-fifth of a chance. 4 out of 20 is how much? 50,
Yeah.
20%, right? 20%.
Yeah.
But then there are two spots. So it's technically 40% chance. But let's see. Not 40%, but yeah.
क्या बोल
Okay,
रहा
rook g1 now. भाई क्या करे भाई मैथ्स भी कमजोर है भाई it's been 6 hours now. I can't do maths anymore.
Crazy. I do not see a point of e takes d5. Is there any idea though? I I think the point is that you're fixing the weakness on d4. It's not a good move though, but it does fix the pawn on d4, and this bishop also by default is fixed there. The pawn is also fixed there. I mean, it can be possible, but of course, it doesn't make sense in hindsight. Because all of this is still possible, even if you don't take ed5.
Yeah. सारे भाई मेरे सवालों का जवाब दो चेस बुक को एफिशिएंटली यूज कैसे कर सकते हैं कोई टिप्स भाई चेस बुक आई वुड से आज का जमाना भाई चेस कोर्सेज का है आज का जमाना यूट्यूब वीडियोस का है वहां से सीखो आई थिंक इट्स मच मोर एंटरटेनिंग अनलेस यू आर ट्राइंग टू बिकम लाइक अ स्ट्रॉन्ग ग्रैंड मास्टर देन ऑफ कोर्स आई थिंक बुक्स को सामने रखो साज भाई कैन प्रॉब्ली टेल यू बेटर on that front but I think I would prefer even learning from other sources nowadays Saj bhai how to read a book effectively.
Depends the type of book that you read. I think most people don't really, I mean, even I didn't read a lot of chess books until I was much older. Uh, like, but I did read a lot of combinations, like combination books and puzzle books. Those are very nice, I think.
Hmm.
Those are also easy to go through as well. Like one of the puzzle books that I used to like is Imagination in Chess. Sure, you've heard of it,
Hmm.
right?
Very
Have you
nice
heard of?
book. Very nice book.
I forgot the author's name, but it's a very nice book. Yes.
Gaprandashvili, na, I think.
Is it? I had the same name, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I think it's Kaprandashvili, if I'm not mistaken. By the way, Rook D3 played. That's a slight error by Anton
Demchenko.
Tonchenko. And now, I mean, I think Bishop F4 is the best because I think if you go, let's say, Bishop B8, Rook H3 check, King G7. Okay, what I thought was not working. So I don't know why Bishop F4 is so much better.
Um, Apparently you have King G6 here, as opposed to Bishop.
Ah, you're walking up to F5 basically, and the bishop acts as a shield for the king. But that's not an easy maneuver to see,
But
honestly.
why can't I play King G6 here then? I can. It's just more
King
active on
G6.
F4, I guess.
So there might be Rook H5 check ideas, but that's still possible.
You mean here?
Yeah, I mean, if King F5 at some point, there might be Rook H5, King E4, I don't know. But I think, yeah, still
Then
don't
Rook
see a too
H4.
big difference.
Then you bring Bishop F4. Yeah, something like that, I guess. Yes.
Okay, very complicated because now Vidit also has 15 minutes. We've talked about how Vidit has no time pressure, but now he does. Still chat 12, 13 moves to go. Rook d g5 played. That's not the best move, but a decent one, yeah? And now for white, Sahaj, this is the moment to strike back. Bishop to a5, the only move for white. And that's the move he's been wanting to play for a million years now.
Hmm. But does he
Oh,
find Bishop F5? It makes no sense to me.
but it makes sense, no? You want to get the bishop back.
But you have so many more problems in this position, like Rook H5, Bishop H2.
But Rukesh, Rook g3. I mean, I'm okay.
I
But
don't know.
black
I
needs
find
to.
Bishop A5 to
Uh,
be a very difficult move to play here.
I hope so. It is. I'm really hoping it is because otherwise, I think it's completely winning. So he needs to find it, and don't forget, White is also under time pressure. 12 moves into play in 14 minutes. So maybe that's why Bishop A5 can be even tougher. But he needs to do it if he wants to do something here. Otherwise, it's over.
I think the point is that there is no other piece that can be moved, right? I'm sure Knight F1 must be bad. Yeah, Rook
Hmm.
H5 check, King G2, Bishop E5, and you win this. I'm guessing. So
Hmm.
it's almost like a perfect position for white. The bishop is the only piece that can move. If you play King G2, then there's Bishop E5 check always. Knight F1, there is Rook H5 and then Bishop E5 check. So both cannot move. This Rook is busy guarding this pawn. So maybe Rook B3 is the next logical move that I can think of just to wait. But apparently that is lost too because of Rook G6 and Rook H5.
Hmm.
So will you comment it every day? I have a class right now. Just wanted to ask. Yes, yes, I'm here every day, but tomorrow is a free day. Tomorrow is a rest day, basically, for the players. So we won't be commentating tomorrow, but from day after, we will.
Yeah. Chad, I think overall this is the game we want to see. We want to see him win this one. And Vidit, of course, Sajma, I think also once you start going as Vidit here, like you start getting momentum, you suddenly go back 2 years, right? Like you suddenly go back into the same zone. Like this is the event I won. Like look at Vaishali. Like she didn't have a great Chennai Grandmasters at all. In fact, she had I think 1 out of 9, if I'm not
Hmm.
mistaken, something like 1.5 out of 9, like a horrible tournament, like in terms of pure numbers. And now she's crushing it right now. I think a part of it comes from her, previous memory at this event. Like she's done so well. But with it as well, I think it could really strike at the right moment if he keeps winning. So let's hope so he can.
Good point, I think. Very good point. And once you start winning some good, matches against good players, I mean, that's when the confidence starts kicking in again. And he's going to be on 4 out of 6. That means he's like right up there with the likes of Arjun, yeah? Arjun is on four and a
Yeah,
half. Okay. So, I mean, apart from Arjun and Nihal, I mean, he's still very much in the race to win the tournament.
yeah. Also, by the way, there are
Guys,
many Grand Swiss. हाँ, बोलो बता
did
दे.
not expect कि भाई 6 राउंड के अंदर um like Gukesh
Gukesh
and
Pragg.
Pragg will be technically
Yeah.
like, oh well, they have less than 1% chance.
And chat, Ayuni Mishra is not the only one on a streak. So Ayuni Mishra has 61 games. Danny Dubov has 50 without an 50 games of unbeaten streak. Then we have Sam Sevian, who has 40. Murzin has 38, Anishgiri 30, and Yakubov is 26. So before this game, at least, like there are a bunch of players with some sort of streak going on.
ये क्या हुआ?
क्या हुआ?
I'm not sure how it happened. Like there was
क्या हुआ
something
क्या?
on the board, something on the board. It came. I'm
Really?
not
कुछ
sure
आया
how.
क्या? I missed it.
Yeah. Suppose Magnus wins this tournament, he will qualify to the candidate by rating or Grand Swiss. Grand, no, by rating, no, of course. But how does it matter? He qualifies.
I mean, if he wants to play, he'll just not play in events. Yeah, he'll just say कि हाँ भाई, दे दो spot.
Literally,
मैं
yes.
हिकारू. बहुत स्टेट चैंपियनशिप खेल लिया तुमने.
I guess whichever qualification is done first is the one that counts.
हाँ हाँ.
तो रेटिंग के को अप्लाई होने के लिए you need to have minimum amount of games, right? So if you haven't completed that, then you qualify through the
Yeah.
Grand Swiss. If you have completed them, then you qualify through the other thing. Oh, by the way, Firush is playing Title Tuesday.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I'm
Wow.
getting this from the chat, but apparently, yes, he is playing Title Tuesday.
Interesting.
Yeah, keep giving us updates, chat. How he's doing. So, yeah, 9 minutes left for Demchenko. He has to find Bishop A5 apparently. Only move.
Also, I think apparently in the Title Tuesday का जो form है, like there was a clause or something, पता नहीं कि the first person to see this and send us an email wins like X amount of prize money, and I think once I think he won, yeah? क्या नाम है उसका? Eric Rosen won. So
What was the clause?
like whosoever reached this, like the first one to send an email gets like some amount of prize, whatever it was written. But yeah, Eric Rosen won that one. But
Oh,
yeah,
that's cool.
Bishop a5 played, by the way, on the board, and that means the game is not yet over, chat. And I think this is going to be tough with only 2 pawns remaining. One mistake, and it's just a draw because, as we know, rook knight versus rook is a draw. Rook bishop versus rook technically is a draw. Saj, what's the best way? First of all, bishop takes
This
h2
is.
is the first move that comes to mind, right? That's the forcing move. King takes. Do we have something here or no?
I'm more concerned about Rook H3 check here. But King H2, I don't believe that this position can be a draw. I really cannot believe this. King H3, Rook G1. I mean, this looks so bad for
King
white.
h2, King h2.
Check, king here. And okay, now I start bringing the king maybe. No, unless you have D5, then I don't know. Maybe I
Yeah,
play Rook
d5.
G5 just to not allow
Hmm.
D5. You go King H2 and
King
then I
h2
bring the
back.
king. अभी भी D5 है आपके पास.
Actually,
अच्छा ये मर रहा है ना.
yeah,
Interesting.
यार इतना आसानी से गेम नहीं दे रहे डॉनचेंको जी. एंड ऑल्सो आई थिंक अभी भी 11 मूव्स खेलनी है. 8.5 minutes versus 15 minutes. We're still up on the clock. What would you trade the knight and bishops, or would you say ki, because I've heard, we often hear this knight is the best defender of the king. So just by that logic, it makes sense to just exchange those pieces, Saj.
I would just trade it because this bishop is really bad and it
Hmm.
cannot really put pressure on any of the light squares. So that's my only logic, that when you remove I don't really see this knight as good or bad. Yes, it's a good defender right now,
Hmm.
but I don't see this as good or bad. You remove the piece that is neutral, and then you're left with a bad piece.
True, true.
Oh, look at this. Someone suggested in the chat bishop c7, threatening mate in one. But the problem is that I have this intermezzo with rook h3 check.
Yeah.
It
And
would be
goodbye
lovely if
bishop,
it
yeah.
worked.
Wow. Goodbye bishop and you lose. चलो आई थिंक जिसने भी बोला आप तो क्वालिफाई नहीं कर रहे ग्रैंड स्विस में चिराग भाई बट गुड ट्राई भाई आई थिंक नाइस ट्राई.
No, but still, it was nice. I think it was a good
Hmm.
call.
If white plays bishop a5, why can't you play bishop to e1? I think the same problem here as well. Rook h3 check, forcing the king to block one of his rooks, and then just bishop e1, and suddenly the bishop is the best piece on the board. Free ka piece maar liya.
Exactly. So bishop a5 is where we are. Then bishop h4. Bishop h4 is good, but you see the difference was that if you went to c7 or e1, you were threatening something. You were threatening to take
Hmm.
the bishop on a5. And this is a
Hmm.
common like calculation mistake that a lot of people make, that they start off with a direct move and then they see a problem and then they make a move that doesn't really have that double threat anymore. You're trying to stop rook h3, I get it, but I can just play knight f3, I guess, and it would be fine. Or even rook a1 is fine. It's a good move though. You can try it.
By the way, if you want to have a brief look before we did plays, I think Gamer is now better. He's managed to somehow consolidate a bit and he's ready to start pushing that a pawn.
It's difficult, no?
It is, it is.
He
But
lost
I
a
think at
pawn
least,
somewhere. So there were
at
two pawns here.
least,
Look at this.
yeah. Yeah,
So
because now
he
rook
he will get the
c5.
pawn to a5 for sure.
Yeah, a5 हो जाएगा. Rook c5, a5. At least he's moved it one square. And then you see how to get, like, you continue this, yeah? Rook c6, a6, rook c7, a6.
Hmm.
But problem है कि
ऐसे
पीछे
ऐसे,
ही check आने.
and then one step forward like this, and then one step forward like this. And
But problem
that
है कि
will
वो,
be the hardest one.
हाँ, problem है कि पीछे से check आने चालू हो जाएंगे. As you can see already, black is threatening to grab that pawn. So h3, I'm guessing. But then there is queen a1 check. So it's still, yeah. I think it's the kind of position where you are defending for 3 hours, but then one move may you lose. I think something like that. Why to keep improving?
Hmm.
Okay, going back to Vidit. Um, Still no moves. 11 minutes on the clock for Vidit Gujarati. He needs to play quickly. I think one of the assets he has is the time difference, and he should use it. But he's
Is
right now
this
calculating.
is this a table base? I don't know what you mean by that, but table base is software that you can use on many websites that allows you to that tells you the truth of the position basically. It's not like an analysis or anything. It just tells you यहाँ पे win है, यहाँ पे draw है, यहाँ पे loss है, and there is no argument. Like it has solved chess basically, and it's done until like 7 pieces if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, 7 pieces, but also includes the kings. So that means ki panch hi piece technically you
Hmm.
can include, and you can even download it at table base. I think it's possible you can buy it, but then it's like terabytes of data or something. I don't know what exactly is
Hmm.
it, but yeah, Sajbhai, I think while the game is in crazy, I think it. I think we might see a mistake from one of the players now because time pressure makes very hard, very very hard to continue defending here.
Hmm. For sure, for sure. I just don't want Vidit to get in time trouble because that will be difficult.
He's still thinking. Less than 10 minutes for both players. Less than a minute difference, by the way, now. So
Hmm.
Vidit has to get going. We know what can happen sometimes when he's under time pressure. Come on, Vidit.
Tej bhai, about bishop f2, this one? Huh, that's good because you're attacking this and this, but once again I have rook h3 check. king moves away, and then knight goes to f3, and then I defend the pawn and I attack the rook. You're still better though. Like there's more than one ways to keep the pressure here.
Hmm. Time is roughly equal now. The
The
nerves must be
Divya,
rising.
Drew, and Vaishali won, right?
Yes. And Vantik also won today, I think. This is the last game, chat. I think there's one more Indian game going on between Leon, but I think that's going to be a long one and it's not relevant in terms of qualifications for the candidates. So we'll check that result tomorrow. Kamer, as we saw, will also push in a long game. But this is the important one. Can Vidit Gujarati somehow convert this?
चैट में बड़े इंटरेस्टिंग सवाल देख रहा हूँ मैं.
हाँ, क्या है भाई, पढ़ते हैं. What happened with Divya's Sahaj brother? Do you coach? Do you eat food? Sahaj भाई एक ही बार सारे जवाब कर दो.
Yes.
खान खा लो, ये क्या था भाई? Now VD has less time than opponent. Exactly, and a minute less. This is where I start worrying.
टूर्नामेंट में कौन सी ओपनिंग खेलूं? With white, go with e4. With black, play QGD and Sicilian. Simple. They
Should
take one
Vidit take
player
his
and just
king?
follow them.
Should we take the king of the H file? Yes, I think that's an important part of this. You need the king of the H file because तब तक के लिए constant rook h3 tactics है. But right now it's black to play. So I think he can kind of take the initiative first by taking on h2, for example. I don't think knight a5 marna chahiye because that's a bad bishop. Let it stay there. Also ties down the rook on a3. I think bishop h2 to me feels like the best move.
But
Take
that's
bishop h4.
it's actually the second best move. Well, the best move actually. Knight f5.
Knight f5 is the best move.
Yeah,
Oh, that's impossible. Oh,
it is actually.
f5 played.
Okay,
And look at
bishop
this.
d2.
Only move bishop d2. Okay, that's not easy. That's not easy. I think it's a nice practical try. Sahaj, so let's say I play a random move first. Let's say what do I play actually? I'm in some sort of zugzwang.
भाई मैं 2014 का गेम देख के आया. आपने तो विराट के साथ 15 मूव में ड्रॉ करा. वर्ल्ड जूनियर्स में, यार वर्ल्ड जूनियर्स में 15 मूव नहीं था वो. इट वाज लॉन्गर. I was white, so I think he played Sicilian Taimanov. And yeah, you will see that rook f1 move there. Around 5, 6, something like that. Bishop d2. आ रहा है?
I don't think so.
You think?
I think he'll make a mistake. I think the idea is f4, defending the bishop and rook h5. That is the concept.
So can I tell
And
you something?
bishop.
So the best move is bishop d2, right?
हाँ
The second best move is bishop e1.
हाँ तो वही तो it's just lost then, yeah.
Yeah, you just
So
give the bishop like just
so
for free.
so what's the draw then? Bishop d2 f4. Okay, now what?
After
I say bishop d2 f4. That is with its plan. What? Where is the draw hiding?
knight f1 only move. That is difficult now. This
Oh,
is
that is
difficult.
impossible. That is impossible because king g2. Gukesh, by check king g2 allows a discovered check. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's not gonna find it then. I think Vidit's gonna win this one. He's winning. I think he's gonna win
Bishop
this one
e1 check, there
comfortably.
is king f3. सूत्रों ने कुछ बताया?
सूत्र भी गर्म हो रहे हैं भाई. हाँ जी, सूत्र में गरम गरम हो रहे हैं. So I think let's see.
Really?
हाँ.
Really?
हम्म. कुछ होने वाला है. Come on, let's go. Bishop d2 नहीं खेलेंगे white मुझे लग रहा है. Only move.
कितना कितना मतलब आराम जरा. हाँ. ऐसे if कोई सुन रहा है. We are on a stream भाई.
अरे यार, come on, come
भाई,
on,
this is
blunder. भाई बताओ. I think blundering coming. Vidit one. Saw interview. अरे nice.
nice, very nice. But we're not sure yet.
Maybe he's just joking, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Maybe
So by
somebody
the way,
time travels. Yeah.
only one other game of Indian player left, yeah? वो तो मतलब
Let's
it is. I
let's
cannot
cover that
believe after
also.
6 hours of like streaming, I don't understand how does Leon have 57 minutes on his clock? Like I
I
just
don't know what.
just just for the sake of it, I just want to show it to
Uh,
everyone. Guys, it's now 6 p.m. for me. It's 9:30 in India. So almost 6 hours, yeah? And he has
yeah,
57
yeah.
minutes. How is that possible?
Crazy actually.
नहीं?
Ah, it is, and I think it's also
So
going to be a
six
draw.
hours of
So,
chess and you have 50 minutes on the 56 minutes on the clock.
so what's your evaluation here? What do you think will be the result? Most likely result.
I think the chess part, I think I probably think white is slightly more comfortable. I
Hmm.
like the two knights here, but black's knight is coming to a4, which looks a bit annoying. But yeah, time-wise, I think Leon is doing amazing. So I will say Leon has a good chance of winning this
That's
because
amazing.
it's very good, very big chance to make a mistake here. It's move
Hmm.
69, by the way, in this game. This position, that is insane.
Wow. Going back 4 मिनट ब्लंडर आ रहा है गर्मा गर्म ताजा. Let's go. He won. He's very happy. Oh wow, that's amazing to know. I think
Of course.
overall, Vidit is somebody who's very passionate about chess, loves it, and to see him win is always nice. Come on, come on, come on. Blunder तो दिखा दो भाई. Demchenko जी. Impossible है यार Bishop D2 खेलना actually. You can play, but you'll not find knight f1 in any case.
The knight f1 is, I think, unbelievably,
Also, don't forget, once you
unbelievable.
play bishop d2, there is no. Oh, let's go! Blunder on the board. d5. With Gujarati is winning now after e5. The logical move. Let's go.
So ed5, rook d5, but that loses a piece, right? Yeah.
e5, rook d5,
ed5, rook d5, knight
knight a5,
a5.
rook a5, and bishop h2 should be over, na?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
look at
So
this. Bishop f2, mate in 7.
nice.
This is
I'm taking
nice.
that knight, Saj bhai. मुझे calculate करना है.
Yeah,
I'm taking
me
that
too.
knight.
He takes cd5, so Vidit is completely winning now.
Yeah. Now it's over. I think also bishop 2 is hard because then you don't have rook d2 also to defend against that rook h5 threat after f4. So very hard to play
Mm.
bishop d2. I think rook d5 played. And now it's a simple win. I think now anybody can win. Uh, Although first don't take on h2 because then there is rook h3 check intermediate move apparently, which is a bit annoying. First take on
You're still
a5.
winning though. You're still
But I
winning
think it's a
after
win.
that.
Let's take on a5. Distract
That's
the
a
rook and then take
big
on h2.
that's a big miss by Demchenko, no?
Yeah. But very hard to see, no? Like he probably thought he was lost anyways, I think. I want Vidit to win in qualifications. Even we want that, yeah, because India के अभी एक ही player tentatively qualified है Prague. Arjun का भी पता नहीं है. And he only has two more shots. One is this and one is the World Cup. And Gukesh, of course, will not play the candidate. So we want maximum opportunities for Indians, at least two or three players to qualify. And knight a5 on the board, rook a5 hoga, and then bishop h2 पे Demchenko is gonna
Bishop
resign. So
f2. I want bishop f2. पता नहीं क्यों. I just say
क्या
it
लगता है
just
bishop
feels
2 का bishop
nicer.
h2 का क्या लगता है? क्या लगता
I
है? मैं
mean,
कहता हूँ
of
bishop
course,
h2
in a
होगी.
game, I'm gonna play bishop h2 without any
हाँ
thought. But bishop f2 just looks so nice.
हाँ, ट्रू ट्रू ट्रू. सो साहज भाई, इसका मतलब कि टॉप 20 में से 4 प्लेयर इंडियंस होंगे यार. सो वी हैव लाइक अ शॉट देयर at qualifying still for 4 players. Vidit, Nihal, Arjun, and Pranav.
Right. I think there is a good chance for sure, but I think the unfortunate thing would be if they play against each other. Like imagine if Arjun and Nihal play against each other tomorrow. That would be a bit unfortunate because okay, one player will
Yeah,
definitely make it through, but you
yeah.
know,
I agree. I think that would be unfortunate because I think they will not even end up playing. I don't. They will play like 2600 players tomorrow, maybe because there are enough of them. Although I'll have to check. Yeah,
mhm.
standings देखेंगे हम of course game के बाद. Uh, because tomorrow's game will likely not be against each other. Maybe परम के साथ
Oh,
मैच हो सकता है. Oh,
come on,
let's
Bishop
go, Saj
F2.
bhai.
Come on with it. Bishop F2. Would love to see it. I mean, I know Bishop H2 is winning, but
By the way,
it's just
Bishop
nice. It's so much
H2,
nicer, I think. Huh?
Bishop H2, Rook A7 check. King H8 is very important. You don't want to interpose with the rook because the rook G7 खेलोगे तो it's again a draw, yeah?
Also, if you played King H6, it's a draw. What?
Really?
Rook A6 check? Ah, King
No,
H5,
King
there is
H6.
King takes H2. And if you go King H5, King H2, you don't have this mate anymore.
हाँ हाँ.
So if you go King H7, then Rook D7 check, and अब you go King H8, now it's you getting mated.
Oh wow, भाई ध्यान से भाई भाई. Bishop H2 भी
That's
इतना clean
nice.
नहीं है. King
Hmm.
H8 निकालना है. It's just played on the board. Let's go.
Yep. ये तो logically था.
I think he'll give a check first for sure. He'll give a check. I think he'll not resign. And then after King H8, he's gonna resign though. That's gonna be the last game for day number 6 chat. Tomorrow is gonna be a rest day. I think all the players and even we needed Sajwai. I think it's been a very long event, but very tiring, but very exciting. And I think second half mein kya hoga is gonna be very crucial every day. So now we know around 20 players on the running. We'll see in the standing soon. Every day we're gonna see less and less players. By the way, Rook D7 check late, King H8 only move for Vidit.
How often do you see that one move is mate in 11 and all the other moves are 0, 0, 0?
Yeah, true. Very rarely.
Very nice.
Of course, I mean, King H8
Although
is
Vincent
lovely. Yeah.
also putting the pressure, I think he can get a win there.
Yeah.
So you said 20, right? Okay,
21,
19
21
players.
हो जाएंगे. 21 हो
21
जाएंगे
हो
now.
जाएंगे. Right, right, right.
Okay, Rook A3 played, but I don't. I mean, he's hoping कि I'll move the bishop, but I also have bishop G3. Or Rook H5 also wins actually.
Only
So
two
that may be
moves,
a.
yeah? Only Bishop G3 and Rook H5. But Rook H5 is very simple though.
Yeah, Rook H5 is very
So be
simple.
careful, chat, because if you go Bishop E5, then Rook H3 and black is getting checkmated here.
भाई कितना crazy है ना? Like it's white can win this. Wow. Demchenko being tricky, but I think it's over chat.
No, I think maybe he will just go Rook H5 and that's it.
Yeah. So Vidit, still staying in the hunt. A great result. There it is. Rook H5.
Played.
And yeah, it's mate on the next move. Denchenko will resign and Vidit will go to 4 points, maintaining his chances. There it is. Vidit Gujarati with epic victory video up in the chat. Let's go. Beautiful win. Yeah, मजा आ गया भाई देख के यार. Totally deserved.
Let's go. So we have 4 Indian players, yeah? Two
Yeah,
on four,
and I
two
think
on 4.5, basically.
yeah, and Vincent is going to win. So can we have the standings now? They become very interesting. Just checking the second page first कि 20 लोग ही है ना अभी समय भाई just once we can go to the second page just to see कि भाई कोई और तो नहीं ऊपर आ गया standings में.
Checked this actually just now. It showed me
हाँ
19.
कोई नहीं है ठीक है.
Yeah.
So 20 people now going back to the first page and we had Kamer so 21 right. So 21 people. Saj bhai, I think if you just do maths, next round में it will be around 10 people. उसके next में it will be around 5. उसके next में it will be around 2. So,
No,
by
no.
round 8,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, by end
I
of
think the
round,
sad thing is that
huh,
with its tie break seems to be really bad.
yeah,
We didn't think about this before, but that would mean Vidit might be in a similar situation than he was, last time they played FIDE Grand Swiss, where he has to score that extra half point to have a
hmm,
chance. Because amongst 20, I mean, from like number 7 to 20, he has the worst type. I mean, he's the what, number 18? That's pretty bad, no?
You know, the thing is, if let's imagine being with it, let's say he wins, gets to now he's in the top 10, right? Then he wins, then he's in the top 5. From there, anything is possible. But if he draws the next game or loses, I mean, loses to, of course, he's out. But if he draws the next game, then it becomes tougher because his tiebreak doesn't improve, I think.
Hmm.
So I think if he can, if anybody who can win the next couple of games, then his tiebreak might matter a bit less because it will improve. So, but of course, right now his tiebreak is not great at all. He will need, likely still need half a point extra. Nihal Sarin's tiebreak is not great, but he already has half a point extra than Vidit and Pranav. Pranav's why tiebreak is amazing, and that's again comes back to the fact that he's played more 2,700 players, and that's why his tiebreak is better. So if he does end up like winning a few games, even 8, even 7.5 potentially could be enough for him, but not for Vidit. And of course, Arjun Erigaisi right now is the best bet India has. He's already played Param Maghsoodloo as well. So Kalka game will be very, very important. Personal game, Sajbhai.
Absolutely. I think there's a very big chance he plays against Abhimanyu Mishra. And that's the that's the big matchup, I think, between these two players that we're all waiting for, because Abhimanyu has played Pragg, he's played against Gukesh as well, but only Arjun
Yeah.
is remaining.
Yeah, will be insane. And of course, let's not forget Vaishali for in the first place right now. Can we have the women's section pairing once? I mean, it's glad to see her on 5. And I wonder what happened to Katina Lagno. Yeah, she also won. And they have already played, I think, Vaishali and Lagno. So I think it's going to be a race. But of course, even if these two keep winning, I think that it's going to be safe. But of course, it's going to be very interesting. Vaishali's tiebreak is worse than Lagno, Sahaj bhai.
Oh, but wow, they're both on 5 points. That is insane.
Yeah,
Two draws. So they've played against each other. But yeah,
yeah.
Harika not having the best event, yeah. But still has
Yeah,
chances, still maintains chances.
Yeah, I think some outside chances, but I think at this point, Vaishali is the best bet. And I mean, she's 1.5 points ahead, Sahaj. Oh my God, that's a
Hmm.
lot actually. And we'll get to see soon, Chad, what happens. And yeah, I think Vaishali with the best hope there. So, Chad, that was round number 6. More than half of the event is over. 6 दिन खत्म हो चुके हैं. 5 दिन बाकी हैं. Every day we're gonna get more and more people eliminated in terms of chances of qualifying, and every day we're gonna see higher hopes for some players. So, 4 Indian in the open section, 1 or 2 Indians in the women's section, still with the chance. We'll see you day after tomorrow after a rest day. Tomorrow, have some rest because परसों से आग लगने वाली है, क्या पता कोई इंडियन कैंडिडेट्स के लिए क्वालिफाई हो जाए. थैंक यू साज भाई, थैंक यू सोए भाई. वी गोना सी यू डे आफ्टर टुमारो. टेक केयर एंड गुड नाइट.